from the broker's point of view, but also for the entire industry, wherein we get to know each other more, our limitations and further possibilities of engagement. So thank you to each one of you. May I request you to kindly be seated at the earliest possible. Also to please have your mobile phones on the silent mode or on the meeting mode, please. A special thanks to all the people who've joined us from different parts of the country, especially to be with us on this important occasion of the annual summit of the Insurance Brokers Association of India, which we are just about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, joining us as a chief guest in the inaugural session is Mr. Debashish Panda, the Honorable Chairman of the Insurance Regulatory and Development Authority of India. We're also going to be joined by Ms. S.N. Rameshwari, the Honorable Member Distribution IRDAI. So as soon as they are here, we are going to be good to be starting, formally inaugurating the summit. Just a request to be seated, have your mobile phones on the silent mode. Water, ladies and gentlemen, is already on your tables. The restrooms are outside. As you move out, you will have to take a left, keep moving straight, and then on the right-hand side, you have the restrooms. The inaugural session, as we start in a while from now, it's going to be close to 1 hour. And post that, we are going to be giving a slight, a very short 5 to 10 minutes break. That's going to be more of a stretching break or a bio break, you can call. And then we are going to be back with the awards ceremony, that is towards the recognition of the insurers that comes from the brokers. The Brokers' Voice Awards are going to be presented in the latter part, just after a short break of the inaugural session. And today, ladies and gentlemen, we have 3 sessions which have been planned. And then we have a very important session that's a view which comes more from the outsider, the third-party view, coming from a renowned mythologist, Mr. Devdutt Patnaik. He's going to be talking to us. That's a session which is planned just after lunch, and that's going to be a 45-minute session. If we go good as per the plan of the day, as per the schedule of the day, we should be closing by 4:30 with the vote of thanks. So that's how we have outlined and curated this entire summit. Once again, happy to be with all of you, and requesting you all to be taking your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to place our very humble thanks and gratitude and, of course, appreciation to our sponsors. Without their help and without the support, this conference and the summit would not have been possible. So many thanks to our sponsors, our principal sponsors, Allright InsurTech, the New India Assurance Company Limited, HDFC Ergo General Insurance Company Limited, Alliance Insurance Brokers Private Limited, ICICI Lombard General Insurance Company Limited. They are our principal sponsors. Many thank you to our gold sponsors also, Liberty General Insurance Limited, IMT Care, Zopper Insurance Brokers Private Limited, Bajaj Alliance General Insurance Company Limited. Would also like to apprise the August gathering that the kiosk of our sponsors is there in the Golden Room. So in case any of you wish to have more information from them or interact with them, during the break hours you can move to the Golden Room and have engagements with our sponsors. Also, many thanks to our silver sponsor, IFCO Tokyo General Insurance Company Limited, Tata AIJ General Insurance Company Limited, Future Giralali Insurance, SBI General Insurance Company Limited, Policy Bazaar Insurance Brokers Private Limited, Care Health Insurance Limited, Turtle Mint Insurance Broking Services Private Limited, Universal Sompo General Insurance Company Limited, Mahindra Insurance Brokers Private Limited, Prudent Insurance Brokers Private Limited, Star Health and Allied Insurance Company Limited. Thank you also to our associate sponsors, Raheja QBE General Insurance Company Limited, Chola Mandalam MS General Insurance Company Limited, KM Dastur Reinsurance Brokers Private Limited, Goodex Insurance Brokers Private Limited, and JB Boda Insurance Brokers Private Limited. So thank you once again to our sponsors, and as I mentioned earlier, we have the kiosk of our sponsors which is there in the Golden Room. You can seek greater information about our sponsors and further interact with them in the Golden Room during the break hours. Would also like to just apprise the August gathering that as we move into our panel discussions, 3 panel discussions which we have, and it has been the endeavor of IBI that there is a greater interaction with with everyone, with all the stakeholders, and towards that, that's the reason it's a panel discussion, so that we invite everyone's views, we take everyone's views, and with the views, with the thoughts, with the solutions from all the stakeholders, we shape a more vibrant and a robust, future-ready insurance sector. So we seek your very active participation as an audience also during the panel discussions. Thank you. Let me also welcome our friends from the media joining us who are covering this event. Ladies and gentlemen, as the Honorable Chairman joins us, the session with him here is going to be close to 1 hour, and post that he's going to be escorted to the Golden Room where there is a press briefing. But we are going to be, after a short break of 5 minutes, as I mentioned, just a short stretching break, we are going to be resuming the session with the Brokers' Voice Awards. So thank you to our friends from the media also for joining us and for your support covering this event. Thank you. May I just request people who are very closer to the entrance, the entry gate, if you can kindly move in. People who are standing on the sides, also requesting you to kindly be taking your seats. Please make way for our chief guest and the other dignitaries joining us, who are going to be joining us shortly. Just requesting you all to please be making way. Ladies and gentlemen, with a very resounding applause and a deep sense of gratitude, we welcome our honorable chief guest, the Chairman of the Insurance Regulatory and Development Authority of India, Shri Devashish Pandaji. Also our good greetings to Shrimati S.N. Rajeshwari ma'am, Member Distribution, IRDI. Please be seated. Thank you. So namaskar to everyone once again. Good greetings of the day and good greetings of this very important event, a knowledge and a vibrant learning platform and an annual event of the Insurance Brokers Association of India, wherein once again it brings together the key stakeholders of the insurance sector, the insurance, the regulators, the brokers, the technology companies, and the other partners to discuss, deliberate, and to frame and build a more progressive, future-centric, and future-ready, customer-centric insurance sector. So at the very onset, thank you to each one of you for joining us. And as we move in the day, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be sharing and discussing so as to keep everyone abreast of the latest advancements and developments which are taking place in terms of the insurance regulatory reforms, in terms of the amendments which are being introduced by the IRDI, in terms of the operational efficiencies, the new technologies, also the product construct, the distribution, the insurance models, the industry initiatives, and more importantly, also the customer grievances, which can hugely help the insurance sector to understand the needs of the customer and then to reform, transform so as to perform better and to serve his or her institutional client and the retail client more better. Also, ladies and gentlemen, as the various stakeholders of the insurance sector share a much symbiotic relationship. If I can be not much dramatic and filmy, it is more of a Jai-Viru relationship where they're different from each other, but then they do complement and supplement each other. And that is where possibilities of engagement, collaboration, and partnerships going beyond your present comfort zone, looking into the future horizons, looking into future engagements, looking into what major shifts are going to be required in the coming years as all stakeholders work towards the common goal and the overarching aim of insurance for all by 2047. And with more smiley and more happy and satisfied customers. So ladies and gentlemen, with this 30,000-foot view of the entire conference, I'm also very happy to announce that as we look into this more future-ready industry, the theme which we have for the day is very aptly and very thoughtfully curated and designed. Insurance Broking 2.0, Pioneering Future Horizons. And this we are going to be more deeply dissecting and analyzing in this entire day. So with that overall view of the conference, let's mark it a spacious inauguration of it as per our Indian traditions and customs by lighting the ceremonial lamp. And I would like to request our distinguished chief guest, Shri Devashish Pandaji, to please light the ceremonial lamp. May I also request our distinguished guest of honor, Ms. S.N. Rajeshwari ma'am, requesting Mr. Sumit Bora, the President IBI, to please escort them towards the lamp, and Mr. Sundaram Venkata Varadan, the Secretary IBI. Ladies and gentlemen, though it stands ceremonial of lighting the lamp, but there's a lot of importance we attach to it. It represents the sharing of knowledge, sharing of experience, as each wick which is being lit and is further passed from one person to another. Also, we seek the blessings of the Supreme Power. As per our Indian tradition, we strongly believe taking the blessings of the Supreme is going to be guiding us, moving that ignorance, taking us towards light and knowledge. And we thank him for giving us this opportunity to be of some contribution to our industry and towards nation building. Thank you. And now may I request the torch bearers of the Insurance Brokers Association of India to first grace the dais. May I request Mr. Sumit Bora, the President IBI, requesting Mr. Sundaram Varadan, Secretary IBI, Mr. Naren Bharandwal, Vice President IBI, Ms. Rashmi Iyer, Vice President IBI, Mr. R. Balasundaram, Secretary General IBI, and I request the torch bearers now to welcome on the dais our distinguished Chief Guest, Mr. Devashish Panda, Chairman IRDI, and our distinguished guest of honor, Srimati S.N. Rajeshwari, Member Distribution IRDI. Ladies and gentlemen, as we are talking about reforming and transforming ourselves to be future ready, I think all present in this hall will agree that it is necessary to learn, to invite the views of the leaders, to draw inspirations from their views and work, their experience, to form a more robust insurance sector. People who are visionary, people who are leaders of change, listening to them. And that is where we are extremely thankful to our Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Devashish Panda, for joining us today, for gracing the occasion. We look forward to his leadership and guidance. Someone who brings in extensive experience. Many of you might be knowing that he is a 1987 batch IAS officer from the UP cadre, and earlier he has served the Government of India as the Secretary Financial Services, and before that, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. With the government of Uttar Pradesh, he has served as a district magistrate in Deoria, in Tehri, in Uttarkashi, in Ghaziabad districts, and also as the Principal Secretary, Home and Vigilance. He also held the dual charge of Resident Commissioner of Uttar Pradesh and the Chief Executive Officer of the Greater Noida Development Authority. People who have worked with him agree and say that he's been a hands-on leader. And since the time he has taken charge as a chairman, the IRDI is now more of a friend, philosopher, guide, and a mentor than just being a regulatory body. He's been someone who's been pursuing, who's been promoting more ease of doing business, more greater inter-sectoral working, and greater collaboration as we address the challenge of low insurance penetration. So thank you very much, sir, for joining us today. And I would like to request the President IBI, Mr. Sumit Bora, to please accord him a floral welcome on behalf of everyone present here as we extend our good greetings to him. Please join us, ladies and gentlemen, as we once again thank our Honorable Chief Guest, thanking Shri Devashish Panda, sir. And then we are also very delighted and honored to have our distinguished guest of honor, Srimati S.N. Rajeshwari, ma'am. Someone again with great experience. May I request our Secretary, IBI. I request Vice President Ms. Rashmi Iyer to kindly accord her a floral welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, Srimati Rajeshri, again, as I was mentioning, very experienced personality, a qualified CA with extensive experience, more than 37 years in the general insurance, in New India Assurance, Oriental Insurance Company Limited, having immense experience in technical, reinsurance, marketing, and other areas. So her guidance and her views and blessings stands extremely important for all of us. Thank you, ma'am. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we now take a deep dive in understanding the theme of the day. And for that, I would like to request Secretary IBI, Mr. Sundaram Varadan, for his theme address.
Very good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, Chairman IRDA, Madam Distribution and fellow insurance professionals. Today I would like to share a thought-provoking conversation that took place between a young student named John and his wise and experienced professor. It revolved around the role of intermediaries in the economy, the power of connection, and the significance of promoting solidarity among diverse groups. John began by expressing his gratitude towards the professor, acknowledging his immense value of the guidance of his PhD thesis advisor. He assured the professor that he was committed to ensuring that his time, effort, and reputation would not be wasted. John's thesis aimed to explore the similarities among the world's wealthiest individuals, the big billionaires. In response, the professor, with his thick glasses and wisdom shining through, shared some interesting facts about the current wealthiest billionaires. Jeff Bezos, and of course, of Amazon, and at the top spot, estimated worth about $150 billion. Closely followed by Bill Gates, the founder of Microsoft, with close to $100 billion. The professor challenged John to identify any similarities between these two remarkable individuals. John hesitated, pointing out the apparent differences between Bezos and Gates. Bezos was an intermediary facilitating online sales, while Gates owned Microsoft, a software company that sold its own products. He struggled to see the common thread that connected them. The professor smiled and responded, highlighting a crucial common trait shared by these billionaires. Despite their diverse path, both Bezos and Gates had successfully brought their products to the wide audience, whether it was their own products or those of others. He drew upon a Vietnamese saying, "No commerce, no wealth," emphasizing the importance of trade in accumulating wealth. John expressed his doubts, questioning the fairness of the trading system, where intermediaries often maximize the profits by paying producers as little as possible. He believed that those who lacked the ability to connect with consumers relied on intermediaries to determine the value of their products, often leading to exploitation. The professor acknowledged John's concerns, revealing that he too had once shared a similar perspective. However, he had come to realize the critical role intermediaries played in the process. While producing a product required labor and resources, finding the appropriate customers for the product was even more challenging. He stressed that trading success relied significantly on luck. All successful merchants were, in fact, fortunate individuals who possessed the ability to connect producers with consumers. Furthermore, the professor explained that intermediaries played a crucial role not only in economy, but also in promoting solidarity between the diverse ethnic and religious groups. They were the conduit through which music composers shared their work with singers, writers reached readers through publishers, and noble ideas found messengers to spread their message. He emphasized that those who volunteered to be intermediaries in bringing goodness to others often received blessings even greater than the producers themselves. John nodded, wholeheartedly agreeing with the professor's insights. He realized the immense potential that lay within the act of connecting people with love, uniting undivided groups, matching jobs with the unemployed, providing comfort to those in mourning, offering resources to those in need, imparting knowledge to those who seek it, and shining light on those in the dark. In conclusion, the enlightening conversation between John and his vice professor shed light on the vital role of intermediaries in the economy and the society as a whole. It emphasized the power of connection and the significance of promoting solidarity among those diverse groups. Let us remember Let us remember the profound impact we can make as intermediaries, bridging gaps, fostering understanding, and spreading goodness to create better world for all. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and fellow industry professionals, today I stand before you to unveil a theme that signifies the dawn of a new era in the world of insurance. It's my honor to introduce you the concept of Insurance Broking 2.0, Pioneering Future Horizons. This theme encapsulates the transformative journey that the insurance broking industry is embarking upon, propelling us into a future brimming with possibilities. Ladies and gentlemen, as we unveil the theme of Insurance Broking 2.0, let us embark on the transformative journey together. Let us push the boundaries of what is possible, leveraging technology, innovation, and unwavering commitment to our clients' well-being. There is no progress without risk. In an environment where change is accelerating and risks are multiplying, customers need strong, innovative partners to help manage the risk. We tackle risk, unleashing our clients and thereby the world's capacity to advance. We as insurance brokers play a part as a strong, innovative partner needed in today's market. Together, we can shape a future where insurance broking transcends its traditional boundaries and emerges as a strong that not only mitigates risk, but also empowers individuals and businesses to strive in the rapidly changing world. Thank you very much. I've been given another responsibility. I now have the pleasure of a valuable knowledge partner for this event, Mr. Ashwin Parvek from Ashwin Parekh Advisory Services, who has given the structure and guided us throughout the process. Mr. Ashwin Parekh needs no introduction in financial sector. Regretfully, he is unable to come in this due to his personal prior commitment. We shall now hear his recorded message setting the tone for the summit. Thank you.
Friends, it is indeed my privilege to assist the Insurance Brokers Association of India, IBAI, as a knowledge partner in this significant event. Today we are discussing Insurance for All by 2047 and the association's role, the broker's role, in this revised context. We are particularly privileged to have with us Chairman of the Insurance Regulatory and Development Authority of India, IRDAI. It is under his leadership that the new context has been visualized and articulated. The new context offers a totally new paradigm for the insurance sector and all the stakeholders associated with the sector. Let me start by commending huge amount of efforts made by the policymakers as well as the regulator's office in bringing out a fresh attempt to improve and strengthen penetration of insurance in the economy. After the opening up of the sector to private sector participants, we now see for the first time an honest effort to bring in more capacity into the industry by leading both domestic as well as overseas capital to the sector. In the first part of my submission, I would like to touch upon a slew of reforms introduced recently covering three major areas, namely products, distribution, and other key amendments. I do believe that in all these areas, brokers have a significantly new and expanded role. This is to ensure that there is insurance coverage for all by 2047. Let me touch upon the first major reform in the product area, the reform of use and file and a responsible and responsive role IBAI and the brokers can play in this regard. This reform not only empowers the insurers to develop products for various segments of the economy, but also expands the customer base for insurance covers. My experience in regard to this reform in some of the European markets in the early 90s where I used to work earlier, suggests that informed intermediation plays a significant role in this reform. With the freedom for the insurers in the inclusion and exclusion of various risks, it is equally important for the brokers to guide their policyholder customers in regard to the fine print in the cover offerings and explain the extent to which the policy contract will transfer the risk from policyholder to the insurer and the extent to which it will still be retained in the policyholder's books. By the very inherent role, the brokers are expected to be loyal to their customers. Unlike the agents or the corporate agents, who have to work for their principal or principals. We perhaps do not recognize at this moment that the amount of litigation on the interpretation of clauses in the contract document may be resolved by the brokers by educating their customers at the time of the purchase of the cover. In the product area, the regulations have introduced products for MSME segment, home and health segments of the economy. We all know that these segments have remained under-penetrated for a long time. I do believe that brokers will have a much larger role to play in these three segments. They can offer reach and access to the insurers and also create awareness in small and micro business units. The regulations proposed involve changes in the wording of the cover, and my submission on awareness and education is a case in point. The next set of reforms are in the areas of distribution. These reforms aim at an open architecture approach to ensure a much larger coverage in terms of geography and in terms of various segments of the population. I do believe that brokers can work very closely with the banks as well as other channels such as e-commerce and e-entities to really expand their reach. In the other reform areas proposed, one that particularly draws my attention is the value-added services which can be offered by insurers as well as by the intermediaries. This reform recognizes the need for several additional services, particularly in the health, home and MSME sectors, which once again brokers can closely use with various small income communities and offer them an opportunity to select covers offered by various insurers. There are some reforms in the areas of reinsurance which are proposed, and based on my experience in the other markets, particularly in Europe and in Australia, I do believe that composite brokers will have a much expanded role in the new context. For much of this new opportunity we've covered, it is in this proposed new expanded horizon. Let us also look at the areas where brokers can prepare themselves for this new regime. One recognizes that the broker's role will change dramatically from assisting the customers in negotiating a proper price for the insurance cover to educating the customers in their risk management. It will now become very critical that brokers have a much sharper understanding of business risk carried by the customers, and therefore the focus changes from the cost of cover to the content of the cover, and a deeper understanding of interpretation and correct wordings. This becomes particularly important as the reforms aim at liberalizing the wordings in the contract documents. Let me turn to another subject where the brokers have to prepare themselves in this new context for insurance for all by 2047. Friends, we all know that cost-effective reach and connect with the customers can only be achieved by the use of extensive technology. Brokers will have to conduct an honest assessment of the technology available to them, the technology that they use, and guide the customers, and then make the changes to guide the customers in all the above mentioned areas. The crisis during the pandemic period, fortunately, has taught us an important lesson. Effective connect can be established without in-person dialogue. It has also taught us how to use analytical tools to understand behavior and motivations of the customers. These analytics really do bring the intermediation closer to the customers. Brokers will also have to invest in various aspects of technology. With artificial intelligence and data-based analytical tools available, the broker's profession can refresh their approach to customer services. In conclusion, I will say we have structured our sessions today to discuss the above and many more areas for the brokers to work on to play a significant role in the new context articulated by policymakers, regulators and the industry, with implemented or proposed reforms to ensure insurance for all by 2047. We have a highly qualified and experienced faculty group who have gladly agreed to share their experiences, as well as a rich group of participants who have ground level experience of the industry. I wish you all a very happy event and an interactive participation, and hope you will have a lot to take back from today's deliberations. Thank you.
our knowledge partners, Mr. Ashwin Parekh, for very constructive suggestions and recommendations, which is going to be helping the broker to further redefine and reinvent himself in this new age, the digital age, and then, as he mentioned, shifting paradigms. Thank you to him. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we further seek the guidance of the torchbearer of the Insurance Brokers Association of India, the leader, the president of IBI, and I would like to request Mr. Sumit Bora for his presidential address.
A very good morning to Chairman IRDI, member distribution, officials from IRDI, CEO and officials from insurance company, surveyors, and our dear broker members. Thank you all for joining us today at this much-awaited 18th Insurance Brokers Annual Summit. It's an honor to stand before you as we explore the exciting topic of Broking 2.0, pioneering future horizons. It's time to celebrate the immense contribution by the insurance industry, which allows customers to accept challenges and explore new business opportunities by transferring the risk to insurance companies and having a peaceful sleep. Can we imagine any industry carrying on business without the strong risk management practice backed by transfer of risk to insurance? In the fast-paced world, with so many uncertainties, which start with incessant weather, political uncertainty, war, COVID, etc. Just imagine how would a businessman take a risk without adequate protection. General insurance industry in India collects an annual premium of around 2.2 lakh crore and shells out 1.6 lakh crores in claims as per the data of FY 21-22, which itself projects the contribution of our industry towards the protection provided to the society. Total number of policies issued by GI industry in FY 21-22 was 26.79 crores and claims were paid in 5.89 crore policies. There are currently 619 registered brokers in India, contributing to almost 33% in the general insurance industry market share, and have shown a growth rate of 26.3% over the previous FY of 2021. It's growing at a faster pace as compared to the industry growth rate of 11.06% over the previous year. At a global level, the insurance business generated around $151 billion or 12,45,000 crores in 2022, which is more than 5.5 times of the Indian insurance market premium. Despite predictions that the insurance intermediaries business would decline with the advent of technology, the broking business has only grown from strength to strength. It continues to stay relevant by embracing technology instead of being replaced by it. Insurance worldwide is a self-intuitive business. Customers need specialized advice to choose the right kind of insurance for them. Insurance is not a product like any other financial products, such as mutual fund or loans, where there is an exit option. If you have invested in an equity fund instead of a debt fund, you can exit or switch the fund. If you have interest rate on loan is very high, you can refinance it by shifting to another financer who is offering a lower rate. However, if you buy a wrong insurance policy, you cannot change or rectify it at the time of claim. Brokers, therefore, play an important role in bringing and helping the customers choose the right, appropriate insurance solution, ensuring that the claims are fairly and timely paid by the insurance companies. I would like to divide my further speech into 4 parts. Reforms in insurance sectors in last 12 months, vision of the regulator, insurance for all before 2047, role of brokers to achieve the above, and expectation of customers and policyholders' protection. Talking about reforms, the industry has been growing at a pace of 13.76% CAGR over the last 10 years, and we are all working very hard to achieve the growth rate of 25%, which will set the tone to reach the magical figures proposed by the chairman, sir. Post his assuming office, he has given the industry a new vision and aim thereby augmenting the growth of the sector. I'm sure everyone will agree that the reforms which have been implemented and proposed will change the structure of the industry forever. Coming to use and file as compared to the file and use, which certainly cut down on the lead time and will help in innovation in the market, thereby allowing insurance company to experiment with newer products and expand the market. The need of the hour is moving away from indemnity-based to benefit-based insurance, thereby offering quick claim settlement with limited paperwork and creating customer satisfaction. There is also a need to bring in more parametric insurance products in the Indian market with assured claim settlement based on set triggers. This will help in penetrating underserved and economically weaker segments of population. Capping of EOM and freeing up of commission structure will certainly bring more discipline in the market. There will be more incentive to develop products that will have less loading of distribution costs and more allocation of funds to claim settlement, thereby making the products more attractive from a customer's perspective. Whilst it will also allow insurers to become more flexible and expand the retail and small ticket insurance. The distribution of retail products in the rural market will still be a challenge given the cost of logistics involved to source low ticket size premiums from an equally small market. However, I have a suggestion to make to the regulator and insurance company to dwell upon. The time has come for the brokers to expand their role from being pure distributor to a techno-commercial entity to acquiring underwriting pen and claim settlement authority from the insurance companies. This will lighten the burden of EOM to the insurance companies and help manage the EOM cost. However, it is imperative that the insurance companies have standardized evaluation process before they grant underwriting pen and claim settlement authority. Suitable amendments in the regulation regarding the outsourcing norms may please be considered. Recently, a regulation review committee was formed by IRDAI to revisit and reassess all the regulation pertaining to insurers, reinsurers, intermediaries, thereby moving away from rule-based regulation to principle-based regulations. It gives me great pleasure as the chairman of the Intermediary Review Committee to mention here that after relentless efforts spanning almost 4 to 6 months by all the stakeholders, including insurers, reinsurers, and brokers, a document has been submitted to the IRDAI, which has a proposal to repeal 70-odd regulations, 1,000-odd circulars, and 79 returns will be rationalized, which will make the regulations much more robust and focus on the key important issues, thereby delegating the powers to respective stakeholders and promoting ease of doing business. The reforms which have been implemented and proposed are all forward-looking and will pave the way for the industry to perform in the next decade and will provide more freedom to all the stakeholders. Moving on to the second point, India will attain 100 years of independence in 2047, and IRDAI has already set a vision to provide insurance for all by the said date. IRDAI is working with three-pronged approach, that is availability, accessibility, and affordability. As far as availability is concerned, the current set of insurers can take care of the availability, although the regulator has proposed to relax the capital norms, thereby paving the way for 20 more insurers to enter the market and create more capacity. I'm sure with the tech-enabled platforms developed by the brokers, along with the POSP handheld devices, accessibility for the customers to buy insurance is not a challenge at all. I'm also certain with the competition and higher penetration, the law of large numbers will favor the insurers to reduce the prices, thereby further making the product more affordable. We as brokers are aligned with the vision and will extend our full support, not only in terms of manpower, but also in terms of technology, awareness, and education. Majority of the broking companies are spending enormous amount of money via advertisement in print, media, including social media, to create awareness and education. We as brokers have also proposed education institutes to allow us to carry out lectures in schools and colleges to encourage the early education of insurance, thereby making the next generation insurance friendly and educated. We as IBI take a pledge to educate at least 5 lakh students by end of FY 23-24. As we look back on the traditional role of broker, we recognize the service and we have provided as intermediaries between the buyers and sellers. We have acted as trusted advisors, facilitated transactions, and ensured a fair and efficient market. However, the time has come for us to reimagine this role, to harness the power of technology and usher in new era of broking. Clients are no more happy with the discovery of price and consultancy offered by brokers. They want brokers to enhance their services, thereby providing wellness, premium financing, quick documentation, claim settlement, etc. Moving on to my third point about the role of brokers, As a country, we have the advantage of 1.4 billion people whom we can serve, although the difficulty lies in geography. We have 28 states, 8 union territories, 4,000 towns, and 640,000 villages. Apart from the demography, we have 398 languages spoken in the country. If we have to tap this potential opportunity, the only way to penetrate and create awareness, including ease of buying, is through technology. Broking 2.0 represents the convergence of cutting-edge technology and human touch. It signifies the seamless integration of artificial intelligence, blockchain, big data analytics, and more to create a new breed of brokers who are equipped to navigate the complexities of our interconnected world. These brokers will be pioneers forging ahead into uncharted territories and leveraging technology to unprecedented opportunities. However, we must remember that technology alone is not a panacea. The human touch remains crucial in the realm of broking. While Broking 2.0 embraces technology, it also emphasizes the importance of building and nurturing relationships. Brokers will continue to serve as trusted advisors, offering guidance, expertise, and empathy to our clients. The human element in Broking 2.0 will foster trust, understanding, and long-term partnerships. Moving on to the expectation of customers. We all are talking about the supply side of insurance, where a much-needed environment is being created, although we have to look at the demand side, whereby we need to understand the requirements of a customer in terms of product, pricing, service, ease of policy wording, and lastly, smooth claim settlement. I think we're still away from achieving the objectives and expectation of the customer. Products are not up to the mark, pricing is high for the insurance to become attractive, service remains the key issue, whereby the policies take months to be issued with plenty of mistakes, and lastly, the claim process still remains cumbersome, with the clients feeling let down by insurance. I would like to cite some examples which will throw light on why we are not able to connect with the customers. We have more than 100 health insurance plans in India, and it is impossible for even me to pick the right cover without the support of an expert. On top of it, if we start filling up the proposal form, which is age-old and archaic, which will ask you, have you ever been hospitalized in the past? Arey bhai, I was born in hospital. This question is unique and has no timeline. Can someone remember an infinite past, and even if you remember and mention it, the insurers will ask to produce the discharge card and other related documents, which will not only be handy, leading to your personal proposal getting rejected. Hence, a lot of advisors will advise their clients that they should not disclose the past, and that will reject the proposal, although the advice is wrong and will lead to future cancellation of the policies. Whenever the insurers discover non-disclosure, I think the form should be logically built to ask any hospitalization for a limited period and disclosure of a pre-existing for which the treatment is currently on. Even while renewing the policy online, a proposal form will open displaying the past form where a customer gets confused whether he should again disclose the current ailments, whereas there is no such requirement. In fact, at the time of renewal, it should only have a pay button to renew the policy. Master policies are issued for several communities, professional groups, clubs, privileged bank customer, etc., whereby an individual gets the benefit of a wider coverage at a much lower price as compared to a retail product for a common man, thereby customers getting attracted to such products in the initial stages. Slowly, as years elapse, the policy becomes unviable due to high claim ratios, and hence either the premium is increased or the conditions are deteriorated. And eventually, in some years, the product gets withdrawn, thereby leaving the poor customer in a fix, where he again starts looking out for a new policy, which may not become ineligible or due to age or pre-existing conditions, etc., thereby dissuading him from buying again and creating trust deficit. Even today, after the policies have been issued digitally, policy wordings are not forming part of the policy, and customers and brokers have to struggle to understand what wordings are applicable to particular policy. As per the Policyholder Protection Act, penal interest is offered if the claim payment is delayed beyond 7 days post acceptance of the offer. From insurers, although there is no penalty for claims not being assessed and lying with the insurers for months and years. The wording needs to be amended, and insurers need to be compelled to settle the claims within 30 days of receipt of the survey report, including all the queries. There should be a sufficient deterrence in the form of fines and penalties, and they must be better enforced to ensure compliance. We also must improve and enhance the grievance redressal mechanism to help the policyholder get quick justice in case of dispute. In the current regime, only an individual can approach the ombudsman for a claim up to 30 lakh rupees. Whereas for all other cases, she has to approach the consumer or a district court, which is not only time consuming, but also costly, thereby depriving the consumer their rights. I think all the disputes relating to personal lines of product should be dealt with by ombudsman, and even up to a certain limit for corporates should also be allowed to dealt at ombudsman office. Even on the commercial lines of claim, the regulator should think of a grievance redressal mechanism, such as a permanent council of arbitration with insurance industry experts as members, which is quicker and faster as compared to the cumbersome process of approaching the commercial courts. While in an ombudsman mechanism, the insurers do not have the right of appeal, in case of consumer courts, the insurers have the right of appeal. Appeals are filed right up to Supreme Court in many cases without merit that are ultimately dismissed. Even though the awards are passed with interest from the date of loss or the date of filing the suit, eventually the insured suffers and he does not get a timely payment of his claim. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, Broking 2.0 represents a paradigm shift in the world of broking. By combining the power of technology with human touch, we are poised to pioneer the future horizons of this industry. We envision a world where brokers are agile, innovative, and responsive to the ever-changing needs of their clients. Together, let us embark on this transformative journey and shape a future whereby Broking 2.0 reigns supreme. Before I conclude, I would like to thank IRDAI for involving us in sharing our thoughts on various subjects affecting the policyholders' interests. We all are aware about the changes which have been proposed and waiting for approval at various stages. In the meantime, if regulators can look at the difficulties of brokers and ease the compliance burden, it will help the community focus on and get rid of administrative challenges. I'd like to end my speech with a shairi for our brave brokers who relentlessly work and compete with all the odds in the market. अभी तो असली मंजिल पाना बाकी है, अभी तो असली मंजिल पाना बाकी है, अभी तो इरादों का इम्तिहान बाकी है, अभी तो असली मंजिल पाना बाकी है, अभी तो इरादों का इम्तिहान बाकी है, अभी तो तोली है मुट्ठी भर ज़मीं, अभी तो तोलना आसमां बाकी है. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you to the President for his very inspiring message and being the broker's voice, raising certain concerns, and also the futuristic vision which he has for the brokers and for the insurance industry as we prepare ourselves in this next 25 years, the Amrit Kal, to deliver on the promise and the commitment of insurance for all by 2047 when we are going to be celebrating 100 years of our independence. Thank you, sir, for leading us. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the moment for which all of us are eagerly waiting for, to hear from the man himself. And I would like to very humbly invite our distinguished chief guest, Mr. Devashish Panda, Chairman IRDI, for his address.
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The President of the IBAI, the other office bearers, my colleague, Member Distribution from IRDAI, the other dignitaries on the dais, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I extend my warm welcome to all of you as we gather here today for the annual Brokers Meet 2023. Now, it's very interesting to see the theme, the central theme of the conference, which is Broking 2.0, Pioneering Future Horizons. I think today we are in the world of uncertainties and the kind of risks which is going to hit or which has hit us is evolving faster than ever. Now, this presents a significant opportunity to step forward and align ourselves with the future horizons. And I'm glad that IBAI has chosen this theme for the conference, realizing fully well that it's time to enter into the next higher orbit. So it's time for Broking 2.0. Now, as we continue to witness the growth and evolution of the Indian insurance industry, I would first of all recognize and appreciate the significant role played by the intermediaries and in particular the brokers. Your dedication, the expertise and commitment to customer satisfaction is highly instrumental in shaping a thriving and customer-centric insurance market. Now, as per a recent report, this is the Insurance Brokers Global Market Report 2023, it says that the global insurance brokers market will grow to $300 billion in 2032. And this shows that there is immense potential for the broking channel in insurance. And to realize the same, it's time to refocus the priorities and align the same with the new normal world. New business opportunities may be discovered and new pathways have to be created. With high expertise in operations, risk, finance, and analytics, the brokers should play a far more significant role in the changing world of insurance. Needless to say, the insurance sector will be driven by technology, artificial intelligence, plus. Now, the global consulting firm McKinsey estimates that AI technologies alone could add up to $1.1 trillion in annual value for the global insurance industry. Approximately $400 billion could come from pricing, underwriting, and technology upgrades, and around $300 billion from AI-powered customer service and personalized offerings. So there lies a huge opportunity for insurance brokers as they understand their customers and they can devise tech-based mechanisms using AI, ML to communicate their preference to the insurers, resulting in highly tailored offerings. Now, increased deployment of AI shall help in changing the traditional product design and enable policyholders avail customized insurance plans. Now, technology would also facilitate offering seamless services at affordable costs. Now, it would improve processes, it will optimize costs, and find smarter ways to reach customers. Increasing investments in big data, automation, AI, etc., would give access to deep insights that could be utilized to optimize operations, develop better risk management systems, and better segment the market for focused marketing initiatives. Now, these technologies can also help with more intelligent underwriting and claims processing. Now, as telematics and in-home IoT, Internet of Things devices proliferate and pricing algorithms mature, insurance industry gradually reaches to a position where instant quotes and proposals are issued to a wide range of customers. Now, use of alternative data sources may also play an important role to assess the needs and risk profiles. Now, traditionally, insurance was based on demographic information like age, gender, and occupation. The emerging technologies can be used to analyze alternative data sources, such as the social media profile, mobile phone usage patterns, online behavior, etc., to rate risk and offer insurance coverage. However, with the widespread use of tech and digital, an apprehension would come to the minds of all of you. Whether the market is slowly cutting down on the need for intermediaries, the answer is a big no. There is a big no. Why? Because technology provides deep insights and analytics. It is the expertise and insightfulness of the brokers that make them a critical link in the evolving hybrid marketplace. The marketplace will change. It is changing. So the role of the brokers or the intermediaries in general becomes even more important. They know the customers, they know the ground realities, they know what are the choices, needs. So it is the combination of technology and knowledgeable, service-oriented and committed distribution channels like brokers that help in addressing the insurance need of the customers. Now, certain technological trends, including the intelligent enterprise, intelligent automation, are already being supported by brokers worldwide, helping them bolster their core strengths. Now, the technology would help brokers to transit from being subject matter experts to becoming also risk predictive advisors in order to strengthen their value offering. Now, new technologies make it possible to operate at speed with a higher accuracy and convenience both to users as well as customers. The biggest opportunity in the insurance brokerage market, according to a World InsurTech report, is the emergence of electronic platforms. Now, insurance intermediaries must develop hybrid and niche customer service platforms that combine information from digital channels with personal advice from product and subject matter specialists. Now, this platform should enable receiving multiple quotes for various products, compare coverage details, pay with a credit card or through a bank account, instantly download the insurance policy, or maybe speak with an insurance specialist anytime during the entire process. So on the similar lines, the Indian insurance market is also gearing up for an e-marketplace protocol, and it is enthusiastic and very promising to see the tremendous support that it is gaining from one and all, including the broking community. It seeks to create an UPI-like moment for the insurance sector with the aim of universalizing and democratizing insurance in our country. Along with this e-marketplace, which you all know is the Bima Sugam, a supportive ecosystem is also being contemplated to be built to take insurance to every nook and corner of the country through tech-led, women-centric, localized insurance force, the Bima Vahaks, and a benefit-based multi-line product with parametric triggers, the Bima Vistar. The regulatory framework is also getting revamped with 100% advocacy for choice, transparency, and tech-driven processes. And brokers have a huge role therein as crucial intermediaries, connecting insurers and the customers in a meaningful way in order to promote choice, enhance customer experience, and drive the overall efficiency in the insurance market. Efforts are being directed towards embedding insurance into the traditional fabric of our nation. So that will require brick and mortar presence along with digital penetration. So the approach will be more of a phygital approach of reaching out to the customers. And here, the role of the intermediaries become even more significant. Educating people at the grassroots, understanding the needs, would facilitate adequate insurance inclusion. Of all intermediaries, the biggest advantage with the broking channel is that it works from the customer side and thus play a significant role in ensuring that policyholders receive adequate choice of products that suits their needs, obtain fair and competitive price, favorable terms, and comprehensive coverage. Today, India is the 10th largest insurance market and also one of the fastest growing in the world. It would be one of the main drivers of the global insurance industry growth over the next decade. As per the Swiss Re reports, it is projected to become the 6th largest insurance market by 2032, ahead of Germany, Canada, Italy, and South Korea. So therefore, the responsibility on all of us becomes paramount, meaning the regulator, the industry, the intermediaries. So all of us has to play a very important role to reach to that goal. And it's also important to sustain this development momentum. I think the President brought out some numbers with regard to the growth pattern in the country. So we need to sustain this development momentum. And for that, we all need to look ahead and look beyond, not just over a span of 5 to 10 years, but at least 30 to 40 year span is what we should be looking at. Now, when I say this, the questions will be what India will be like, what will be the population mix, which sectors or areas will be dominant, how the composition of the economy would change, what will be the needs of individuals, what businesses will demand, how delivery of services would happen, how insurance will change. For example, today India is represented by millennials, the Gen Z, and trust me, they look the world very differently, and they are the future. Their needs and wants are not conventional. They are intelligent, aware, and very digitally oriented. They want to have everything on a tap or a click. So the questions here are, do we have the right product for them? Do we have the supporting infrastructure to cater to their needs? If we are not building it now, I think we are going to lose an opportunity. Similarly, the aging population has a very different set of needs, and they may require even more customized products as well as ease in transaction along with affordability and accessibility. Another prominent segment could be the MSMEs. There lies a significant protection gap even at present. With the ongoing startup wave, a surge in MSMEs is also highly expected. So the questions are, do we have enough insurance solutions for them? Are those solutions affordable? Do we exactly know what they need? How they want insurance to function for them? So these are the questions we need to address and provide the answers and solutions by adoption of technology. Recently, RBI has allowed taking insurance cover for invoicing facilities on the TREDS platform. The TRED is the Trade Receivable Exchange Discounting platform, which would aid the financiers, meaning essentially the banks and other financial institutions, to hedge the default risks. Now, further, insurance companies being the fourth participant in this TREDS framework, besides the MSME sellers, buyers, and the bankers or the financiers, would encourage discounting of payables irrespective of their credit ratings. Now, this is a huge, huge market and opportunity. We need to analyze the needs and design the products accordingly. Here also, the role of the brokers, again, becomes very, very significant and important. I think in addition to this, there is also a dire need to develop insurance products that are tailored to the needs of specific customer segments. For example, insurance products that needs to be designed for the gig workers, like the ride-hailing drivers or the delivery personnel, construction workers, the laborers on the construction side. I mean, one can go on to different occupational groups and different strata of the society. How do we design products for them and how do we deliver them? Now, there are these kind of segments of the population need unique kind of insurance support. Have we thought about the insurance needs of the unorganized workers who may be home-based or are engaged in occupations like papad making, achar making, agarbatti making, embroidery work, etc., etc.? Here also the affordability of the insurance products takes the highest priority along with sufficient availability and accessibility. The responsibility primarily lies on the intermediaries, including the brokers, as you are the intermediaries who represent the customers and become their voice, and maybe who understand their needs better than the insurers. I can go on and on with various other segments or lines of business. I don't think I need to tell that. All of you know that. All we need to is to bring them onto the table and find solutions. If we really want to take the leap to broking 2.0, we must start thinking out of the box. Traditional manner में काम नहीं चलेगा. हमें ज़माने के साथ चलना है. Technology has to come, will come, has already come. So we have to embrace and adopt technology for the optimum utilization of it for the benefit of the entire ecosystem. So new, fresh business models needs to be evolved, and that has to cater to the dynamic and the changing needs of the market. Today, through this forum, I want to ask everyone, can we collectively take the resolve to make India the global leader in insurance and risk management services? I am sure the answer would be an enthusiastic yes. Thank you for that. So what do we need to do for that? We must ensure that our customers are empowered, their needs are addressed, there is availability of products, and that the products are accessible and affordable. Here, the role played by the brokers is imperative to getting customized products, favorable pricing, and prompt advisory services. I think the advisory services are very important, and normally we miss that. For any class of intermediaries, I think we need to now forefront that concept. Today, 20% of the world lives in India. So that's a huge, huge market. Or I would rather say that there are many markets within the Indian market. Considering that there is a diversity also of the market that exists in India. So we have different geographies, multiple strata of the society, varied income levels, diverse segments of the population and businesses. And so therefore, India constitutes a very large but a unique market. Unlike other countries, you may have a uniform market, but we have a unique market for all these reasons that I just stated. We are also at an opportune time when there is a strong economic growth. I mean, our economy is growing faster than any other country in the world. Rising levels of disposable income, young population, increased risk awareness, digital penetration, and the regulatory developments which the other speakers have already spoken about. The market is also largely untapped. So this is the time where we need to increase our pace and firm our resolve to take insurance to each and every citizen and businesses of India. This would require more players, more products, more innovation, and more capital. There is a need for more distribution partners as well. And to amply represent 1.4 billion Indians for their lives, assets, businesses, etc., we need more tech-based operations, swift processes, especially when it comes to price discovery or building reinsurance treaties or overall the risk management framework. The Government of India has also permitted 100% FDI in intermediaries, enhancing access to capital. It would also enable Indian brokers to partner with top global players, enabling sharing of their technical expertise and best practices. We should have more world-class broking firms in India, more expertise and diversified portfolios. As we aim to make India a global reinsurance hub, the role of the brokers will be a key to its development. The regulatory ecosystem today is facilitative, progressive, and keeping the interest of the policyholder central. A new landscape is being created for insurance sector based on the pillars of ease of doing business, more avenues for growth, promoting healthy competition, and extensive technology adoption. IRDA is open to all suggestions and willing to address any problem that is being faced by any stakeholder in the insurance sector. The entire effort of making regulations or the master guidelines or circulars are all going through a very, very extensive consultation process, including getting comments from the public. There have been instances where, the draft exposure has been revised based on the inputs that has been received from the stakeholders, again placed in public domain. So we want to make sure that whatever we bring about should work at the end of the day. There should be acceptance by all the stakeholders, including the public or the policyholders. So that is the attempt, and in this process, we have an open house forum every month. Anybody can walk in with any issue that they may have. We are having bi-monthly sessions with the insurers, and now we are also going to start engagement with the intermediaries on a periodic basis. So gradually we are trying to have the process of engagement, consultations, so that any irritants that may crop up during this period can be addressed instead of waiting for an opportune time to address it. But going forward, that will be the method that we are going to adopt. Now, it is clear that there exists potential for enough demand, but now our focus should be on adequate and efficient supply of insurance and risk management services, prompt servicing, quick settlement of claims, and effective redressal of grievances. However, we must remember that the central theme for supply of insurance services must be affordability. Enough availability of insurance would actually result in actual uptake only when the price is reasonable. We need to foray into new areas, new lines of businesses, new risks. Here, the global expertise of brokers may guide the entire insurance industry. For example, the surety bond insurance, which has recently been launched, the non-performance insurance across sectors, specific insurance for the warehousing sector, long-term products in general insurance are some of the cases in point. There may be several other areas where we need to foray and provide the necessary protection to the concerned stakeholders. Going forward, insurance sector may also see the provision of value-added services in the overall offering. This is something part of the amendment in the statute. So the international experience which has been garnered by the brokers may help the insurance industry and specifically the policyholders to derive maximum value from the insurance contracts. I've already mentioned about how technology will reshape the insurance sector. The convergence of various technologies like AI, ML, data analytics, IoT, all of this would enable creation of a new cutting-edge solutions for the insurance broking industry. I would like to quote a case as mentioned in the Global Trends in the Brokerage Industry Report 2022, which has been brought out by Infosys about Lloyd's supporting the automatic placement method by providing connectivity with multiple markets to multiple retail brokers and wholesalers through an exchange of exchanges. It is also developing next generation placing platform to support the placement of complex risks through data-driven processes, improve digital collaboration and negotiation on risk management, and integrating the brokers and other marketplace via APIs, unique automated programming interface, enabling the data to flow seamlessly from placement into the downstream processing. It has various features and offers many benefits that help the speed of underwriting response, broker turnaround, and document production. Accuracy is also improved as documents are produced automatically without any manual intervention. It offers flexibility while recognizing that face-to-face negotiation is an essential part of the market, and all contract negotiation between the brokers and underwriters will still continue. Undoubtedly, investment in technology across the value chain is a must. However, it must be noted that as dependencies on interconnectivity, technical infrastructure, and digital information technologies increase, companies are now more exposed to cyber threats than ever before. So even for companies that spend millions on cybersecurity solutions, the scale, frequency, and financial impact of cyber events, whether it is ransomware or supply chain attacks or business interruptions, they continue to grow. So brokers must take charge and learn lessons from these incidents. Currently, brokers help the client buy the right cyber policies by making sure they get adequate and specialized coverage based on individual needs. But in the future, brokers should not only assess and quantify the client risks, but also prepare and guide clients on how to respond to the cyber attacks. Some ways of doing this are, by way of offering incident management services, advising on the transferring risk, and building risk management solutions and resilience. So in the next 10 years, insurance sector will face even risks due to the changing weather patterns, failed climate programs, damage to the environment, as it has been brought out in the World Economic Forum report on Global Risks 2021. I think we need also to prepare for these scenarios. New value-generating processes, innovation, tech adoption, healthy competition is a must. Insurance brokers must also up their ante in order to become more prudent risk advisors, forging a more sustainable and resilient future. Can we also think of developing insurance products that are aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals? The SDGs framework provide achieving sustainable development and addressing global challenges such as poverty, climate change, inequality, etc. Insurance products that are aligned with the SDGs can help to promote sustainable development and provide protection against the risks that are associated with these challenges. For example, insurance products that are designed to promote renewable energy or protect against the risks of natural disasters can help to advance the SDGs while providing valuable coverage to the customers. So for building resilience of our societies and a step towards more equitable and a prosperous India, a state insurance plan is also being contemplated, wherein lead insurers accompanied by other insurers are encouraged to deepen insurance coverage and penetration. We expect significant presence of lead insurers along with their key executives in their assigned states to take the mission of universal insurance forward. I would also like to welcome all the brokers for their active association in this mission, and I request IBAI for providing nomination of lead brokers to each state and union territory of India. IBAI can play even more proactive role and engagement in taking broking channel forward, expanding the talent pool, widen the geographic presence, extend service capabilities, and broaden the business mix. IBAI should also facilitate more and more collaborations between the brokers and InsurTech for seamless delivery of services. As you are all aware, the regulatory sandbox has been revamped now and is available 365 days, 24/7, fostering innovation into the sector. A dedicated InsurTech mission mode team is also functioning to make the sector tech-equipped. IRDA is also hosting a dedicated InsurTech open house 15th of every month from now on. I would also request all of you to actively participate and leverage the said platform. IRDA has also taken up the mission of universal insurance such that when India celebrates 100 years of its independence in 2047, we should see a fully insured society. Every Indian has appropriate life, health, property insurance, and every enterprise is supported by appropriate insurance solutions. Towards this objective, various steps have been taken to promote orderly and healthy growth of the insurance industry, rationalize the regulatory framework, reduce compliance burden of the regulated entities. Mission mode teams are also working at IRDA in full throttle to navigate the industry to its future self, be it adoption of the risk-based capital, convergence to the IFRS standards, and a robust risk-based supervision framework. All of this is intended to unlock the sector's true potential, ensuring it grows at a faster rate, bridging the protection gap, and thereby providing insurance for all by 2047. All the intermediaries are the key stakeholders for taking insurance to each and every person, and brokers also play a very prominent role, starting from analyzing the needs of the prospects to price discovery, servicing, and proper claim settlement. They also have an important responsibility of maintaining good market conduct, ensuring maximum value is delivered to the policyholders, thereby enhancing their trust and faith in insurance. Their industry knowledge helps in negotiating with customers, with insurers, with regard to customers' interest. This may lead to development of niche, innovative, and customized product and bespoke coverages. Thus, brokers undoubtedly are a crucial link in providing overall risk management services to the policyholders, and their role in achieving the mission of insurance for all is equally significant. It's time we reimagine insurance as a very dependable financial instrument. A very huge responsibility is on our shoulders to reinforce and maintain people's trust in the sector. The role of the broking community thus becomes paramount. I think we all need to work together to create a world where insurance is not a luxury, but a basic right for all and a basic need for all. So let us all work together to make this vision a reality. Thank you very much for the patience. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir, for inspiring greater resolve and commitment among everyone to look ahead, to look beyond, more in line with the changing times, the new risk, and especially to serve this new age client, to serve this market which is very unique and diverse. And what will be the role of the new age broker, the broker 2.0 in this tech 4.0 and in this VUCA world, the trust and the confidence which he further needs to build with the customer and the client and shape a more climate sensitive and a resilient, equitable growth for India. Thank you very much, sir, for this a lot of food for thought and action. And as you said, insurance needs to be now looked into, not a luxury, but yes, a need for all. Thank you very much, sir. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as it has been the norm and the tradition of our annual summit, we release some of the publications, two very important publications, the Broker's Voice Survey Findings and the Claims Insights Handbook. Now, before we have that release, I would like to invite Mr. Kapil Mehta to please join me here on the stage. The co-founders, Secure Now, Insurance Brokers Private Limited, to please explain to the audience the nuances behind these publications.
Thank you, Vinny. I'm going to take a few minutes. Stand on this? Okay. I'm up here on this now. I'm very delighted to sort of give a little background to these two books that are going to be released in just a few moments by the chairman. The first book is based on facts and hard data, which is how things should be. But the second book is about perspective and opinions of brokers. And these two books have been published every year for 7 years now. And I think put together the facts and the perspectives, they are an important contribution that the broking industry has made to insurance. Like a good insurance professional, let me first talk about the facts. This is the Claims Handbook 2023. It is based on data which is published by the IRDA annual report and the public disclosures. This is painstakingly sort of compiled. While it's a joint effort, I must make a mention of Globe Secure and Marsh, who do a lot of the hard work in putting this together, and then the whole sort of team reviews it. The handbook has data at an overall level, but it also goes into a lot of detail on claims. So you have claim persistency ratios, settlement ratios, outstanding, rejection rates, etc., solvency margin, and is put together in a way that can help policyholders decide what is right for them, what is the performance of various insurers. So it's an excellent guide. As we put together this book, which typically takes a month or two, we often find inconsistencies, public disclosures. So there'll be small things like, closing balance not matching with the opening balance, or how co-insurance gets treated. A listing of all these issues is made and kept in the handbook in the limitations of data section. And I would request the regulator to take a look at it whenever they can to sort of remove these, over time, remove these inconsistencies. But that's the first book which is going to get released. The second book, booklet, which will come out later, is the Broker's Voice Survey. Every year, about 150 brokers participate in this survey, and the people who participate are the senior most. So it's either the promoters or the co-founders, the principal officers or senior executives, and they participate in this survey as they've been doing for every year now. There are 6 questions that are asked. One is an overall question, and the overall question is that, which insurer would a broker feel comfortable recommending? But then on every insurer, there are some specific questions that get asked, which are around pricing and coverages, professionalism as pertains to brokers and working with a particular channel. All insurers are very professional. Policy servicing, grievance handling, claim settlement, and technology platform, as Chairman said, is an important part. But again, technology platform as it pertains to brokers and the access that they have. We look at all these 150 plus survey responses, and we use the NPS, the Net Promoter Score framework, very well-known framework, to sort of rank the insurers. And what will happen later in the morning, the awards which you get, there'll be 4 awards. 3 of these are for the top 3 insurers in terms of the overall performance. And then there's 1 award for the best improvement of a particular insurer who's now broken into the top 10. Every year when both these handbooks, Claim Handbook and the Broker's Voice, when they're published, there are a lot of questions which come to us later from the insurers. Many times insurers want more details, want to understand how the performance a little better. We are very, very particular about confidentiality, so that is not at all shared. But we do get back to the insurers and give them a region-wise analysis, north, south, east, west, or a particular area. So it helps them in improving over time. And I must say, when I look at the ratings and the rankings over the past 7 years, there are insurers who've taken the feedback, worked on it, and you can see the output in the results. So these are the 2 books which are going to get launched today. Thank you very much, for all of you contributing to this and making this such a established 7-year sort of record of putting these books together for the industry. That's it from my side. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mehta. And as we now have the release of the publications, I would like to first invite the Board of Directors IBI to please join us here on the stage. All of you to please join us in the release of the publications. And I would like to request Chairman IRDAI to kindly unveil the first publication. Is the seventh edition of the Broker's Voice. Seventh edition of the Broker's Voice, How Brokers View Insurers. This is a survey by the Insurance Brokers Association of India. We also request Mr. Panda to release the Claims Insight. And we have also the iBroker magazine. The iBroker magazine, this is going to be released at the hands of Mr. Panda. This is a quarterly publication of the IBI, brought out in a soft form, except for the annual edition that is in the hard form. iBroker covers a lot of information on the technical aspects of insurance, including the latest rulings of courts, the articles by members, and then also the interviews with the senior industry leaders. Ladies and gentlemen, outside we have the QR code. You can actually download all these publications outside. And we would like to express our deep-felt gratitude and appreciation once again to our Honorable Chief Guest, thanking Mr. Debashish Panda. A special token of our gratitude, mementos to be presented, and I would like to request our President. So requesting the President, Mr. Sumit Bora, to kindly present this token of our gratitude appreciation to Mr. Debashish Panda. May request Ms. Rashmi Iyer to kindly present it to Ms. S.N. Rajeshwari ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am. We'll conclude with a group photograph of all on the dais. May I request all the Board of Directors also to please join us. Ladies and gentlemen, is the team IBI. A huge round of applause for them. As with all of you, we celebrate our annual summit, thanking once again our Honorable Chief Guest, our distinguished guest of honor. And now Mr. Pandey is going to be escorted towards the Golden Room for the press briefing. Ladies and gentlemen, would like to request you to remain at your respective seats. The media personnels, I would like to request them to please join us in the Golden Room for the press briefing with the Honorable Chairman. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'll just request people to please make way for our chief guest to be escorted to the press briefing area. Let me once again thank all our sponsors, our principal sponsors, Allright, InsurTech, the New India Assurance Company Limited, thanking HDFC Ergo General Insurance Company Limited, Alliance Insurance Brokers Private Limited, ICICI Lombard General Insurance Company Limited. Many thanks to our gold sponsors, Liberty General Insurance Limited, IMT Care, Zopper Insurance Brokers Private Limited, Bajaj Alliance General Insurance Company Limited. Our thanks also goes to our silver sponsors, IFCO Tokyo General Insurance Company Limited, Tata AIG General Insurance Company Limited, to Future Generali Insurance, to SBI General Insurance Company Limited, Policy Bazaar Insurance Brokers Private Limited, Care Health Insurance Limited, Turtle Mint Insurance Broking Services Private Limited, Universal Sompo General Insurance Company Limited, Mahindra Insurance Brokers Private Limited, Prudent Insurance Brokers Private Limited, Star Health and Allied Insurance Company Limited, our associate sponsors, Raheja QBE General Insurance Company Limited, Chola Mandalam MS and General Insurance Company Limited, KM Dastoor Reinsurance Brokers Private Limited, Goodex Insurance Brokers Private Limited, and JB Boda Insurance Brokers Private Limited. With that, thank you to all of you. We'll just have a short stretching break, probably just to further refresh ourselves and relax. And then we are just going to be waiting for our dignitaries to rejoin back, and then we have the Brokers' Voice Awards, which are going to be presented. So just, it's a 2-3 minute stretching, bio break, whatever you call, and just be back at your respective seats at the earliest possible. just to prize the August gathering that we're just waiting for our dignitaries to join us back, and then we are going to be having the Brokers Voice Awards, which are going to be presented. And soon after that, we are going to be starting with the first panel discussion. The topic at hand is broker in large complex risk. That's going to be then leading us to the next panel. That's the wider role of the new age brokers. We are then going to be slipping into a short lunch break, close to 45 minutes as time permits us. And post lunch, we first have the leadership session, wherein we have the motivational leader, Mr. Devdas Patnaik, joining us. The last session is going to be then the panel discussion, which is on the topic insurance is sold, not bought, the retail saga. And we are going to be then closing for the day with the formal vote of thanks. So that's the layout of the day as we proceed.
से फोटो हटवाने का खर्चा और फिर साइकेट्रिस्ट की काउंसलिंग का खर्चा।
देखिए इसे तो हम पकड़ लेंगे, पर अफसोस आपके खर्चे हुए पैसे वापस नहीं आएंगे।
तो क्या इंटरनेट यूज करना ही छोड़ दूं?
साइबर बुली से डरो नहीं, खुद को प्रोटेक्ट करो। सिर्फ ₹2 per day में get HDFC Ergo Cyber Sash Insurance and be internet insured. Cyber Sash includes online fraud, reputation loss, theft of personal information and data loss. तो फोन
ये है श्याम सुंदरलाल जनरल हॉस्पिटल और यहाँ एक वार्ड सेन गुप्तास के लिए हमेशा बुक रहता है, क्योंकि जब दादी का निमोनिया ठीक होता है तो जूनियर को मलेरिया हो जाता है, जूनियर का मलेरिया ठीक होता है तो मम्मी की सर्जरी का टाइम आता है, मम्मी की सर्जरी खत्म हुई नहीं कि पापा मेट्रो से गिर जाते हैं। पर शुक्र है कि पापा ने HDFC Ergo अनलिमिटेड रिस्टोर एड ऑन प्रोडक्ट ले रखा था, जो रिस्टोर करे हेल्थ कवर, ताकि कोई भी बीमारी या दुर्घटना के लिए सेन गुप्ताज रहे तैयार हर बार। HDFC Ergo का अनलिमिटेड रिस्टोर, बार बार रिस्टोर, हर बार रिस्टोर।
Optima Secure gives you so much coverage. HDFC Ergo Optima Secure brings you Secure Benefit, which is a first of its kind benefit in India. With this, you get 2 times coverage from day 1 at no additional cost. It's automatic and available on purchase. No need to claim to activate it. So, if Mr. Sharma buys an insurance cover of 10 lakhs, his cover instantly becomes 20 lakhs. Similarly, a base cover of 20 lakhs becomes 40 lakhs and 1 crore becomes 2 crores. What an amazing value. That's why we say Optima Secure, they benefits so much. HDFC Ergo Optima Secure introduces Plus Benefit, a first of its kind benefit in India. With this, the base coverage automatically increases by 50% after 1 year and 100% after 2 years. Now you don't have to worry that it takes long time to earn full no-claim bonus or a reduced bonus in case of a claim. So, if Mr. Sharma buys a policy of 10 lakhs, his cover becomes 15 lakhs after the first and 20 lakhs after the second year. That too, irrespective of any claims made. So, if you now combine Plus Benefit with the Secure Benefit Mr. Sharma received, he gets so much coverage of 30 lakhs. It's assured and comes at no additional cost. Presenting HDFC Ergo Optima Secure Health Insurance Plan. A plan that understands you and all your health insurance needs and secures not just your present but your future as well. It redefines the value a health insurance plan can give to our customer. Optima Secure gives you so much cover, so much choice, so much trust and so much more. Sounds interesting? Let us know more about the so much benefits of Optima Secure. Optima Secure gives you so much coverage.
So ladies and gentlemen, that's a big thank you to our sponsors. You can see the names on the screen. Also, as you further wish to interact with our room during the break hours, you may kindly visit them in the Golden Room for further engagement with them. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting you to kindly take your seats. We are going to be starting with the latter part of this inaugural session. Now that the verdict is out, we are going to be recognizing the insurers, the best among the equals, with the Brokers' Voice Awards.
But your future as well. It redefines the value a health insurance plan can give to our customer. Optima Secure gives you so much cover, so much choice, so much trust, and so much more. Sounds interesting? Let us know more about the so much benefits of Optima Secure. Optima Secure gives you so much coverage. HDFC Ergo Optima Secure brings you Secure Benefit, which is a first of its kind benefit in India. With this, you get 2 times coverage from day 1 at no additional cost. It's automatic and available on purchase. No need to claim to activate it. So, if Mr. Sharma buys an insurance cover of 10 lakhs, his cover instantly becomes 20 lakhs. Similarly, a base cover of 20 lakhs becomes 40 lakhs and
Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to kindly take your seats. And in the august presence of our distinguished guest of honor, Srimati S.N. Rajeshwari ma'am, Member Distribution IRDI, we are now going to be presenting the Brokers' Voice Awards. As the brokers have already announced also the publications which were released in the inaugural session, the Claims Insight, the Brokers' Voice Survey and the iBrokers. The QR code is outside. You can scan it and further download. So ladies and gentlemen, please be seated as we begin with the Brokers' Voice Awards, followed by the panel discussion. Our first panel. सभी से निवेदन करना चाहेंगे कि प्लीज़ आप अपने स्थान पर बैठ जाएं जिससे हम अपने पुरस्कार वितरण समारोह को आरंभ कर सकें और उसके बाद हमारा पैनल डिस्कशन. We are running slightly late. Just solicit your support in starting this session. We already have Srimati S.N. Rajeshwari ma'am with us, and in her distinguished and august presence, we are going to be presenting these awards. Thank you very much to everyone for your kind attention. And ladies and gentlemen, we begin with this small but yes, a very prestigious ceremony wherein we felicitate the top 3 insurers and the emerging insurer. For the second runners-up, I would like to invite here on the dais Mr. Rohit Kapoor and C.B. Verghese, the directors of IBI, to please do the honors of presenting and recognizing the second runner-up. So I think, ladies and gentlemen, with the survey which we had released in the inaugural session, though the verdict is out, but then for all of you, the second runner-up award being presented, conferred on New India Assurance Company Limited. Would like to request the representatives of New India Assurance if they can please join us in accepting the award. Anyone from Team New India Assurance present with us? Anyone from New India Assurance? Anyone would like to come and collect on their behalf? Okay, so they're not there. Many congratulations to them, and that's their award. Thank you. Thank you. And now for presenting the first runner-up award, would like to invite Mr. Sanjeev Gujral and Mr. V. Gurunathan, again the directors of IBI, to do the honors. And the first runner-up, ladies and gentlemen, is ICICI Lombard General Insurance Company Limited. Would like to invite Mr. Sandeep Goradia and Mr. Sunny Bharadwaj. And now we have the winner award. To present this award, would like to invite Mr. Mohan Sri Raman and Mr. Arvind Khetan, the directors IBI. विनर अवार्ड प्रदान करने के लिए हमारे साथ मंच पर श्री मोहन श्री रामन और श्री अरविंद खेतान. And ladies and gentlemen, the winner is Tata AIG General Insurance Company Limited. Anyone from Tata AIG? Yeah. Mr. Sushant Sareen joining us along with his colleague. Many congratulations to them. congratulations to them, and thanking Mr. Mohan and Mr. Arvind for doing the honors. And ladies and gentlemen, this year a new category has been added. This is the Breakthrough Performance Award by the brokers. To present this award, would like to invite Mr. Anurag Kaul and Mr. Surinder Kumar Tonk, the directors IBI, to please join us here on the dais to present the award. Mr. Kaul, okay. Can I request Mr. Kaul also to please join if he's here? No problem, sir. You take the center stage. And ladies and gentlemen, okay, we have Mr. Naren Bharatpal joining us to present this award along with Mr. Tonk. And ladies and gentlemen, the Breakthrough Performance Award being presented to SBI General Insurance Company Limited. Would like to invite Mr. Meena Srinivasan. So many congratulations to the winners, and yes, this is relationship and partnership between the brokers and the insurers going to be growing all the more healthier and more stronger. We'll now begin with our first panel discussion. Please allow us just a few minutes to set the stage towards it, and then if you can just set the stage for the panel discussion. This is a discussion which we are going to be having. The topic at hand is broker in large complex risk. And as we all agree and know, and as was spoken also by our Honorable Chairman, we are in these very changing times, in the era of volatility, uncertainty, lot of complexity and ambiguity. There are winds of change and uncertainties and greater risk and challenges, especially as we see a changing world order with the slight global slowdown which the world is experiencing. Also in terms of the continuous Ukraine-Russia war, and then of course the climate change. In all this, though India stands much secure, our economy is growing at a very good rate, but then it can have certain repercussions. We need to be prepared. We need to be prepared to cover these risks. And as far as the risks are concerned, they come on great sizes, different sizes and different degrees of complexities. Any business, for that matter, is not free from risk or fully proofed from the risk, and thereby again the role of the broker in these changing times needs to further evolve, needs to reinvent and further bring about changes, reform itself. This session is going to be taking a look at these very complex risks and discuss what will be the future course of action, the facilitation to be ensured by the broker in the wake of complex risk. As mentioned earlier, we would like to have more of this session as, in fact, all the panel discussions, more interactive, more greater participation from the audience also. So anytime during the discussions, if you have any suggestions, queries, please feel free to also voice them. And सभी के साथ सभी के विश्वास के साथ, we further frame a more robust and a customer-centric and a future-ready, broker के प्रयास के साथ, in fact सभी के प्रयास के साथ, living with the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister, as he says. So let me invite the distinguished panelist of the session, Mr. Sandeep Goradia, Head Corporate Solutions, ICICI Lombard General Insurance Company Limited. Mr. Adul Thakkar, the co-founder of Alliance Insurance Brokers Private Limited. Mr. Anush Raghavan, President, CMS Info Systems. Mr. Rohit Boda, Managing Director, JB Boda Group. Mr. Neeraj Nayak, Head Reinsurance and Commercial Underwriting, HDFC Ergo General Insurance Company Limited. And the session is going to be moderated by Mr. Shankar Gargi Parthi, the CEO and the country head of Lloyd's India. So good greetings to all our panelists, our moderator, thanking them for joining us and for taking these deep insights and sharing their analysis, their views, their thoughts on how to approach the complex risk. With that, the stage is all for our moderator. I hand over to Mr. Shankar.
Thank you, Winnie. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, or I think it's probably afternoon at the moment, so I'm conscious that we probably are close to lunch break, so we'll try and kick in very quickly. I'll just set some context, if that's okay, for the discussion that we're going to have here, and just a couple of questions, but at the same time, I am going to invite the audience, so if you do have questions, please feel free to share anything that you may have. And then we'll try and answer that as best as possible. But I think we've got a time constraint, so I might have to curtail the session by 1 o'clock, if that's okay. So basically, whilst the insurance market has remained relatively stable since the 80s, the opportunity for disruption and investment in the sector has been continuously gaining momentum in the past few years. The pressure to innovate and adapt is growing, whilst commercial insurance has been relatively untouched by technological innovation. Compared to personal lines, it is increasingly garnering interest from entrepreneurs, investment firms, accelerator programs, and innovation units of the large insurers. The insurance market is seen as ripe for technological disruption, and as a result, InsurTech is considered a hot sector by global investors. Technological-driven change in commercial insurance has so far been largely confined to micro SME businesses. This is growing focus on client-centric or user experience-based approach. New sources of risk data are emerging that can provide better information about clients. And I think we've got a couple of panelists here who are going to basically talk about the role of technology and how they've embraced technology in all of this. Professional qualifications are another important part of this mix, and too few manage to make it through to the top level of professional accreditation. There is a likely function of a life stage at the people at which when they start studying for broker accreditations. So employers and the industry could do more to support them. And the last point that I just wanted to touch upon is the sale of commoditized products, and the direct sales continue to grow among smaller businesses. Now, commoditized products offer a different limited value and flexibility for large companies who have much larger complex risks. So it may not necessarily work for them, because that is where the broker needs to come in and advise them in terms of what the limitations of those commoditized products are, and what is it that can be done by the broker in terms of ensuring that the best possible protection is given to the client. So with that little context, and given the time constraint, Anush, if I can start with you, please, as you are the client on the panel here. What are your expectations of a broker?
Thank you, Shankar. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, very privileged to be here, and thanks to the IBA for the forum and the opportunity to present and share some thoughts. Just a quick 30 seconds background. Now, while I represent CMS Infosystems, the largest cash logistics company in the country, I also speak on behalf of the cash management or the cash logistics sector as the president for that association. And when I see the title in terms of large and complex risk, what our industry does is we deal with more than 25,000 crores of currency, which is processed, handled, and delivered on a daily basis. So that's sort of really the nature of risk that we are dealing with. From a broker perspective, and trying to answer this question, reminded of a phrase which a professor at my business school used to tell me more than 20 years back, and he called this CCCF. What he meant was conceptual clarity and contextual familiarity. I struggled to understand it then. I struggle to actually understand it now. But over the years and having dealt with so many different people and industries and sectors has given a little bit more understanding. And every day that unravels itself in a way. But applying to this particular question, I think the first and foremost role of a broker is really understanding the risk, right? And that's where the conceptual clarity comes in. As customers or as buyers of insurance, we all think we understand risk. But that's not really risk what we understand. What we understand are operational challenges which pose themselves day in and day out. And we think that we need to create a hedging mechanism or a tool to cover for that. And this is something, when I go back to my initial days in cash management, the biggest challenges at that point used to be how do we settle claims? And that's where most of the focus or the management time was going in. It really wasn't going into part of the problem which merited the focus of a management, which is how do you understand risk and how do you create enough of a cover for that. And I think that's where the really role of a broker comes in. Yes, operational challenges will remain. Yes, there will be bottlenecks to ensuring faster claims which can get you greater working capital efficiency. But is that really the risk that we need to be worried about? Or is that something that can be dealt with through a different structure or different mechanism? And the second part of it, right, which is out of this conceptual clarity and contextual familiarity, which is how do you acknowledge the context in which we operate? Yes, there is risk of a certain nature. Yes, it is part of a contract. Yes, we all sign up to understanding what those risks are and how we detail it out. But the operational context of those are always very different, right? For some reason, we take a lot of pride in terms of how business is done in India. And that's the way certain things are. That's the way certain workflows happen. That's the way certain processes are. But being able to translate that operating environment and that operating context into language, into a manner in which is adequately represented in terms of risk which an underwriter, whether in India or outside the country, understands. I think that's very critical. I think the industry has evolved a lot over the last decade and a half. It's matured a lot. Buying and selling processes are a lot more sophisticated. But despite that, I think it is still an industry which has a great deal of relationship at play. And in any relationship, trust is paramount. Trust really has two dimensions, intent and competency. I don't think anybody is questioning the intent of anybody here, but competency and capability are some things which we can't always plan for. And which is where I think it brings me to the third dimension of the answer, which is how do you maintain transparency? We all want the best. We all want the best for ourselves, for our customers, for our underwriters. But I think there is also a limit to, there is a certain fine line or a balance to be played of trying not to oversell or overcommit, to just close and make sure the deal can happen, versus also trying to straddle the fine line of ensuring that we maintain that complete transparency on both sides. So, yeah.
Thank you, Anush. So, Sandeep, if I can come on to you, please. We heard the regulator, we heard the president of IBAI talking about every Indian being insured by 2047, 100% of the population here will be insured, etc. So how do you see the role of the broker in achieving this insurance penetration within our country?
So thank you very much for inviting ICC Lombard as well as myself to be a part of this esteemed panel. Before I exactly go into the role of the broker, I just want to give a context. I think some of it was spoken about by our chairman as well as Sumit on the dais. if I look at the external environment, today India is galloping towards a $5 trillion economy. And if you look at the kind of developments which are happening around us, especially the focus on infrastructure which by the government of India is like tremendous. If you look at those numbers are kind of staggering. We are looking at some 65,000 kilometers of roads being set up in the next 3 to 4 years, where every day they plan to kind of set up 40 kilometers of road as compared to what it was 25 kilometers from FY22. When you look at airports, today there are at least 10 to 12 airports which are, getting constructed. Looking at the regional connectivity, you have, Kurnool, you have Noida, you have Goa, so a lot of these towns being getting connected with the larger setup. Even metro lines, I mean, Mumbai, we all go through this entire thing, and we're completely surprised as to why Mumbai has never got a metro up till now. But if you look at the overall landscape within the country, there are some 34 metro lines that are being constructed. Over and above some 24, 25 metro lines which have already been, cities which have already been connected. So that is the kind of external environment. And if I look at the geopolitical scenario, again, India is in a sweet spot. Okay, and also the complete push by the government of India on the manufacturing segment, where we want India to become a manufacturing hub for the entire world. The entire PLI schemes, we had these 14 sectors where PLI was announced, and over the last, I think few months, another 4 sectors have also been introduced as far as the production-linked incentive plan by the government of India, and the entire China Plus One strategy. So, even today itself, the headline says that, we will have more and more manufacturing of Apple being shifted into India. Right now, it's about 5%. Going forward, it is going to be 25%. And there are so many MNCs. We look at the data, the FDI flow in the country is moving towards a record high. So clearly, I think the external environment is extremely conducive, and that sets the stage for tremendous growth of the economy over the next 10 years at least. And when you look at the insurance industry, it is in a way replica of what the economy is going to do. So if the economy does well, then clearly insurance industry will clearly do well, because it's a barometer of how the economy is doing. At the same time, if I look at the regulatory environment, there are so many reforms which have already been introduced, whether it is on the product side, okay, whether it is on distribution, whether it is, the entire KYC norms, the AML guidelines issued, the way in which the regulator intends to regulate the industry, which is from a rule-based to supervision-based approach. It couldn't have been a better scenario to actually ensure that we harness this entire potential which is being presented to us. So the way in which I look at it, I think we are all in an extremely sweet spot and ensure that we, drive towards this insurance by all by 2047. So I would say the external environment is extremely conducive. The insurance industry is now going to be very enabling. And at the same time, it then becomes extremely critical that the broking association and the entire broking community, insurers, as well as the entire intermediary, community, ensures that we don't lose this opportunity. In my view, it's a once in a lifetime. Whatever careers are left for us, I think we can do tremendous work over the next 10 to 15 years. So clearly the role of the broking community and the intermediaries clearly has obviously undergone a huge change. We were in fact doing one survey just about 6 months back, and a very simple question we asked, the various CEOs and CFOs as to how do you see your risk evolving? Over the next 10 years, what are the topmost risks, you feel that are going to be bothering you? And, some of the answers were, very, I would say, going to give a lot of food for thought for us. They have been saying that the climatic changes, the kind of the overall environment which is changing, how is that going to impact my business? And what are the risks going to be emanating from that? The responsibility which every company today have in terms of the corporate governance, the entire ESG framework. Every company today has got responsibilities on, delivering on ESG. Similarly, the entire technology and the cyber threat. So I think the risk landscape is completely changing, and that's where the role of the broker will have to clearly evolve. Okay, nowhere I think we can just go and tell the client that, these are your risks, these are the fire, BI, marine, liability, these are the standard products. I think most of the clients are today aware about it. We heard from CMS also. I think it's important for us to help the client identify the risk landscape, and then at the same time give them solutions which are going to be suitable and customized for them. So I think advisory, identification of risk, advisory very clearly. And then I think come out with, technology platforms, some of the stuff that we already heard, make it very convenient for clients for, issuing of documents and ensuring the claims are getting settled seamlessly without any dispute. And for that to happen, there is a lot of work which I think all of us will have to do to educate the customer before the contract is being signed that this is the coverage. Okay, these are the kind of claims are going to be settled. Maybe develop scenarios around it. That if this event happens, this is how the claim settlement will move. So I think that's the take which I have right now.
Oh, great. Atul, I'm going to come on to you in light of the context that Sandeep has just beautifully articulated. So, given what Sandeep has just said, how do you see the role of a broker in terms of preparing themselves for the future of commercial insurance broking? And do you think that we, as the broker community here, are prepared for this kind of an evolution in the corporate client expectations?
Thank you, Shankar. I think to begin with, this has been a very interesting session, from management theories to shairi that our president said. And it's truly defining the fabric of broking today. We are no longer operating in a stereotype. It's been 20 years of broking. I think 600 plus brokers. And there are endless risks that we've been able to broke in the country today as a community, which standard insurance coverages would have not allowed. I think the flow of capital within the ecosystem, the regulatory framework, and the acceptance of the broking community is playing a very, very massive role towards this. Answering to your question specifically, I think we all spoke about technology, but how is that technology being made available to every broker is the first step towards it. We all know technology does not come cheap. We all know it takes at least a year or two for it to stabilize. And with every change in the sectoral rules or regulatory rules, that technology needs to be changed. So how do we make that technology which is available to Alliance, say available to all 600 brokers in a collaborative manner? Can we co-broke? Can we coexist? That's one thing. Everybody talks about capital. We talk about billions of dollars the industry needs to deploy. If you have to have a last mile reach with distribution as center stage, Shankar, that's going to take a lot of money. It's going to take a lot of manpower, not just in Bombay, Delhi, Bangalore, but that's not what India is all about. India is far beyond Bombay, Delhi, Bangalore. That means you will need capital. Can we invest capital into fellow brokers? Can we invest capital into parallel distribution arms? Can we use POSPs from an individual to a corporate POSPs? The chairman sir spoke about embedded. You can't sell embedded without being motivated, without being incentivized, but you can't pay the embedded distributor as well today. So there are challenges with regards to achieving the end objective. I think the beauty about this forum and the beauty about the sector is everybody's aligned to the end goal. Everybody knows we have to climb Mount Everest. But how to reach there? We need enablers. And I think the broking community, the insurance industry, and the regulator is working towards reaching there. And one more point added to it, can the capacity and the underwriting pen and the MGA concept be sitting with the broker? Why for every Laghu Sushma risk, which is standard, we need to go to an insurer? Why for a fresh GMC, which is for less than 50 people, we need to go to an insurer? Why for a car insurance, we need to go to an insurer? Why for a preferred risk, we need to go for an insurer? Why for a small claim up to 10 lakhs, we need to go to an insurer? These are the things which we need to change, and I think we're working on the right direction. And as a community, the broking community is working very, very hard with the insurance companies, and I think the insurers have aligned their interests with us. They realize we are their distribution arm. They have realized that we will go and achieve what they want to achieve. And I think that's the best part about where we're heading. And as everybody mentioned, yahi time hai hamare liye, and we all have to step up. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Atul. Neeraj, if I can come on to you, please. So how can we ensure, now I'm just going to go a bit more high level and basically want to see how can we ensure that all of the links within the value chain, so from the brokers to insurers to reinsurers, the loss adjusters, the various service providers, how can we all work as a cohesive unit in delivering what the client expects?
Right. Thank you, Shankar. Let me first thank IBAI for inviting HDFC ERGO to be a part of this event and inviting me to be a part of the panel. A very pertinent question, Shankar. See, across the value chain, if you exclude the insured, the brokers, insurers, reinsurers, loss adjusters, the common goal for everyone is to service the client, right? And Anshu Anush put it very well. He says, as a client, I know my business. I need somebody to know the exposures that I'm exposed to. I need somebody to come up to me and tell me, okay, these are the things that you need to get yourself covered for. And that's where, the broker's role can never be undermined because they are the closest to the client. Much has changed. And if you look at the landscape, the involvement of broking in the entire business from a minor fraction today is I guess, more than 70% of the business in commercial space gets placed through brokers. So they are very close to the client. Now, what's important, and the onus is on the insurers and to some extent to the reinsurers, and my message could be to you also, is to rise up to the occasion. As the landscape changes, we need to come up with different solutions. We need to adopt technology. That is all given. But the point is, between insurers, reinsurers, can we ensure that we are not decoupled from the rest of the chain and provide a solution that meets the client's requirement? The goal, as I said, is the same. We need to meet up to the expectations of the client. And the best part is the regulator has done everything that could be done to make the entire environment more conducive to do business for the insurers, for the reinsurers. I was very happy to hear about the exchange of exchange. And Atul also said, can we get an MGA kind of a scenario? And that's a very important point. Eventually, at some point in time, it will come to India, and we'll all have to align to it. Because once we attain scale, that's the only way we can do business. We cannot get into a slip-by-slip underwriting or get into settlement of small claims. We get into a MGA kind of scenario. We give more authority to the brokers, be it in terms of underwriting or claim settlement. And to do all of it, we need to rely heavily on technology. That will be one link which will connect all of us.
Great. Thanks, Neeraj. Rohit, over to you, please. We're all talking about technology, and technology is kind of changed pre-pandemic, post-pandemic as well, right? How have you embraced technology in terms of your own business or as a broking unit? How do you see brokers are embracing technology?
Thank you, Shankar. Good afternoon, everyone. I have a simple question for the floor before I answer to that. How many of you knew that Zoom existed before the pandemic? Raise your hands. How many of you knew Zoom existed today, or it is in existence today? Raise your hands. So that's a simple answer. That's the definition of technology post-pandemic and pre-pandemic. Now, we all know the big data analytics, AI, ML, how this has been run in the insurance space, and suddenly everyone has got on the Zoom. The threat of the cyber attack is getting there. But what we need to understand is that technology is a very complex subject, and it is not as simple as it looks. Now, pre-pandemic, again, we used to hear things like, we are old school, we don't use tech, but now you can't afford to use these kind of languages. You have to get up with what the industry is doing. Virtual surveys are coming in. This is a very interesting concept. There was a new insurtech company who came to us, who told us that we are doing large engineering risk surveys on a virtual platform. So things are getting there. Two aspects which I feel one of that I want to touch here is the world of wearable tech. Now, this wearable tech saga is more spoken than sold today. And the behavioral data or the algorithms that are run on the data that is collected by these companies is highly understated in India. And we all know how the health insurance and the life insurance market shot up after the pandemic, right? So the complexities new risks, everything shot up. And medical inflation is going above the sky. So, and at the end of the day, the client wants reduced premiums. How are you going to reduce the premiums? And the only answer to this is behavioral-based insurance products. When we go to motor, it's telematics. And when we go to medical or health or life insurance, it's more about the wearable tech. And I'm not talking about Apple, Samsung, Garmin, and the expensive Huawei watches. Even a $100 watch can give you the same amount of data. You can match your data to the Google Sheets, give it to the insurance companies, and an ecosystem can be created. The actuaries can run this data, and products can be created. So that's post-pandemic. Now, another interesting topic that I would want to poach on is carbon emissions. Carbon emissions was always there, but it's spoken now. The reason is, in the pandemic, the emission levels went down to a great extent. And gradually, if you see the paradigm shift, from the pre-pandemic times, when the carbon emissions were anyway high, to the lockdown phase when the pandemic, when the emissions dropped down, to now again that the emissions are getting back to the highest of the levels. This is, again, a very sensitive topic from the ESG perspective. Now, when we come to the carbon emissions, there are companies in the world who are tracking carbon emissions on the blockchain platform. This is a very, again, sticking to the theme, the future of complex risks. When these carbon emissions are tracked on blockchain, they become fraud-free. So that's ecosystem number one. They become fraud-free, they become transparent, and they're permissionless. It depends on the infrastructure that it is built. And then there's an inclusion of the smart contracts. That's the tower one. Now we look at the insurance angle. Now, we know what European Union is doing as far as the ESG and carbon emission is concerned. We hear about COP27, Paris agreements, COP28 is coming in. From the insurance perspective, today, people are talking carbon emission relating to the energy companies. It's not. Carbon emission applies to hospitality industry, to financial services. Right from you're using your laptop, you are emitting. Interestingly, this reinsurance treaty renewals, few of the syndicates had a question to us that what is the exposure of the insurance company's portfolio to the carbon emission? The point I'm trying to drive is, there are penalties being laid by EU for emitting the carbon beyond the threshold yield. So that's where the loophole and the leakage is. Now, we have been piloting this since last 4 years. We have been speaking extensively to these companies globally who are doing work in this space. So this was the carbon emission part one. The part two is the insurance angle. Now, when you bring this part two of the insurance angle to part one, and when you merge this, you create a revolutionary system where you are creating a database based on the blockchain, which is fraud-free, giving it to the insurance companies to underwrite the energy companies, the renewable, non-renewable, or any organization that is emitting carbon with a power pad data. Because today, to avoid the penalties, okay, money can be paid by the organizations, but the biggest challenge is the reputational risk. And we all know that how sensitive ESG matter is to the reputational risk today. So when insurance company wants to underwrite carbon products, we have been piloting on carbon products for the sequestration part. That is again pushing up themselves to the blockchain tech. So the complexity and the future for India is very opportunistic, and we have to get there. When we talk about insurance and reinsurance fraternity, it's not only about India. Because my belief is that the emerging risk of the world are not from the emerging markets, but from the emerged markets. Everything is boiling down to the emerging world. And now how are we going to salvage that? So tech is important. And third aspect that I want to, this is again my personal opinion on the tech, is tech and insurtech is a very broad and a sensitive subject. There have been I must give credit to India InsurTech Association for doing a brilliant job by creating an IIA association which gives opportunities to the startup ecosystem in the country to portray their products to various stakeholders. So the valuation of this ecosystem is a big challenge today. Pre-pandemic, everybody was talking about tech. Today, that tech has to be sold. And you cannot value an insurance company the way you value a tech company and vice versa. So the valuation game is a very sensitive topic. Today, we are in a position, we at JB Buddha, we are also doing a lot of stuff on tech. But then when it actually comes to the valuing, what is the future perspective? Because today you cannot just attach the word tech, AI, ML and push your valuations by 5 times. Investors don't work like that. So tech post-pandemic has changed. Tech pre-pandemic was very different. That's what I would like to say. Thank you, Shankar.
Thank you, Rohit. Atul, you wanted to have a question?
You know, we have a pleasure of having a client on the panel, and I was itching to ask him a question.
It's a unique panel where the panel asks each other questions as well, so it's quite good.
Anush, you mentioned CMS moves chunk of the cash in the country. It is something everybody wants. And I think you insure yourself against people stealing that from you. Can you explain the audience, or if you have an experience around it, how are you managing claims earlier, and how has it changed today, courtesy the broking industry? Have they played a role towards it? Because there's all brokers in front of you. We want to hear a client's perspective.
Thanks, Atul. You're almost sort of speaking to the choir here, right? On a side note, the one question that I keep getting asked very often is, you guys keep dealing with cash logistics, cash management. India mein to cash mar raha hai, cash is dying, there's digital, there's UPI. But why is your business growing? And consequently, why is your risk growing if cash is dying? I think that's a much larger story, which goes back to what Rohit spoke about. Sandeep spoke about, greater formalization of the economy, greater consumption. And basically, it's a case of increasing India in its growth of, emerging to a developed, emerged economy. It's a case of rising tide, which sort of lifts all boats. But I think coming to the question on claims, ours has been a very interesting stay, right? I mean, if I just take 2 examples. I only got involved in insurance by accident. And, I was just saying with Shankar earlier, and what started as an accident has stuck along. I was asking my CFO this morning, saying, hey, I'm going to this forum. Can you tell me something about is there anything I can give as a feedback or an advice to saying how things can get better? Are we still taking 6 months, 9 months or claim settlement? He says, nahi, sab ho jata hai, jaldi ho jata hai. So I was quite pleasantly surprised. I mean, I would assume that a buyer of insurance, and I'm talking about a buyer, which is usually somebody in the, who is mid to senior level in the procurement or finance teams, who is laser sharp focused on making sure things happen to a particular timeline. I think if they are speaking well of how the program is functioning, I think that is a sea change from what it used to be earlier. 10 years back, when a lot of my focus and discussions with insurance companies, underwriters and brokers used to be about, we have 30, 40 claims pending, ranging from an aging of 2 years to 6 years. What is the documentation pending in each of those? Things used to be voluminous. And the biggest issue used to be unless you were able to tick all those boxes. And the most challenging, or, pardon me for saying this, the most frustrating one used to be, FIR is done, loss assessment reports are submitted. Now there's something called a final charge sheet by the police, which needs to be submitted for settlement of the claim. And we used to be a private equity held company. We're a publicly listed company. But for anybody, for that matter, could never understand how do you help accelerate some of these things. And I must say, I must thank this forum and all of you. I think the community has done a fantastic job. In just 1 decade, what we have been able to do, and I can sort of testify to this as a combination of an outsider plus part insider, is you changed the landscape, right? You've gone from changing the narrative of saying, prove to me that you've had a loss, prove to me that the loss has been genuine, and only then I'll pass a claim, to saying, no, we trust you. And that sort of goes back to what I was saying initially about how trust has 2 facets. the intent aspect of that has completely changed. There is no more this questioning the client. It's like we've suffered a loss, and then you want us to further suffer the loss of delays and timelines and further documentation. It just bogs us down in the bureaucracy. That's completely done with. Today, I think an average claim settlement takes a fraction of the time it would take earlier. But more than the timelines, I think it's no longer a pain to go through.
Whom do you give credit to this?
To this community, of course. Thank you for this.
Great. Thank you for that. So, talking about large complex risks, I just want to touch on two topics. One is the issue of contract certainty, right? So after 9/11, the whole concept of deal now, detail later culture has just disappeared, at least in the developed markets. In our country, we've got the regulator sitting here, and I'm quite keen to understand from any of you, how can we implement contract certainty in our market?
I can just start off and you all can just add to it. I think we should get the basics right. Over the last 20 years, I think if you engage with any client and look at why a dispute would have happened, it is not the intention. I don't think there has been an intent issue anywhere. I think it's fundamentally about not understanding what has been given, okay, and there's a gap in terms of the understanding by the customer as to what has been bought. So clearly, I think one area that we'll have to keep on continuously invest is have a very simplistic way of making the customer aware about what is the coverages and what is not covered, what is going to be paid in case of a claim, and how it is going to be paid in terms of the claim. So entire process, I think the document needs to be lucid. The language has to be something that a layman can understand. Today, if you ask any youngsters, anybody who's coming into the insurance industry and ask him to go through the entire policy upfront, it is very difficult for that person to have that focus and go through the entire policy document. I'm sure the customers themselves would have not gone through. I mean, they spoke about trust. I think the entire contract which customer has gone into is fundamentally right now on trust. But tomorrow, if in spite of there not being any malintention, there's a possibility of dispute coming in, and that's where I think the clear-cut communication, pre-contract disclosures, and it is extremely important to conduct those workshops, build scenarios. Tomorrow, if there is a BI claim, for example, how is it going to be paid? Today, there is a lot of lack of understanding amongst even experts. After 20 years, 25 years also, there is always a scope of interpretation in BI claims or even in case of liability claims. So I think pre-contract disclosures, try to build scenarios and also make it as a part of the document itself, because tomorrow it's also always possible that the professionals might change. Okay, but the document is going to remain. So try and build those documents as a part of the document itself. And the third thing which I can just mention is, if tomorrow there is going to be a dispute, what is the process of dispute resolution mechanism? I think we heard, I think Smith speaking about how can we make this entire dispute resolution much better in the commercial market space as well. You have an ombudsman kind of a structure right now, but on the commercial space, can we have a simpler mechanism? So I think these are the three areas that we will have to continuously work on, strengthen it, to ensure that contract certainty is there, and which fundamentally will build the trust of the insurance industry. So in a way, it's a collaborative. So broker, underwriter, reinsurance, loss adjusters, collaborative approach, which fundamentally will keep on building the trust that the insurance industry is will be able to provide.
Great, thank you. Anybody else wants to add anything?
So what I would say is, one is we need to broaden the prism through which we look at contract certainty. One is whether the risk is placed adequately or not, be it with an insurer or a reinsurer. Second is what Sandeep said, ensuring there's accuracy, and for which you have to do pre-contract discussions have to be fair, transparent. But how do you ensure that what you want to do, whether the placement is 100% done, whether my reinsurance is placed 100% with a valid reinsurer? We've had some unfortunate instances in the industry. Can we get on a common platform? And good thing is the industry, there's an initiative already whether we can have one platform on which we can have the insurers, brokers, reinsurers, getting the contracts online, getting them digitally signed, use technology like blockchain. There are initiatives to this front. I think the need of the hour is all of us put together, ensure that this is a success. We push it to its logical end, and I think that will take care of a lot of issues that we have.
Shankar, I just want to add one. In the world of legal, we keep referring to case laws. I think in the world of insurance, while we are a young insurance industry, but we have a lot of experience on claims. We need to start stating those cases of how a particular claim HDFC settled and say you are with ICICI on that claim, you could refer to like as a case law. I think that needs to be in a common forum where these case laws can be very well plotted and can be used the way we use it in the legal world.
And I think that dispute resolution mechanism
Absolutely.
was alluding to.
Just a point before, Shankar, you take it back. So, my experience is that, it is extremely important to move beyond the insurance and the finance team themselves. Go to the user group. Most of every claim fundamentally happens at the plant level. Okay, and that level of engagement, which at the safety, professionals and the plant operators, bring the entire experience, which Atul speaks about, that what kind of claims have happened in that particular industry, and what are the things that they can take care of, and do that discussion at the plant level and conduct this entire workshop. Again, it can be a collaborative way where the insurance and the finance people are also a part of that discussion. Plant guys are also there. Broking community is there. Underwriter is also there. And in case of fact-driven transactions, today there are a lot of disputes which happen when the international reinsurers might have a very different view on the particular claim, and there is very little that the Indian stakeholders will be able to do. So bring the reinsurers also into the the entire picture, and ensure to build those scenarios and conduct those workshops, including the user groups.
Entirely agree. Entirely. I did offer the audience some questions. So anybody has a question from the audience before I take it back again? No, I think lunch is beckoning all of you. So, Atul, I just have one question, if I can pose it to you. It's quite a controversial one, so I'm going to give it to you. The order of preference regulation effectively dictates how reinsurance is placed, right? And I can't miss the fact that the regulator is here. How is that affecting your reinsurance placements, and what would be the message that you want to convey to the regulator?
The order of preference is a little tricky situation because we as reinsurance brokers have to approach the local reinsurers, starting with GIC, all the onshore, and then GIFT City, and then look outside. This does take some time in terms of completing the placement, number one. There is an added challenge to this which you have not mentioned, is while the order of preference is there and we can use capacities locally available, we can't broke between the 4 direct PSUs and GIC. So that's another challenge. So while the order of preference is there, but say if the risk is with New India, Alliance cannot be the broker with New India and GIC to get the job done. So it becomes complex at times. Let's take a situation, you have a lead from London with New India as a cedent and GIC wants 20%. You can't be the official broker between New India and GIC, but you are leading the placement with the London market, and that creates some sort of a, documentation, confusion, delay. I think that's the only challenge. While we say broking has a role to play on the reinsurance side, it's completely broker driven. These challenges can be definitely ironed out.
Sure. Any questions from the audience before I close the panel? One last time, going once, twice, thrice. Okay. So, gentlemen, thank you so much for your time. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you also very much for your time. And I'm conscious that we've slightly overrun a little bit here. But I think the fundamental message that all of these gentlemen have shared is the clients are always going to value the expertise that a broker brings in terms of their professional advice, the expertise, etc., and not just a middleman who's just there to broker the deal and walk away. It's what you do in terms of servicing your client, the after placement service, and understanding the risk, which is absolutely paramount, and I think this is where the role of the broker comes in. And I think on the contract certainty point, I just wanted to add that perhaps the IBAI and the GI Council can probably put their heads together in terms of trying to put a market reform contract of sorts. A standardized template of a contract that can be used where everybody is on the same page The clauses are very clearly set out, and that can be a Lloyd's clause or any other clause, for example. And that way there is a bit more understanding, as what Sandeep was alluding to, in terms of whether it's gray, black, or white, and then that will also help the dispute resolution mechanism going forward as well. So with that note, thank you very much for your patient hearing, and thank you to my esteemed panel here. A round of applause, please, for their contribution.
Yeah, with a round of applause, we would also like to present a special token of our gratitude, appreciation. May I request Ms. Rashmi Iyer, if you are there in the hall. Yeah, yes, ma'am. And would like to request Mr. Narendra Bharadwaj to please join in presenting the mementos. If I can request Mr. Sundaram, in that case. So we'll start with our moderator, thanking Mr. Shankar Garigipathi. Thank you. And to our esteemed speakers. Yeah, we'll close with a group photograph for phone. So as it was voiced, the role of the broker stands extremely important in these changing times. No more just a middleman, more of a trusted partner and advisor to its clients. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think all of us, after a lot of food for thought, now actually it's a hunger pangs coming up. So we'll break for lunch, 45 minutes of lunch break, then resume with our sessions. Post-lunch, we'll start as per the schedule. We'll have Mr. Devdutt Patnaik joining us. And the session which was supposed to happen just after the first panel, we are going to be having it later. So I hope it is okay with the panelists of the session also. So please, the lunch, we're just going to be opening the back side. The lunch is at the back side and also in the Golden Ballroom. So 45 minutes of lunch break and then we start with the session. Right now it is, so 5 to 2 if you can be seated so that we start the session a little before 2. Thank you. Ladies
Presenting HDFC Ergo Optima Secure Health Insurance Plan. A plan that understands you and all your health insurance needs and secures not just your present but your future as well. It redefines the value a health insurance plan can give to our customer. Optima Secure gives you so much cover, so much choice, so much trust, and so much more. Sounds interesting? Let us know more about the so much benefits of Optima Secure. Optima Secure gives you so much coverage. HDFC Ergo Optima Secure brings you Secure Benefit, which is a first-of-its-kind benefit in India. With this, you get 2 times coverage from day 1 at no additional cost. It's automatic and available on purchase. No need to claim to activate it. So, if Mr. Sharma buys an insurance cover of 10 lakhs, his cover instantly becomes 20 lakhs. Similarly, a base cover of 20 lakhs becomes 40 lakhs and 1 crore becomes 2 crores. What an amazing value. That's why we say Optima Secure, they benefits so much. HDFC Ergo Optima Secure introduces Plus Benefit, a first-of-its-kind benefit in India. With this, the base coverage automatically increases by 50% after 1 year and 100% after 2 years. Now you don't have to worry that it takes long time to earn full no-claim bonus or a reduced bonus in case of a claim. So, if Mr. Sharma buys a policy of 10 lakhs, his cover becomes 15 lakhs after the first and 20 lakhs after the second year. That too, irrespective of any claims made. So, if you now combine Plus Benefit with the Secure Benefit Mr. Sharma received, he gets so much coverage of 30 lakhs. It's assured and comes at no additional cost. With the automatic restore benefit of Optima Secure, if a claim, partial or total, is made anytime during the policy year, then 100% of the base sum insured amount is restored in the policy automatically at no additional cost. When Mr. Sharma gets hospitalized and has a claim, we will automatically restore 100% of his base cover, which is 10 lakhs in this case, even for the same illness. This means that Mr. Sharma gets an additional 10 lakhs of coverage with Restore Benefit. Adding Restore Benefit to Mr. Sharma's existing 30 lakhs coverage with Secure and Plus Benefit makes his coverage 40 lakhs. All the benefits of Optima Secure work together to give 4x coverage. Amazing, isn't it? One of the key pain points that customers face at the time of discharge is the issue of non-medical expenses. Trying to understand what is not covered and arranging the funds to pay for it is a real pain. Presenting Protect Benefit of Optima Secure that covers the payment of all your listed consumables, including non-medical expenses. It's built-in and automatically available to all our customers at no extra charge. Meaning, during any hospitalization, some inevitable expenses like gloves, mask, nebulizer kit, food charges, diaper, etc. that Mr. Sharma would have paid from his own pocket now gets covered under the policy. Well, now that's what real cashless hospitalization means, right? So by now, all of you may agree when we say that health insurance ka sabse bada sach, Optima Secure de benefits so much.
साहब जैसे ही पेमेंट लिंक मिली,
फिर आपने QR कोड स्कैन किया और फिर फ्रॉड से 500 की जगह 50,000 कट गए। और अब आप चाहते हैं कि मैं उसे ढूंढकर आपके पैसे वापस लौटाऊं। अफसोस, ये तो मैं भी नहीं कर सकता।
तो क्या ऑनलाइन शॉपिंग करना
Insurance and be internet insured. Cyber sash includes online fraud, reputation loss, theft of personal information and data loss. फोन हैक हुआ और आपकी सारी प्राइवेट फोटोज इंटरनेट पर लीक हो गई। फिर देनी पड़ी लॉयर्स की फीस, फिर इंटरनेट से फोटो हटवाने का खर्चा और फिर साइकेट्रिस्ट की काउंसलिंग का खर्चा। देखिए, इसे तो हम पकड़ लेंगे, पर अफसोस आपके खर्चे हुए पैसे वापस नहीं आएंगे।
तो क्या इंटरनेट यूज करना ही छोड़ दूं?
साइबर बुली से डरो नहीं, खुद को प्रोटेक्ट करो। Save ₹2 per day may get HDFC Ergo Cyber Sash Insurance and be internet insured. Cyber Sash includes online fraud, reputation loss, theft of personal information and data loss. तो फोन
ये है श्याम सुंदरलाल जनरल हॉस्पिटल और यहाँ एक वार्ड सेन गुप्तास के लिए हमेशा बुक रहता है, क्योंकि जब दादी का निमोनिया ठीक होता है तो जूनियर को मलेरिया हो जाता है, जूनियर का मलेरिया ठीक होता है तो मम्मी की सर्जरी का टाइम आता है। मम्मी की सर्जरी खत्म हुई नहीं कि पापा मेट्रो से गिर जाते हैं, पर शुक्र है कि पापा ने HDFC Ergo अनलिमिटेड रिस्टोर एड ऑन प्रोडक्ट ले रखा था, जो रिस्टोर करे हेल्थ कवर, ताकि कोई भी बीमारी या दुर्घटना के लिए सेन गुप्ताज रहे तैयार हर बार। HDFC Ergo का अनलिमिटेड रिस्टोर, बार बार रिस्टोर, हर बार रिस्टोर।
Presenting HDFC Ergo Optima Secure Health Insurance Plan. A plan that understands you and all your health insurance needs and secures not just your present but your future as well. It redefines the value a health insurance plan can give to our customer. Optima Secure gives you so much cover, so much choice, so much trust and so much more. Sounds interesting? Let us know more about the so much benefits of Optima Secure. Optima Secure gives you so much coverage. HDFC Ergo Optima Secure brings you Secure Benefit, which is a first-of-its-kind benefit in India. With this, you get 2 times coverage from day 1 at no additional cost. It's automatic and available on purchase. No need to claim to activate it. So, if Mr. Sharma buys an insurance cover of 10 lakhs, his cover instantly becomes 20 lakhs. Similarly, a base cover of 20 lakhs becomes 40 lakhs and 1 crore becomes 2 crores. What an amazing value. That's why we say Optima Secure, they benefits so much. HDFC Ergo Optima Secure introduces Plus Benefit, a first-of-its-kind benefit in India. With this, the base coverage automatically increases by 50% after 1 year and 100% after 2 years. Now you don't have to worry that it takes long time to earn full no-claim bonus or a reduced bonus in case of a claim. So, if Mr. Sharma buys a policy of 10 lakhs, his cover becomes 15 lakhs after the first and 20 lakhs after the second year. That too, irrespective of any claims made. So, if you now combine plus benefit with the secure benefit Mr. Sharma received, he gets so much coverage of 30 lakhs. It's assured and comes at no additional cost. With the automatic restore benefit of Optima Secure, if a claim, partial or total, is made anytime during the policy year, then 100% of the base sum insured amount is restored in the policy automatically at no additional cost. When Mr. Sharma gets hospitalized and has a claim, we will automatically restore 100% of his base cover, which is 10 lakhs in this case, even for the same illness. This means that Mr. Sharma gets an additional 10 lakhs of coverage with restore benefit. Adding restore benefit to Mr. Sharma's existing 30 lakhs coverage with secure and plus benefit makes his coverage 40 lakhs. All the benefits of Optima Secure work together to give 4x coverage. Amazing, isn't it? One of the key pain points that customers face at the time of discharge is the issue of non-medical expenses. Trying to understand what is not covered and arranging the funds to pay for it is a real pain. Presenting Protect benefit of Optima Secure that covers the payment of all your listed consumables, including non-medical expenses. It's built-in and automatically available to all our customers at no extra charge. Meaning, during any hospitalization, some inevitable expenses like gloves, mask, nebulizer kit, food charges, diaper, etc. that Mr. Sharma would have paid from his own pocket now gets covered under the policy. Well, now that's what real cashless hospitalization means, right? So by now, all of you may agree when we say that health insurance ka sabse bada sach, Optima Secure de benefits so much.
साहब जैसे ही पेमेंट लिंक मिली,
फिर आपने क्यूआर कोड स्कैन किया और फिर फ्रॉड से 500 की जगह 50,000 कट गए। और अब आप चाहते हैं कि मैं उसे ढूंढकर आपके पैसे वापस लौटाऊं। अफसोस, ये तो मैं भी नहीं कर सकता।
तो क्या ऑनलाइन शॉपिंग करना ही छोड़ दूं?
ऑनलाइन फ्रॉड से डरो मत, खुद को प्रोटेक्ट करो।
हाँ।
सिर्फ ₹2 per day में get HDFC Ergo Cyber Sash Insurance and be internet insured. Cyber Sash includes online fraud, reputation loss, theft of personal information and data loss.
तो
फोन हैक हुआ और आपकी सारी प्राइवेट फोटोज इंटरनेट पर लीक हो गई। फिर देनी पड़ी लॉयर्स की फीस, फिर इंटरनेट से फोटो हटवाने का खर्चा और फिर साइकेट्रिस्ट की काउंसलिंग का खर्चा। देखिए इसे तो हम पकड़ लेंगे, पर अफसोस आपके खर्चे हुए पैसे वापस नहीं आएंगे।
तो क्या इंटरनेट यूज करना ही छोड़ दूं?
साइबर बुलीज से डरो नहीं, खुद को प्रोटेक्ट करो। Save ₹2 per day may get HDFC Ergo Cyber Sash Insurance and be internet insured. Cyber Sash includes online fraud, reputation loss, theft of personal information and data loss. तो फोन
ये है श्याम सुंदरलाल जनरल हॉस्पिटल और यहाँ एक वार्ड सेन गुप्तास के लिए हमेशा बुक रहता है, क्योंकि जब दादी का निमोनिया ठीक होता है तो जूनियर को मलेरिया हो जाता है, जूनियर का मलेरिया ठीक होता है तो मम्मी की सर्जरी का टाइम आता है। मम्मी की सर्जरी खत्म हुई नहीं कि पापा मेट्रो से गिर जाते हैं, पर शुक्र है कि पापा ने HDFC Ergo अनलिमिटेड रिस्टोर एड ऑन प्रोडक्ट ले रखा था, जो रिस्टोर करे हेल्थ कवर, ताकि कोई भी बीमारी या दुर्घटना के लिए सेन गुप्ताज रहे तैयार हर बार। HDFC Ergo का अनलिमिटेड रिस्टोर, बार बार रिस्टोर, हर बार रिस्टोर।
Presenting HDFC Ergo Optima Secure Health Insurance Plan. A plan that understands you and all your health insurance needs and secures not just your present but your future as well. It redefines the value a health insurance plan can give to our customer. Optima Secure gives you so much cover, so much choice, so much trust and so much more. Sounds interesting? Let us know more about the so much benefits of Optima Secure. Optima Secure gives you so much coverage. HDFC Ergo Optima Secure brings you Secure Benefit, which is a first of its kind benefit in India. With this, you get 2 times coverage from day 1 at no additional cost. It's automatic and available on purchase. No need to claim to activate it. So, if Mr. Sharma buys an insurance cover of 10 lakhs, his cover instantly becomes 20 lakhs. Similarly, a base cover of 20 lakhs becomes 40 lakhs and 1 crore becomes 2 crores. What an amazing value. That's why we say Optima Secure, they benefits so much. HDFC Ergo Optima Secure introduces Plus Benefit, a first of its kind benefit in India. With this, the base coverage automatically increases by 50% after 1 year and 100% after 2 years. Now you don't have to worry that it takes long time to earn full no-claim bonus or a reduced bonus in case of a claim. So, if Mr. Sharma buys a policy of 10 lakhs, his cover becomes 15 lakhs after the first and 20 lakhs after the second year. That too, irrespective of any claims made. So, if you now combine Plus Benefit with the Secure Benefit Mr. Sharma received, he gets so much coverage of 30 lakhs. It's assured and comes at no additional cost. With the automatic restore benefit of Optima Secure, if a claim, partial or total, is made anytime during the policy year, then 100% of the base sum insured amount is restored in the policy automatically at no additional cost. When Mr. Sharma gets hospitalized and has a claim, we will automatically restore 100% of his base cover, which is 10 lakhs in this case, even for the same illness. This means that Mr. Sharma gets an additional 10 lakhs of coverage with restore benefit. Adding restore benefit to Mr. Sharma's existing 30 lakhs coverage with secure and plus benefit makes his coverage 40 lakhs. All the benefits of Optima Secure work together to give 4x coverage. Amazing, isn't it? One of the key pain points that customers face at the time of discharge is the issue of non-medical expenses. Trying to understand what is not covered and arranging the funds to pay for it is a real pain. Presenting Protect benefit of Optima Secure that covers the payment of all your listed consumables, including non-medical expenses. It's built-in and automatically available to all our customers at no extra charge. Meaning, during any hospitalization, some inevitable expenses like gloves, mask, nebulizer kit, food charges, diaper, etc. that Mr. Sharma would have paid from his own pocket now gets covered under the policy. Well, now that's what real cashless hospitalization means, right? So by now, all of you may agree when we say that health insurance का सबसे बड़ा सच, Optima Secure दे benefits so much.
साहब जैसे ही पेमेंट लिंक मिली,
फिर आपने क्यूआर कोड स्कैन किया और फिर फ्रॉड से 500 की जगह 50,000 कट गए और अब आप चाहते हैं कि मैं उसे ढूंढकर आपके पैसे वापस लौटाऊं। अफसोस, ये तो मैं भी नहीं कर सकता।
तो क्या ऑनलाइन शॉपिंग करना ही छोड़ दूं?
ऑनलाइन फ्रॉड से डरो मत, खुद को प्रोटेक्ट करो।
हाँ हाँ,
सिर्फ 2 rupees per day में get HDFC Ergo Cyber Sash Insurance and be internet insured. Cyber Sash includes online fraud, reputation loss, theft of personal information and data loss. फोन हैक हुआ और आपकी सारी प्राइवेट फोटोज इंटरनेट पर लीक हो गई, फिर देनी पड़ी लॉयर्स की फीस, फिर इंटरनेट से फोटो हटवाने का खर्चा और फिर साइकेट्रिस्ट की काउंसलिंग का खर्चा। देखिए, इसे तो हम पकड़ लेंगे, पर अफसोस आपके खर्चे हुए पैसे वापस नहीं आएंगे।
तो क्या इंटरनेट यूज करना ही छोड़ दूं?
साइबर बुली से डरो नहीं, खुद को प्रोटेक्ट करो। सिर्फ 2 rupees per day में get HDFC Ergo Cyber Sash Insurance and be internet insured. Cyber Sash includes online fraud, reputation loss, theft of personal information and data loss. तो फोन
ये है श्याम सुंदरलाल जनरल हॉस्पिटल और यहाँ एक वार्ड सेन गुप्तास के लिए हमेशा बुक रहता है, क्योंकि जब दादी का निमोनिया ठीक होता है तो जूनियर को मलेरिया हो जाता है, जूनियर का मलेरिया ठीक होता है तो मम्मी की सर्जरी का टाइम आता है, मम्मी की सर्जरी खत्म हुई नहीं कि पापा मेट्रो से गिर जाते हैं, पर शुक्र है कि पापा ने HDFC Ergo अनलिमिटेड रिस्टोर एड ऑन प्रोडक्ट ले रखा था जो रिस्टोर करे हेल्थ कवर, ताकि कोई भी बीमारी या दुर्घटना के लिए सेन गुप्ताज रहे तैयार हर बार। HDFC Ergo का अनलिमिटेड रिस्टोर, बार बार रिस्टोर, हर बार रिस्टोर।
Presenting HDFC Ergo Optima Secure Health Insurance Plan. A plan that understands you and all your health insurance needs and secures not just your present but your future as well. It redefines the value a health insurance plan can give to our customer. Optima Secure gives you so much cover, so much choice, so much trust and so much more. Sounds interesting? Let us know more about the so much benefits of Optima Secure. Optima Secure gives you so much coverage. HDFC Ergo Optima Secure brings you Secure Benefit, which is a first-of-its-kind benefit in India. With this, you get 2 times coverage from day 1 at no additional cost. It's automatic and available on purchase. No need to claim to activate it. So, if Mr. Sharma buys an insurance cover of 10 lakhs, his cover instantly becomes 20 lakhs. Similarly, a base cover of 20 lakhs becomes 40 lakhs and 1 crore becomes 2 crores. What an amazing value. That's why we say Optima Secure, they benefits so much. HDFC Ergo Optima Secure introduces Plus Benefit, a first-of-its-kind benefit in India. With this, the base coverage automatically increases by 50% after 1 year and 100% after 2 years. Now you don't have to worry that it takes long time to earn full no-claim bonus or a reduced bonus in case of a claim. So, if Mr. Sharma buys a policy of 10 lakhs, his cover becomes 15 lakhs after the first and 20 lakhs after the second year. That too, irrespective of any claims made. So, if you now combine Plus Benefit with the Secure Benefit Mr. Sharma received, he gets so much coverage of 30 lakhs. It's assured and comes at no additional cost. With the automatic restore benefit of Optima Secure, if a claim, partial or total, is made any time during the policy year, then 100% of the base sum insured amount is restored in the policy automatically at no additional cost. When Mr. Sharma gets hospitalized and has a claim, we will automatically restore 100% of his base cover, which is 10 lakhs in this case, even for the same illness. This means that Mr. Sharma gets an additional 10 lakhs of coverage with Restore benefit. Adding Restore benefit to Mr. Sharma's existing 30 lakhs coverage with Secure and Plus benefit makes his coverage 40 lakhs. All the benefits of Optima Secure work together to give 4x coverage. Amazing, isn't it? One of the key pain points that customers face at the time of discharge is the issue of non-medical expenses. Trying to understand what is not covered and arranging the funds to pay for it is a real pain. Presenting Protect benefit of Optima Secure that covers the payment of all your listed consumables, including It's built-in and automatically available to all our customers at no extra charge. Meaning, during any hospitalization, some inevitable expenses like gloves, mask, nebulizer kit, food charges, diaper, etc. that Mr. Sharma would have paid from his own pocket now gets covered under the policy. Well, now that's what real cashless hospitalization means, right? So by now, all of you may agree when we say that health insurance ka sabse bada sach, Optima Secure de benefits so much.
साहब जैसे ही पेमेंट लिंक मिली
फिर आपने क्यूआर कोड स्कैन किया और फिर फ्रॉड से 500 की जगह 50,000 कट गए और अब आप चाहते हैं कि मैं उसे ढूंढकर आपके पैसे वापस लौटाऊं। अफसोस, ये तो मैं भी नहीं कर सकता।
तो क्या ऑनलाइन शॉपिंग करना ही छोड़ दूं?
ऑनलाइन फ्रॉड से डरो मत, खुद को प्रोटेक्ट करो।
हाँ।
सिर्फ ₹2 per day में get HDFC Ergo Cyber Sash Insurance and be internet insured. Cyber Sash includes online fraud, reputation loss, theft of personal information and data loss. फोन हैक हुआ, आपकी सारी प्राइवेट फोटोज इंटरनेट पर लीक हो गई, फिर देनी पड़ी लॉयर्स की फीस, फिर इंटरनेट से फोटो हटवाने का खर्चा और फिर साइकेट्रिस्ट की काउंसलिंग का खर्चा। देखिए, इसे तो हम पकड़ लेंगे, पर अफसोस आपके खर्चे हुए पैसे वापस नहीं आएंगे।
तो क्या इंटरनेट यूज करना ही छोड़ दूं?
साइबर बुली से डरो नहीं, खुद को प्रोटेक्ट करो। सिर्फ ₹2 per day में get HDFC Ergo Cyber Sash Insurance and be internet insured. Cyber Sash includes online fraud, reputation loss, theft of personal information and data loss. तो फोन
Presenting HDFC Ergo Optima Secure Health Insurance Plan. A plan that understands you and all your health insurance needs and secures not just your present but your future as well. It redefines the value a health insurance plan can give to our customer. Optima Secure gives you so much cover, so much choice, so much trust, and so much more. Sounds interesting? Let us know more about the so much benefits of Optima Secure. Optima Secure gives you so much coverage. HDFC Ergo Optima Secure brings you Secure Benefit, which is a first-of-its-kind benefit in India. With this, you get 2 times coverage from day 1 at no additional cost. It's automatic and available on purchase. No need to claim to activate it. So, if Mr. Sharma buys an insurance cover of 10 lakhs, his cover instantly becomes 20 lakhs. Similarly, a base cover of 20 lakhs becomes 40 lakhs and 1 crore becomes 2 crores. What an amazing value. That's why we say Optima Secure, they benefits so much. HDFC Ergo Optima Secure introduces Plus Benefit, a first-of-its-kind benefit in India. With this, the base coverage automatically increases by 50% after 1 year and 100% after 2 years. Now you don't have to worry that it takes long time to earn full no-claim bonus or a reduced bonus in case of a claim. So, if Mr. Sharma buys a policy of 10 lakhs, his cover becomes 15 lakhs after the first and 20 lakhs after the second year. That too, irrespective of any claims made. So, if you now combine Plus Benefit with the Secure Benefit Mr. Sharma received, he gets so much coverage of 30 lakhs. It's assured and comes at no additional cost. With the automatic restore benefit of Optima Secure, if a claim, partial or total, is made anytime during the policy year, then 100% of the base sum insured amount is restored in the policy automatically at no additional cost. When Mr. Sharma gets hospitalized and has a claim, we will automatically restore 100% of his base cover, which is 10 lakhs in this case, even for the same illness. This means that Mr. Sharma gets an additional 10 lakhs of coverage with Restore Benefit. Adding Restore Benefit to Mr. Sharma's existing 30 lakhs coverage with Secure and Plus Benefit makes his coverage 40 lakhs. All the benefits of Optima Secure work together to give 4x coverage. Amazing, isn't it? One of the key pain points that customers face at the time of discharge is the issue of non-medical expenses. Trying to understand what is not covered and arranging the funds to pay for it is a real pain. Presenting Protect Benefit of Optima Secure that covers the payment of all your listed consumables, including non-medical expenses. It's built-in and automatically available to all our customers at no extra charge. Meaning, during any hospitalization, some inevitable expenses like gloves, mask, nebulizer kit, food charges, diaper, etc. that Mr. Sharma would have paid from his own pocket now gets covered under the policy. Well, now that's what real cashless hospitalization means, right? So by now, all of you may agree when we say that health insurance ka sabse bada sach, Optima Secure de benefits so much.
ये है श्याम सुंदरलाल जनरल हॉस्पिटल और यहाँ एक वार्ड सेन गुप्तास के लिए हमेशा बुक रहता है क्योंकि जब दादी का निमोनिया ठीक होता है तो जूनियर को मलेरिया हो जाता है। जूनियर का मलेरिया ठीक होता है तो मम्मी की सर्जरी का टाइम आता है। मम्मी की सर्जरी खत्म हुई नहीं कि पापा मेट्रो से गिर जाते हैं। पर शुक्र है कि पापा ने HDFC Ergo अनलिमिटेड रिस्टोर एड ऑन प्रोडक्ट ले रखा था जो रिस्टोर करे हेल्थ कवर ताकि कोई भी बीमारी या दुर्घटना के लिए सेन गुप्ताज रहे तैयार हर बार। HDFC Ergo का अनलिमिटेड रिस्टोर, बार बार रिस्टोर, हर बार रिस्टोर।
साहब जैसे ही पेमेंट लिंक मिली,
फिर आपने क्यूआर कोड स्कैन किया और फिर फ्रॉड से 500 की जगह 50,000 कट गए। और अब आप चाहते हैं कि मैं उसे ढूंढकर आपके पैसे वापस लौटाऊं। अफसोस, ये तो मैं भी नहीं कर सकता।
तो क्या ऑनलाइन शॉपिंग करना ही छोड़ दूं?
ऑनलाइन फ्रॉड से डरो मत, खुद को प्रोटेक्ट करो।
हाँ।
सिर्फ ₹2 per day में get HDFC Ergo Cyber Sash Insurance and be internet insured. Cyber Sash includes online fraud, reputation loss, theft of personal information and data loss. फोन हैक हुआ और आपकी सारी प्राइवेट फोटोज इंटरनेट पर लीक हो गई। फिर देनी पड़ी लॉयर्स की फीस, फिर इंटरनेट से फोटो हटवाने का खर्चा और फिर साइकेट्रिस्ट की काउंसलिंग का खर्चा। देखिए, इसे तो हम पकड़ लेंगे, पर अफसोस आपके खर्चे हुए पैसे वापस नहीं आएंगे।
तो क्या इंटरनेट यूज करना ही छोड़ दूं?
साइबर बुली से डरो नहीं, खुद को प्रोटेक्ट करो। सिर्फ ₹2 per day में get HDFC Ergo Cyber Sash Insurance and be internet insured. Cyber Sash includes online fraud, reputation loss, theft of personal information and data loss. तो फोन
Presenting HDFC Ergo Optima Secure Health Insurance Plan. A plan that understands you and all your health insurance needs and secures not just your present but your future as well. It redefines the value a health insurance plan can give to our customer. Optima Secure gives you so much cover, so much choice, so much trust and so much more. Sounds interesting? Let us know more about the so much benefits of Optima Secure. Optima Secure gives you so much coverage. HDFC Ergo Optima Secure brings you Secure Benefit, which is a first-of-its-kind benefit in India. With this, you get 2 times coverage from day 1 at no additional cost. It's automatic and available on purchase. No need to claim to activate it. So, if Mr. Sharma buys an insurance cover of 10 lakhs, his cover instantly becomes 20 lakhs. Similarly, a base cover of 20 lakhs becomes 40 lakhs and 1 crore becomes 2 crores. What an amazing value. That's why we say Optima Secure, they benefits so much. HDFC Ergo Optima Secure introduces Plus Benefit, a first-of-its-kind benefit in India. With this, the base coverage automatically increases by 50% after 1 year and 100% after 2 years. Now you don't have to worry that it takes long time to earn full no-claim bonus or a reduced bonus in case of a claim. So, if Mr. Sharma buys a policy of 10 lakhs, his cover becomes 15 lakhs after the first and 20 lakhs after the second year. That too, irrespective of any claims made. So, if you now combine Plus Benefit with the Secure Benefit Mr. Sharma received, he gets
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after your lunch. Hope you've had a good lunch. And then now ready for some more motivation and inspiration, and then discussions and deliberations. Kindly take your seats. Please also have your mobile phones on the silent mode or on the meeting mode. Also, once again, just surprising the August gathering, the publications which we released, you can download those by scanning the QR code that's outside. Also, in case you wish to interact with our sponsors, they have their presence in the Golden Ballroom. They have their kiosk. You can further interact with them. Let me once again thank all our very esteemed sponsors. Our principal sponsor, Allright InsurTech, the New India Assurance Company Limited, HDFC Ergo General Insurance Company Limited, Alliance Insurance Brokers Private Limited, ICICI Lombard General Insurance Company Limited. Our gold sponsors, Liberty General Insurance Limited, IMT Care, Zoppo Insurance Brokers Private Limited, Bajaj Alliance General Insurance Company Limited. Our silver sponsors, IFCO Tokyo General Insurance Company Limited, Tata AIG General Insurance Company Limited, Future Gerali Insurance, SBI General Insurance Company Limited, Policy Bazaar Insurance Brokers Limited. Thanks and gratitude to Care Health Insurance Limited, Turtle Mint Insurance Broking Services Private Limited, Universal Somco General Insurance Company Limited, Mahindra Insurance Brokers Private Limited, Prudent Insurance Brokers Private Limited, Star Health and Allied Insurance Company Limited, and our associate sponsors, Raheja QBE General Insurance Company Limited, Cholamandalam MS General Insurance Company Limited, KM Dastoor Reinsurance Brokers Private Limited, Goodex Insurance Brokers Private Limited, and JB Boda Insurance Brokers Private Limited. So we are going to be starting with this post-lunch session by Mr. Devdutt Patnaik, a renowned mythologist. He joins us shortly. Post that, we are going to be having our second panel discussions and followed by the third panel discussion, and finally closing it with the wrap-up, more of a concluding remarks and connecting the dots and a vote of thanks coming from one of our directors of IBI. As I see quite a delay, almost an hour delay, so people who have their flights to catch, I just probably by 5 we should be able to wind up. Yeah. And I think the weather outside is okay, it's not raining, so you'll be able to. Yes, but yeah, hopefully. And Mumbai traffic, yes, you can't trust much. But then you can take your call. Just doing a little recap till the time Mr. Patnaik joins us on what has been shared and very key observations, recommendations, suggestions coming from our distinguished speakers in the pre-lunch sessions. We had our chief guest guiding us that this is the new normal world wherein we need to step forward, align ourselves for a more future-centric growth, more a customer-centric growth, move on to the next higher orbit. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. We already have our distinguished speaker of this important session, Mr. Patnaik. Please be seated. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And this has been a day of drawing a lot of inspirations from the leaders, drawing inspirations from people who are driving change, people who are motivating, inspiring. And in this session, we are going to try understanding what the important role of insurance broker 2.0 is going to be in these changing times, as has been reflected by our chief guest and the other dignitaries. And trying to get a more third person's point of view on that, an outsider's view, if I can say, how he perceives the insurance sector, and especially the insurance broker, should grow and evolve and be a part of this change, drive this change, and more in the greater interest of the customer. He, ladies and gentlemen, is known to all, Mr. Devdutt Patnaik. Very happy to have him here, and a very renowned mythologist, author, writer, someone who draws inspiration a lot from the mythology, from fables, stories. He himself is a storyteller, and how he sees the relevance of these of mythology even in today's time, more in context with management, governance, and leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, what stands more important is a lot of clarity of thought and expression, and a lot much of simplicity which he brings about in his expression, which becomes so easier to comprehend and understand how these जो इतने साल पहले घटा है वो आज भी relevant है. And we are talking about the insurance sector being more resilient and more relevant also. Mr. Patnaik has various popular books to his credit. Myth is equal to Mithya, a handbook of Hindu mythology, Jaya, an illustrated retelling of the Mahabharata, Sita, illustrated retelling of Ramayana, My Gita, Patnaik, and then he has incorporated the Mahabharata and Ramayana into human resource management. So it's going to be a pleasure, delight, a great learning, inspiration, motivation, listening to Mr. Devdutt Patnaik. Round of applause as I invite him here on the dais. And sir, the stage is all yours.
Okay, I'll speak from here. Namaste, my name is Devdutt Patnaik, and I call myself a mythologist, and I always begin my talk by explaining the word mythology. Because whenever you hear the word mythology in the media especially, you realize that they're referring to something which belongs to the 19th century. And since we are in the 21st century, we must sort of update our definitions. So in the 19th century, people believed there is only one truth in the world, only one truth. Either it can be a religious truth or a scientific truth. And even today, you'll find these people fighting on the internet where they will say religious truth is the truth or scientific truth is the truth. And they will use this word, the truth. And when you write it in English, truth is spelt with an uppercase. But if I were to tell you to translate the word the truth in Hindi, you can't do that. The cannot be translated in Hindi. The truth को आप हिंदी में समझाइए नहीं कर पाओगे क्योंकि the शब्द है ही नहीं हिंदी में. There is no definite article. The doesn't exist in Indian languages. And there is no concept of capital letters. So capital T को भी आप हिंदी में नहीं लिख पाओगे. So the truth, you can try your best. I've been trying for the last 25 years, and I have not found a translation to the word the truth. And this shows the limitations of 19th century thinking. Because they were navel gazing, and they were not understanding कि दुनिया बहुत बड़ी है, और सब जगह एक जैसे भाषा नहीं बोली जाती. The concept of the truth does not exist in India. We'll use words like param satya. Param satya means the whole truth. It doesn't mean the truth. Or you'll say something like mahan satya, great truth. Again, it doesn't mean the truth. So all these words are really a very different way of looking at the world. So now when you hear the word mythology, let's take a new definition, which is the 21st century, not the truth based. So in the new definition, fact is everybody's truth. And to create a fact, you first begin with doubt. You have to begin shanka honi chahiye. And you have measurement. So you have doubt and you have measurement. Two things that you use to create a fact. So in your business, if someone tells you the net worth of a company is X, you will first say, I don't trust this information. I will measure it. I will collaborate and corroborate it with various people and check from a respectable source whether the measurement is accurate or not. Then there is fantasy or fiction, which is nobody's truth. So there is fact, which is everybody's truth. There is fiction, which is nobody's truth. In dono ke beech mein, there is a new kind of truth called somebody's truth. Kuch logon ka sach. And this is based on faith, vishwas. Vishwas ke upar. Ye vaigyanik sach nahi hota. Ye vishwas wala sach hota hai. I believe in something. And the moment you say I believe in something, then there is no question of doubt and there is no question of measurement. आप measure नहीं करते हो उसको. मेरा विश्वास है. भगवान है, नहीं है. प्रमाण नहीं चाहिए मुझे, विश्वास है, बस. So the world of evidence goes away. I believe or I don't believe. If I believe in something, if I have faith in something, then there is no room for doubt, there is no place for measurement, and that's the world of mythology. Kuch logon ka sach, which means when we are talking to each other, there are two ways of functioning. If you live in the 19th century, you will say there is the truth. And my truth, I know the truth. Which means when I'm talking to you, when I'm having a conversation, I will get into a debate and an argument. Vivad ki duniya mein hum chali jayenge. Because who knows the truth, you or me? I will check who is the boss in the room, and usually his truth is the truth. और ऐसा होता है विवाद की दुनिया. Boss is always right. But the moment you say that, there are about 200 people in this room, there are 200 different ways of looking at the world. There are 200 belief systems in the room. I have one belief system, the person in front of me has a belief system. फिर आप विवाद नहीं करोगे, आप संवाद करोगे. You will have a conversation with people. You will try to understand that person's point of view. And at the end of the conversation, hopefully, both your truths have expanded. And because both your truths have expanded, you now have a better understanding of the person in front of you. And you have a relationship. विवाद नहीं, संवाद करते हो आप. You share an idea and you expand. And that is how you build relationships. And that's the world of mythology. There is no the truth over here. This is a truth. हर आदमी का अलग-अलग सच होता है. And we converse, we discuss, we understand. And this plays a very important role in the world of business and management. Because it's all about buyers and sellers. You are dealing with brokers and agents and corporations and government and regulatory authorities and foreign companies, Indian companies, retail clients, wholesale clients, all kinds of people you're dealing with. Everybody has a different truth. And which means when you enter the room, you enter with humility, namrata ke saath. Nobody knows everything. Nobody has access to the truth. You only have access to your truth. And you are open to listen to other people's truth. This creates a new ecosystem. But look at the way we are teaching children management in schools today. I go to MBA schools and I see the business schools teaching children. Bhasha dekhiye. This is the language that they are taught in every business school around the world. You have to break entry barriers. You have to penetrate the market. You have to crush the competition. You have to grab market share. You have to dominate the industry. You have to be the alpha. Because it is a dog-eat-dog world. You live in a rat race. You must be the wolf in Wall Street. Because we all live in a shark tank. कितनी हिंसा वाली भाषा है. This is what we are teaching our children. And we expect the future managers who are trained to grab market share by penetrating the market are going to create a nice world. नहीं होने वाला है. हिंसा से कुछ नहीं होता दुनिया में. It only creates anger and frustration. But ये हिंसा-based management is what is being taught around the world. India had a different system. It's called ahimsa-based management. And ahimsa is not about eating vegetarian food. Ahimsa is about helping everyone get food. हिंसा is जब मैं खाना खाऊंगा तू भूखा रहेगा. Ahimsa is when I will eat and you will also eat. You know, I have been asked so many times, why do you write on mythology and how has it to do with business? And I keep telling people, India is the only country which worships money. हम लोग पैसे की literally पूजा करते हैं. Nowhere else in the world you will find people doing aarti of gold coins, silver coins, bundles of notes, assets. We genuinely worship wealth. And we think we do not have knowledge about wealth in our stories. Our stories are all about wealth. Dhanadhanya sampatti. But where are those stories? Why are we not taught these in our schools and colleges? When we talk about finance management and insurance, we always give examples of the West. This is what happened in Netherlands. This is how stock market was created in the Netherlands. This is how the financial revolution took place. This is how banking practices happened. Yet, the country which invented Hawala and Hundi, which is the oldest form of banking, is India. We were creating... When you do Ganesh Puja, you will write on the wall, Shubha Labh. Labh means profit, which everybody understands. Shubh Labh ka arth kya hai? Because every business school will teach you about Labh. But Indians spoke about Shubh Labh. What is the fundamental difference between Labh and Shubh Labh? Labh, I benefit. Shubh Labh, you also benefit. That is the difference. कोई भूखा नहीं रहना चाहिए, क्योंकि जो भूखा रहता है वो भौंकता है, and that will create trouble in future. Because अगर कोई भूखा रहेगा वो डाका डालेगा. When you have hungry people in the world, they will become raiders. They will raid, तुम्हारे भंडार के ऊपर raid करेंगे. And when there are raiders, there is war. Then hinsa comes back. You have to create an ecosystem where there are no raiders. And in order to prevent raiding, you have to stop hoarding. जब तक तुम hoarding नहीं बंद करोगे, तब तक raiding बंद नहीं होगा. And the only way to do it is through trade. The concept of trade. Let me explain this to you how it happens in business scenarios. हम जब मंदिर जाते हैं, many people in India go to temples. हमेशा कहा जाएगा मंदिर खाली हाथ मत जाओ. Always carry something for the deity in the temple. What do you carry? तो जिसको you carry something to. If you take the look at the thali that people are offering, they are offering some food, some fabric, some flowers, कुछ देना, and we call it naivedya. You give naivedya to the deity. And then after giving the naivedya, you will do arti. So you give naivedya, you do the arti, after which you will do falastuti and ask something in exchange, and only then accept the prasad. You will get the prasad. You come back home. You went to the temple asking for a wish. The wish is fulfilled. What do you do next? You go back to the temple. This time with a little bit more naivedya. Last time you took 2 apples, this time you will take 4 apples. Because इच्छा पूर्ति हुई. In business, this is called repeat order. Because Naivedya was the investment and Prasad was the return on investment. And the return on investment was so good that you have to go back to the temple with a repeat order. और वापस गए मंदिर में, वापस कुछ पूछा, वापस प्रसाद मिला. वापस गए नैवेद्य के साथ, फिर वापस प्रसाद. नैवेद्य प्रसाद, नैवेद्य प्रसाद. Investment, return on investment. Investment, return on investment. And that is visible on the Indian national flag. You have a wheel. One goes this way. So, Naivedya, Prasad. Wheel, rotation. And that happens. And then you're so happy because all your wishes are fulfilled in the temple. आप क्या बोलोगे? आपके neighbor को problem है, family में problem है. You will tell कि go to that temple. इच्छा पूरी हो जाएगी आपकी. It is called referral. मंदिर के देवता को भी पता है the value of repeat orders and referral. It is the secret of a sustainable business model. Gods know that unless the customer is delighted, वो दर्शन लेने मंदिर नहीं आएगा. Your business is your temple. वहां रोज लोग आ रहे हैं. क्यों आ रहे हैं? कुछ इच्छा पूर्ति करने के लिए. If you don't give customer delight, why will you get repeat orders? Why will you get referrals? And suddenly you see this practice, this ritual of going to the temple captures the fundamental principles of business. ग्राहक देवता का मतलब कुछ अलग हो जाता है अभी. Because you start understanding that relationships are about investment and return on investment. All relationships. कुछ पाने के लिए पहले कुछ देना पड़ता है. खोना नहीं पड़ता है, देना पड़ता है. But if you are a hoarder, every time you give, you think you are losing something. All investment looks like a loss. I know many business people like that, for whom every investment is a loss. Free में सब कुछ चाहिए. The easiest way to find this out is to see how many people pay their interns. Intern को पैसे नहीं देंगे. That is the first indicator कि ये hoarder है. You see, because everybody thinks हम बहुत चालाक हैं. One of the things in this world is every businessman and every person in the world of business thinks they are very clever. But all our scriptures will talk about asuras. Whenever the asuras would ask Brahma, they would invoke Brahma, would शाम को लूपोल निकालो. You see, these stories are 1500 years old, 2000 years old. They are talking about how Indians thought. We knew that nothing is perfect. But the moment you try to hoard things, you will create raiders. And the moment you create raiders, you will create war. और फिर हिंसा होती है. अहिंसा के लिए लेना पड़ता है, देना पड़ता है. You have to keep giving, receiving, exchanging. This idea is so old. When you read the first verse of the Rig Veda, you will find a word there called yajna. And the word yajna is defined in the Yajurveda as dehi ma dadami te. Give me what I give you. So I have to first give you something in order to get something from you. But they didn't use the word Naivedya and Prasad. They used a different language. They said, मैं देवता का आवाहन करता हूं, उसे कुछ देता हूं, स्वाहा, और उससे कुछ पाता हूं, तथास्तु. So be it. Swaha to get tathastu. Swaha to get tathastu. देना पड़ता है कुछ पाने के लिए. So this idea of exchange is in India for the last 3,000, 4,000 years. It is what makes us human. I once asked an economist, tried to explain to me economics in one word, and he, without blinking, said transaction. Giving and receiving. That's what makes us human, and that's what economics is all about. And suddenly, the moment he said it, I said, ye to yajna hai. This is yajna. This is what puja is all about. You give in order to get. You give in order to get. Business is about giving and getting, not about grabbing market share and being the alpha. Something has shifted in the world where we are now saying business में हिंसा की भाषा आ गई. When business is about providing goods and services to the market and in exchange getting remuneration. In other words, who wants goods? Someone who doesn't have the goods. Who wants services? Who doesn't have the services? यानी कि भूखे हैं वो. They are hungry. They are looking for goods and services. और चूंकि वे भूखे हैं, वो बाजार में आ रहे हैं. That is why they come into the market. So when you're meeting your customers and your clients, you know you're meeting hungry people. भूखे हैं वो. We don't use the word bhook, which is such an emotive and powerful word. We use words like ambition. Ambition भूख ही होता है. Another word for ambition is greed. You cannot differentiate between these two words. There is no difference. Usually my rival's ambition is greed. I am only ambitious. I have no greed. सब भूखे हैं. जीव और अजीव के बीच में फर्क क्या है? What is अजीव? अजीव is an inorganic object. Jeev is an organism. All organisms are hungry. We all are hungry for something. We want something in life. पेड़ों को कुछ चाहिए. That is why they have leaves. That is why they have roots, collecting the sunlight and the water. Animals are hungry, and that is why they are migrating. They are flying from one place to the other, moving from one place to the other. भूख लगी है. हम जॉब करते हैं क्योंकि भूख लगी है. हम बिजनेस करते हैं क्योंकि भूख लगी है. We may use words like revenue, cash flow. At the end of the day, we are trying to satisfy our hunger. Our hunger may be of different kinds, but भूख ही लगती है. $1 million to $10 million to $1 trillion economy में बाप रे कितना भूखा है. भूख मिटती नहीं है. भूख, it's hunger. That is what we use the word need, demand, supply. भूख. भूख को भोग चाहिए. भोग के लिए वो बाजार आता है. बाजार में हम goods and services देते हैं, in exchange for which we collect revenue and the government collects taxes. That's what it is. Business is about भोग देना. आप भोग देते हो लोगों को. It's such a pleasurable activity. भूखे आते हैं, आप उसको भोग देते हो. You send them satisfied and happy. It's like going to a great dinner and feeling satisfied. You burp in satisfaction. And हम पान, उसके बाद पान देते हैं लोगों को कि burp in satisfaction, digestion अच्छा हो. आजकल हम तांबुड़, पान नहीं देते कस्टमर्स को कि हमने एक संतोष हो ना, good food. Because we have decided that business is war. I go to corporates and they have a war room strategy. Business is run by a vegetarian. And he has a war room strategy. And I said, Hindi mein strategy ko batao, what is the translation of the word? And he'll say, Rananiti. I said, किसके साथ युद्ध कर रहे हो? कस्टमर के साथ, रेगुलेटर के साथ, मार्केट के, कौन है तुम्हारा शत्रु? how we have constructed a world of violence. Everybody looks at each other as वो गन से शूट करेगा अभी मुझे. Rather than saying that everybody is hungry for something. भूखे हैं. Find what they need. भूख मिटा लो. भूख कभी नहीं मिटती है. It never ends. There's a very famous story of Kuber, the god of treasures. कुबेर एक दिन शिवजी के पास जाते हैं और देखते हैं वहां गणेश जी बैठे हुए हैं. गणेश अभी कैलाश, शिवजी कैलाश पर्वत में रहते हैं. नथिंग ग्रोज ओवर देयर. देयर आर नो ट्रीज, देयर आर नो प्लांट्स. इट इज अ माउंटेन ऑफ स्टोन कवर्ड विद स्नो. नथिंग ग्रोज ऑन माउंट कैलाश. एंड देयर से शिवा हैप्पी, वेरी हैप्पी. नथिंग इज देयर. कुछ वनस्पति नहीं है वहां पे. तो वहां पे कुबेर जी आते हैं और देखते हैं कि अरे वहां गणेश जी बैठे हैं. गणेश जी इज लाइक दिस बिग टमी, seems to have a good appetite. He feels very sad for Ganesh ji. Said, ये तो हाथी का सर है, तोंद इतना बड़ा है, उसके पिताजी के पास वनस्पति नहीं है, क्या खिलाएगा? So out of very his gentleness and kindness, he looks, कुबेर गणेश जी को बोलते हैं कि आप मेरे घर आइए, मैं आपको भरपेट खाना खिलाऊंगा. और गणेश जी बोलते ठीक है, मैं आता हूं आपके घर भरपेट खाना खाने के लिए. और वो अलकापुरी पहुंच जाते हैं. एंड ही रीचेस कुबेर्स ग्रेट पैलेस व्हिच इज फुल ऑफ ऑल द वंडर्स इन द वर्ल्ड. एंड ही starts to eat, and he 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 keeps eating and eating and eating and eating and eating. And गणेश जी खाते रहते हैं. कुबेर का खजाना, कुबेर का भंडार समाप्त हो जाता है. बट गणेश जी बोलते कुछ और है खाने के लिए. भूख नहीं मिटी. आई ओनली हैव $2 trillion. $3 trillion होगा तो फिर शायद मैं पान ले लूं. एंड देन कुबेर रियलाइजेस समथिंग इज नॉट राइट. एंड कुबेर से गणेश जी आप कुछ बताना चाहते हैं? से हाँ मैं बताना चाहता हूं, अभी तुम्हें समझ में आया. दैट इज वाई पॉवर्टी इज इंपॉर्टेंट, बिकॉज यू लर्न व्हेन यू आर पुअर. He says, देखो हम शिवजी के पास खाना लेने नहीं जाते हैं, संतोष सीखने जाते हैं. Shiva does not give me food. He teaches me how to be satisfied, how to be content. Because only when you are content are you able to see other people's hunger. When you are content, you start looking at the world around you and you realize, बाप रे बाप कितने भूखे लोग हैं दुनिया में. And then the business model changes. Because in the initial phase of your career, you are working to satisfy your hunger. But in the latter phase of your career, on the day of retirement, if you're still working to satisfy your hunger, then you have been very unsuccessful in your job. It means you have not thought of दूसरे लोगों के भूख के बारे में नहीं सोचा है. And this is the tragedy of modern education. Because we never tell people कि देखो आना है और जाना है. Even in the field of insurance. How many of y'all have made your will? Can you raise your hands? Not everyone, right? Because we all believe we are immortal. This is an insurance conference. Just to clarify, I'm not in a wrong room. In an insurance conference, less than 50% of people raised their hand saying that we have made a will. What does it tell us? Yudhishthira was once asked by the Yaksha in the Mahabharata, सबसे अजूबा क्या है दुनिया में? And he said, रोज लोग मरते हैं, बाकी लोग समझते हैं हम अमर हैं. This will not change. ये सनातन सत्य है. It will not change. So your industry is safe. People will always be insecure and therefore will need insurance. I'll give you a story of insurance. People ask me, Devdutt, mythology से एक story निकालो insurance के लिए. So the story comes from Adbhuta Ramayana. So nowadays Ramayana is again back in the news as usual. And there is this great war happening in Lanka and Ram and Lakshmana are fighting Ravan, the Rakshasas on one side, the Vanars on the other. And news reaches Ram's camp that Ravan has gone to the nether regions to meet Mahi Ravan, जो पाताल लोक का राजा है, जो बहुत बड़ा तांत्रिक है, to defeat Ram. तो हनुमान says, don't worry Ram, I can protect you. भूत पिशाच सबसे मैं बचा सकता हूं. I will protect you. मेरी जो पूंछ है उससे मैं एक दुर्ग बनाऊंगा. I'll make a great fortress using my tail. And I'll make a fort around you. I'll cover the left and the right, the north, south, east, west, on the top. Everything will be covered with my tail, and no bhoot pisach, no tantrik will be able to catch you. Because they become very powerful at night. In the morning you are awake, you have the bow in the hand, I don't have anything to fear. But at night, when you are resting, I have to protect you. And so assured by the fact that Hanuman, the mighty Hanuman, is protecting him, everybody goes to sleep. But in the morning, when they wake up, Ram and Lakshman have been abducted. Why? Because of only one thing. Hanuman thought of protecting Ram from the sky, the north, the east, the west, the south. He forgot Patal is under the earth, and someone can make a hole from under the earth, underground, and take Ram away to Patal Lok. Even Hanuman cannot give perfect insurance. There is a clause everywhere. उपाय तो निकालेंगे. अगर देवता उपाय निकाल सकते हैं तो असुर भी उपाय निकाल सकते हैं. सभी जगह उपाय होता है. And of course, Hanuman goes on many adventures and finally rescues Ram. And Ram says, there can never be perfection in this world. Never be too confident. सब कुछ खत्म होता है. Never know. Even Hanuman can overlook things. बाकी लोग क्या? हनुमान भी राम को प्रोटेक्ट नहीं कर पाए 24/7. So calm down. Do your best. Read those footnotes. Read the fine print. But know that some
So thank you. I think people will be coming up with questions, but thank you for making us understand जीवन का सत्य, और वो ही जीवन का सत्य ही हमारे कर्म का सत्य है. और जो आप संतोष और कंटेंट की बात कर रहे थे, once you have the संतोष and content, it will definitely convert into that joy of working or giving. And we have India leading the G20 presidency. Uska bhi wahi hai, it's one earth, one family, one future for all of us. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. तो सबको जो मैं हूँ वो दूसरा है, उसी में वहीं पर आ गया, अपना पराया का नहीं आया, तो वहीं पर कंटेंट और संतोष आ गया. So serving the people with a lot of content, joy, and that will help in building the trust and confidence. Any questions if anyone has? Yes. Just pass.
Maybe we can, if somebody can pass on the mic to the gentleman.
Hi, this is Gurunathan.
Hi.
Wonderful having you here. I've been a big fan of you, thanks to your Mahathir. You've been doing a lot of works, right? You've combined mythological, you've been combining so many important aspects of life, the present life, the past. Is there anything which has been difficult for you to deal with when you were doing all these works?
I think the difficulty is you meet people who think they have understood the subject. And most of the time, the problem is you meet people who have read nothing but seem to have very strong opinions. How do you deal with these people with gentleness? It took me a long time to be kind to them. I has to be very rude and abrupt. But then I realized, padhe nahi hai. They have not read. They don't know anything. And the more confident you are, the less educated you are. For me, the sign of confidence is that isko nahi pata hai kuch. Because we all know things can change in a second, in a minute, in a moment. Things can go wrong. Anything can happen. Any minute can happen. So this is something that I learned, that my biggest barrier was you have to be kind to people who don't understand your business. So let's say you are in the insurance sector. You have to be kind to the fact that the person in front of you, usko nahi samajh mein aata hai. What you bring to the table, you have spent hours, days, minutes reading up every line, everything. The person in front of you will get impatient. He will say that, nahi, you don't understand. And they will say things like, they will be argumentative, they'll be rude, they'll be obnoxious, they will look down upon you. But really because they don't have Saraswati with them. You have Saraswati in the room. So in every business, that's the biggest barrier. It took me a long time because I would get very irritated and impatient. How dare they speak to me like this? But then I realized they are supposed to speak like this. That is a business opportunity for me. The more silly they are, the more stupid they are, जितनी सरस्वती उधर कम है, मुझे लक्ष्मी दिखाई देती है. Yes. The gentleman.
Pass the mic back. Say.
I think someone over there had raised their hand.
Yeah, so there's one hand that side.
If there's another mic,
maybe. Mic.
Yes. Haji.
Yeah, so question I had was, and actually it's more of a comment also. See, there, we grow up reading Western management books, and I've always felt that it really doesn't adapt to our culture. If you look at the way our people sit in a canteen and eat, sharing, and the way you go to a Western canteen is very different. Where we lack, and I think is the language to articulate this effectively, and I feel someone like you can help us form that language, because there is a emotional disconnect in what we learn and the way we are. And I think, we also as a country maybe lack the self-confidence to assert our own individual style of management. And I think there is a lot of value in, I think, what that brings.
Yeah, you're right. See, language, I'll stand up because I think it's not visible, sorry. So, the language thing is a very important point. As I said, the truth, just translating this one word, I can spend hours explaining just language, grammar, so many things. And the words are different because people, it's very nice to say things, with respect to people who keep saying the world is a family. Ye sab words, management words hai. All people before giving you bonus, when they don't want to give you bonus, they'll say you're like my family only. It basically means I will not give you promotion. Because a family member hai na, family member ko paise nahi diya jata hai. So ye Indians are very chalak in this way when they say these things. So language is a very powerful thing because once you understand language, when you're talking business management, all these words, where did these business principles come from? They came from the East India Company. Every management technique that we learn today came from the East India Company. East India Company, where did it get its management principle? It got it from the Crusades. And the Crusades got their management principles from the Roman military. So today, every business organization runs like a military command center. It's a military command center. The way we are designed, managers, assistant manager, आप देखिए platoon होता है ना, उसको हम department बोलते हैं. तो एक supply chain होता है, there is a war department, there is a sales department, it's completely designed around a military mindset. And what was the purpose of the Roman military? The purpose of the Roman military was to plunder. And that's exactly what we are doing even today. When I hear some of those trillion-dollar companies give speeches and I'm like, oh my God, ye bakasur hai yahan pe. I don't get impressed because, and the only reason, I would be impressed 10 years ago, but as you start reading the Shastras, you are like, ye to bakasur hai. And that's all you see. You start seeing one and one bakasur. But so you stop getting impressed. And so language is very important. I think I'm sure there's so much to learn from Chinese culture. There's so much to learn from Japanese culture. But we are not taught this. And I think, glad you raised this point because when I give lectures, I have actually had this problem. I'll give you a problem with the Hindi press and the English press. When I started writing articles on mythology and management, Economic Times took the article. All the English papers took the articles. The Hindi editor says, nahi, hamare yahan nahi chalega. आप पूजा पाठ देवी देवताओं के बारे में लिखिए. Even today, top English Hindi papers will say, sir, वो management वाली बात मत बताइए. हमारे लोगों को देवी देवताओं के बारे में सब कहानी बताते रहिए. They have such a low opinion. I'm talking about the Hindi press. And I remember giving this speech in Hindi in a very strong mercantile neighborhood in North India. And the guy says, sir, आपका तो article में पढ़ता हूँ, आप ये नहीं लिखते हो हिंदी में. I said, देखो आपके editors block किए हैं. Because the subject is मैं लक्ष्मी के बारे में बात कर रहा हूँ and all the businessmen were very happy. Because I was talking about profit and loss and everything and I was using ऋण and मोक्ष and debit, credit. So they said, I said, ये शास्त्र, मैंने कुछ English भाषा नहीं बोली है. I will tell you everything I will tell you from Indian stories only. But the Indians only, we block ourselves. We have decided that our ancestors did not know how to do business. We will be proud to tell people that, oh, we were a richest country 500 years ago. And the same person will go and say that Indian temples were built by aliens. Because Indians mandir thodi na bana sakte hain. Aliens banaye. And that will get higher hits. History Channel won't get hits. Alien bolte hi, ratings बढ़ जाते हैं. Thank you for raising the point.
Excuse me. As they say, Ravan ko harana hai to Ram Setu banana padega. It's me here. Do you have examples of importance of collaboration in mythology or in our Shastras?
Yes, it's called Dahi Handi. कभी Dahi Handi ritual देखा है? In order to get to that pot, you need to work with people. So much of collaboration has to happen. The smallest has to go up. The strongest has to be down. और जो बैठा है उसको खड़ा जब तक नहीं होगा.
Amazing.
But I want to tell you how politicians have ruined it. They have turned it into a competition. So today during Nandotsav, when you go across Bombay, you will have this competition. कौन सबसे बड़ा जा सकता है? कौन ऊपर जा सकता है? rather than celebrating the collaboration of the neighborhood, where every young boys and girls, now girls are doing it, everybody's doing it. People who are not athletes are participating. Rather than celebrating that, we are celebrating how high can dahi handi be. So you lost the focus, na? तुमने हंडी को देखा है, तुमने कोलैबोरेशन को नहीं देखा.
Amazing. Thank you.
The gentleman in red or a lady over there, I think, please stand up. I'm feeling bad that you're not getting the access to the... yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Alathya Sethi. I think the topic really means so much to us. On a daily basis, all we keep hearing is the competition, and that's what, even together, while we are sitting here in this room collectively, back of the mind, we still know that we are each other's competition. So I think that was so much relevant today, especially in this kind of a scenario. And someone has to begin it. So just to endorse what he said, I think to begin, we as integrated risk insurance brokers would like to tell people that we are here to collaborate. We are here. अगर हमें भूख है, तो आपको भी भूख है. अगर साथ में कुछ कर पाए, तो हम जरूर इस विषय में काम करेंगे. I think that is what the motive was, and I have taken it very positively. And I thought of spreading the word across. Thank you so much. Very enlightening.
So no question, right?
No, I still have a question. You have been inspiring. We keep hearing about you, and we try to apply it in business too. So today, when you spoke about content, I wanted to understand, क्योंकि आपका एक वीडियो देखा है हमने, I wanted to understand कर्तव्य और इच्छा के बीच में कंटेंट के को माध्यम को दिमाग में रखते हुए आप किसे प्राधान्य दोगे?
Always contentment. Because people who use words like kartavya are usually politicians. So all politicians will talk about kartavya because they don't want to pay you for your work. The moment I say ये तुम्हारा duty है, it means I don't have to give you a remuneration. That's a very clever language of business people. Duty means I don't have to. In Indian rituals, हर चीज के लिए दक्षिणा देना पड़ता है. जो ब्राह्मण आरती लेके आपके सामने आएगा, आप उसको, I don't know if you have seen in South Indian temples, when the person comes with a lamp in front of you, you have to put 1 rupee in front of him, ताकि ऋण से मुक्त हो गए आप. हर चीज का ऋण होता है. Words like kartavya have been designed to take away the transactional side of life, because when there is no transaction, remember, it's an exploitation. Any relationship which talks about, so we'll always talk about women having duties. Na? Kartavya hona chahiye. Ye tumhara kartavya hai. It's a very clever way to exploit people. Especially if rich and powerful people start talking about duties, check whether they pay taxes. Always check whether they pay taxes and how many clever people they have to bypass tax laws. Then you will understand what is kartavya and karma yoga. So always check. Yes. It's working. It's no, they won't hear. So it's working. I think so. Yeah. It's yes, the mic.
This is on behalf of a friend of mine who's actually watching you live and has sent me this question to ask. So basically, she's undergone a surgery and is thinking of mortality all the time and is yet very hungry all the time. So she's worrying that will she be able to do all the things she wants to do, and is therefore mortality being detrimental to her? What is your suggestion?
In India, we believe there's always another life. So there's no need of taking tension. There'll always be another life and another life and another life. You will never get all satisfaction in this life. Because in your next life, you'll be born with a woman's body, then a man's body, then a queer body, then a plant. And you have to experience everything in life. So 84 लाख योनियों से जन्म लेना है. Tension मत लीजिए. कोई problem नहीं. चलिए.
एंड में संतोष रखिए, कंटेंट भी कंटेंटेड बहुत ही है. Thank you so very much. May I request Ms. Rashmi Iyer to kindly present the bouquet A big thank you to Mr. Patnaik. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain at your respective seats. We start with the next session, just setting the stage towards it. And this is the panel discussion, the topic of the wider role of the new age brokers. In fact, picking up from what Mr. Patnaik shared with us, how do we lead this change, be a part of the change with a lot of trust, awareness, and joy? Especially as we see the government and IRDI focusing on increasing the insurance penetration. I'm using this word penetration, Mr. Patnaik, with a lot of now consciousness. So as the government and IRDI is been focusing and emphasizing more on increasing the insurance penetration towards more value addition to the customer in terms of pricing, new products, how does, again, this new age broker in this digital age reinvent himself? We are going to be discussing on the new age broker, how by embracing technology, provides new services to both the policyholders and to the insurers. I invite our distinguished panelist of the session, Mr. T.A. Ramalingam, the Senior President, Bajaj Allianz General Insurance Company Limited. Mr. Sushant Sareen, can I request Mr. Sushant Sareen, the President of Tata AIG General Insurance Company Limited, to please grace the dais. Nainul Desai, the Senior Vice President and National Head, Institutional Business, Liberty General Insurance Company Limited. Mr. Aditya Dadia, the Founder, All Right. Ms. Niharika Singh, the Executive Vice President of IFCO Tokyo General Insurance Company Limited. Mr. Vishal Sikand, the Joint President, Commercial Lines, HDFC Ergo General Insurance Company Limited. And the moderator of the session, Mr. Pavanjeet Singh Dhingra, Joint Managing Director, Prudent Insurance Brokers Private Limited, and Director, IBI.
That's not an issue. So,
after Devdutt, I think it's a tough act to follow. But, in setting up this panel, I was thinking about the time I joined this industry, sometime 2004, 2005. And the total premium that year was 13,000 crores. And I was thinking, if someone told me that this year we would be nearing 3 lakh crores, I would have said, you're a liar. There's no way this is going to happen. And it was so heartening to hear the regulator tell us today that by 2032, we'll be ahead of Canada, South Korea, and Germany, which is absolutely incredible if you think about it. And this is an industry, we are celebrating now 20 years of insurance broking, and this is an industry that just keeps on giving. And I frankly feel we don't celebrate, what we mean to the economy enough. If I look at the cycles, we are a very mature industry after 20 years. We started at tariff times, and I remember spending years running presentations about who is a broker, what does a broker do, and then we had de-tariffing, and then we had precipitous fall in rates, and change of insurers, change of reinsurers. But now look at, we are back. The industry is on very strong footing, where new players are coming in. And it's a completely global industry. Every rupee of risk that is placed in India is farmed out all over the world, and vice versa. And, as I said, this is an industry that keeps on giving. But now, 20 years from now, how is it that we're going to reinvent ourselves? So I'm really pleased to have this very, very distinguished panel of absolute leaders of this industry. And we are hoping for more questions and answers, because you're not going to get this kind of brain power on the stage very often. So let me start with our first question, which I'll address to Nenur. So Nenur, what changes do we expect to see in coverage and policy wordings as the general insurance sector is now opening up?
Yeah. At the onset, first of all, thank you to IBI for asking Liberty to be a partner over in this event. And also, Pawan, thank you for inviting me to be a part of this panel. Before I answer a question, and I'll just carry forward what you mentioned. I feel as a general insurance industry, what we do is a very noble work. And at times we ourselves don't, estimate that nobility. Why I say so, and I sincerely feel a lot about it, is because we may not be doctors saving lives, but we get lives of people back on track. We cover them from their financial insecurities or any accident that happens, we get businesses back and we give livelihoods to people. So this is something that I always cherish in my heart, and that emotion evoked in me when you mentioned about it. Now, coming back to the question, what are the changes that we anticipate with opening up of wordings or products that we see? Although much has been discussed and deliberated about saying that we should not rely on Western business sense, but I'll still like to quote Philip Kotler out here and say that we normally have to differentiate ourselves. There are 4 P's to it. That's price, promotion, place, and product. We have done enough innovation, or either substantial innovation, in terms of how we distribute our products, in terms of how innovative we can be with price, as well as creating a brand image for ourselves, and each of us individually as well as collectively within our organizations. This is an opportunity for us to actually transform the way we do business by changing the products. Now, what does this entail is, in my opinion, what change it will bring, and first and foremost would be the mindset. We have been used to doing ways they've been doing. We've been used to selling a certain product in the way it was being sold. If we really want to transform it, we'll have to change our mindset, get closer to the customer, understand the needs that they have, and rather fitting the insurance product that we have into the risk that they're carrying, understand the risk better, whether they can keep it on their balance sheet or they want to pay a price for it, and then devise a product for it. So first would be a mindset change. Now coming more towards the tangible change that I would see, we together need to partner in terms of sharing knowledge. It will not be a single person or a single entity who can bring this change in terms of products. If we share knowledge as an insurer, if we are able to create enough capacities, if we are able to talk to reinsurers and together bring this change, I think this will be the way forward. It will totally transform the way we do business, and I think it's a very positive change.
So can I follow that up with a little bit more direct question, Vishal? Okay. With the opening up of the sector, do we really need named peril policies, or should we just move across the board throughout the industry onto all risk forms and make life easier for customers?
Thank you for inviting HDFC Ergo, and Pavanjit, thank you very much for inviting me on the panel. I think interesting question. I just wanted to give you an anecdote before I actually start with this. A couple of days back, my son, he actually sent me a Instagram video. I was traveling and he wanted to reach out to me. So I opened it and I saw Sadhguru was there, and he's about 12 years old. So the discussion was that why do you always complain that your kids are on the mobile phone? And Sadhguru said, it's the job of the parent to make it more interesting, to get the attention of the kid. And I think somewhere this is also very, very relevant for us. We need to make our business more interesting for the end customer or the partners to come and reach out. And making ourselves interesting, I think, definitely a lot of things in terms of our policy wording, making it more, early in the session we talked about making it more transparent, layman-oriented, people can read, understand, they know what the kind of risks are there. And I think in this entire process, a lot of innovation and evolution will take place. My sense on this is that if we are able to sell our policy using technology, that could be the end goal, which means that in this entire process, we simplify the entire understanding, articulation, reaching out, explanation. I think the world would be a much larger play. We are still very small in terms of, while you talked about, we are quite mature, but in terms of our reach, our access to people in terms of insurance, we've hardly scratched anything. So I think going forward, yes, wordings will open up in a much broader manner. Discussions across the client will be specific, personalized, individualized risk. And I think that's where the market should grow in.
Sushant, do we see the end of the fire policy and being replaced by property all risk, hopefully by next year? Do you see that happening at your end?
I think there will be a multiplicity of forms always, now and in the future, whether 1 year or later. The all-risk form and the fire policy, there will be buyers who will choose to have limited perils cover. Even in the earlier, the proposition or discussion paper floated by the regulator, the point was to have policies which are specific, single peril policy. Somebody wants to cover only a cat risk, doesn't want to cover even, for instance, Flexa, leave alone all risk. So I think choice for the insurer will be there, and therefore all the forms will prevail. Between the many forms that will prevail, one or two will really garner most of the business in terms of most clients will go for either all risk or the existing named perils. Single perils and all of that will require a lot of, let me say, acceptance of risk within client companies. And I don't see that happening very soon. So will there be more, many kinds of forms? Yes, between the fire and the all risk, both will prevail. One will not kind of, make the other obsolete. But overall, 2 or 3 forms will be the ones that the clients depend on.
Thanks. Thank you, everyone. The general insurance sector, we feel, is far, far behind the banking sector when it comes to technology, and especially for commercial lines of business. What would be your strategy? And we have a young entrepreneur here who's on the forefront of InsurTech. So Aditya, let's start with you. What do you think is going to happen as far as technology, and how do you see the insurance sector changing?
So, as you said, when it comes to fintech, InsurTech is the last leg, is the last domino that needs to fall now. As another panelist had said, Mr. Arthur Thakkar, he had said that technology and InsurTech are only going to eliminate brokers, only going to enable brokers, not eliminate them. So that's where InsurTech comes in. The 2 primary concerns that any broker would have are data security and scalability. At Allright, what we've tried to do is create a many-to-many tenanted structure where every broker can sit, have his own software, and process as many quotes as humanly imaginable. The whole logic behind technology in this sector is simple. A broker should not be wasting time churning out a lot of data, creating the code slip, sending that code slip to the insurers, preparing code comparison reports, and then finally after 14 long days and lots of man hours, lots and lots of money behind those man hours being wasted, come back with a final placed quote. This entire process can be done within a matter of minutes, and brokers can focus on their core competencies, which is sales, increasing insurance penetration within the country, scalability of their organizations. So the reason behind technology has never been to eliminate. It's always been to enable brokers to reach their maximum potential. As you had said earlier, that you've seen insurance grow from a couple of 1,000 crores premiums to a couple of lakhs of crores of premiums in the last 15 to 20 years. That happened because of a revolution. That happened because initially quotes were sent on pen and paper to insurance companies and then received back. Then came the emails and Excel sheets revolution. And as we progress, another revolution is here. We are at the brink of that revolution where we can digitize the entire sector. We can reduce the entire operational risk of a broker, of an insurance company. We can go for streamlined underwriting all through a single touch point.
Niharika, I'd love to hear the insurance company's perspective. What are you doing on technology? And how do you see that changing from a customer perspective?
Thank you for the question. We see that a lot of changes are happening. In our lifetime, we have seen changes happening in this industry, especially if you look at the commercial market. Even though we are not able to underwrite directly without the human intervention, the large risks, but we are able to enable the issuance of certificates in marine or issuance of endorsements for additions and deletions. So we are trying to break it into parts, ensure that the manual labor goes out of it unless some technicalities are involved, and tech is enabling making it very easy for the customer as well as the brokers. Brokers are also investing, and I see it as a very welcome change, supporting insurers in ensuring seamless service to the customers. If I look at commercial business, if all the insurers are sitting on data, huge pile of data, which is related to underwriting as well as claims in those segments. In next few years, I see IoT and AI shifting, crunching the data, and maybe we will have some kind of rule engine for rating, as well as an indicative rater would be available for the underwriter to work on. Burning cost, we already take it out. So probably this engine as well as the burning cost will help us out to a very large extent to use tech to do the rating. Thank you.
Thank you, that's wonderful. Vishal, when we last met, you were talking about how you're going to tear down and rebuild your entire technology stack. So how is the average customer's life going to be different in 2025 as an HDFC Ergo client?
So the way we look at it now, I think it's relevant for the entire industry. I think the insurance would only become one component of the entire ecosystem in which the customer resides. And we as an insurer or the stakeholders of insurance company will have to elevate our technology platform also to integrate all the ecosystems available for the customer into one. We have already embarked about this journey. We are working towards not selling insurance, but using, like what she talked about, using the data. I mean, look at it, we are the second largest retail health underwriter. Now, the amount of customer data that we have in terms of what kind of treatment he's done, where he can do it, and at an aggregate level, if we can bring it back, we will be able to put that into the ecosystem for providing better healthcare, better information, better diagnosis, at the end where the customer can use it. Similar could be the case for marine, similar could be the case for travel, and many other product lines. The larger point is it will not be a market share we'll operate. I think the larger point is how we can, gather the mind share of the customer
who is integrated to our insurance industry and then provide solutions beyond insurance.
Fantastic, fantastic. Moving on to the next question, we've all been hearing about India as a $5 trillion economy and the massive infrastructure build-out that our country is doing. And our insurance industry is, completely involved in this build-out. We insure everything that's being built right now. We now also have an opportunity to leapfrog into surety bonds, and in some markets, surety bonds form as much as 30% of the total insurance industry in those countries. How do you see the insurance industry build out in this area, Sushant? Not just in surety bonds, but in our entire infra ecosystem.
It is undoubtedly one of the biggest opportunities for growth for the country, for the economy, and therefore also as one element of that economy for the insurance industry. Surety bonds, that being kind of one of the areas where the industry currently is not present, is something that has acquired a lot of fillip and push from the regulator and also from user industries like, for instance, NHAI representing the building of roads and the power sector and all of that. So there is a demand, there is a regulatory push to get, a good surety product or a suite of products out. Some products have been launched, and it will take a little time for, I think, the message to go to all of the potential clients about those products. There is a little bit of a gap even now between the way the bank guarantee, which is the substitute for surety, between the way the bank guarantee works and the existing, the newly launched but existing surety products work, and the requirement of the client. The client is looking at, and I think the infrastructure bottleneck is that working capital which gets locked up either in a bank guarantee or in the existing surety products, that should get freed. And the surety should be called unconditionally. So there is little work happening over there. Reinsurance capacity is slow to come because reinsurers have reservations about the ability to recover if there is a claim. I think the government's support on that would be required to get this sorted. But between the products that are available now and the product which really is the demand of the industry, where working capital is not tied up and it's an unconditional calling, surety has some way to develop, and then once it develops, I've never heard of that 30% figure that you mentioned, but yes, it'll become a very substantial product for clients, particularly within infrastructure to buy. Outside of surety, the industry is very well equipped to provide risk transfer to all kinds of projects, including the big ones. India has started now executing projects at a scale which we were not doing until, say, 10 years back. And capacity for those projects, the complexity of some of those projects, for instance, tunneling is involved, wet works are involved, and all of that. I think the Indian general insurance industry is able to satisfy all of those needs. I think that part is well oiled and working. Surety is probably something that we need to put some effort in.
So good to hear. And when I look at surety, some of the concerns I personally have, there was a lot of brouhaha about title insurance 5-7 years ago, and it was mandatory by law. And I think a lot of people did a lot of work on it, and it sank without a trace. Do you see that possibly happening on the surety side? Either Niharika or Nenu, whoever wants to take this, I'll be happy to hear your views on this. It's big promise for a great future, but will it happen?
Surety is an unknown devil in India. Bankers have done BG, they know the business, and we are starting, so a lot to learn. And it can only be done when the legal framework of the country allows the same lane on the when the bankruptcy happens, just like banks, we should also get that kind of priority. Otherwise, it's a reinsurer's game, just like credit insurance. Till date, we have not managed enough capacities within the country, and we are totally dependent on reinsurance to write the business. So surety probably for a few years will be like that only. Hopefully with the regulations changing, we will have better control and more capacities.
Thank you, Niharika. Moving on to the next question, as a broker in commercial lines, one of the biggest challenges I see for our industry is when you have large and complex claims, there is a very finite pool of senior surveyors who are capable of handling that. And one of our big concerns is that there's an entire generation of these senior surveyors that will retire. Though I was very happy to see one of them bring the next generation last evening to the event. That was very heartening. Is it possible that one of the reasons for this is that perhaps we need to pay our surveyors better, and maybe we can have some innovative strategies where even some clients can contribute from the claim? What is our strategy as an industry, to really deepen the talent pool for surveyors? Because that's a big bottleneck in large and complex claims. I think this is something we will all agree upon. So Vishal, if I can request you to take that question.
Thank you. I think that's one of our biggest challenge. We've already started to cite it now, and I think going forward is going to be even bigger. If I have to, definitely we need to actually make our industry a little more, interesting for them in terms of remuneration and revenues that they can earn and more people to come in. But also plugging it together with the complexity of risks that are coming in, the different nature of businesses that we get into insurance. I think we also need to involve a lot of diversity coming in. We need to get more specialized people coming into the industry as surveyors. So I think that pool would enlarge. Definitely we need to have diversity also. I see a lot of men in the room, though that's another thing for another topic, another day. But I think subject matter expertise should be brought in to bring it. From an insurance company perspective, there should be also an evolution of people being trained to make it, but I think that as a topic we've been talking for a long time. Possibility is also maybe as an ecosystem way, brokers, insurance companies, and other channel partners can come together and build that possible vacuum in the future. So that's my view. I just wanted to go back to on the surety piece. I'm sorry, I just wanted to take a little different take on this.
Please.
Yeah. So if you look at the way agriculture or Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana came into play, I think it's been about 2016 onwards, it's really ramped up. But even before that, there was a caution in the air that, possibly this will not take up. And a lot of time people came in and went out. I think surety also addresses a pain in the industry today. There is a genuine concern in order to help our economy grow, and it's required. I'm not sure about the the title insurance piece on that one, but I think if we are prudent in the way we underwrite this and let this product come into the market and grow, I think we will in future have a big business coming out of this. I'm just taking learnings from Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana. Maybe 5 years, 10 years down the line, this would be a big portfolio to manage. So that's my.
Fantastic. Very, very nice to hear that. Your views on the survey situation, Sushant? You see it up close?
Yeah, it is. You've called out a real problem, and I think as an industry, we need to address it rather than just leaving it to the colleagues who are in the survey profession to manage. There are a few quick wins that we have here. One, for instance, could be that within the industry there is a lot of talent which is at the verge of superannuating. It includes engineers who've surveyed risks from a different standpoint, from the underwriting standpoint. It includes people who've handled claims all their lives, and my own belief is that a lot of the current talent crunch as a first, low-hanging fruit can be fulfilled by some of this talent, getting into the survey profession. As far as remuneration is concerned, is that Is that something which is, kind of preventing the profession from attracting talent? I have a little bit of a different view. I don't think that is, because even the leading survey firms in India who have more work coming to them than they are able to handle, I don't think they are pressed for, being able to pay market salaries. I don't think so. I think it is just that the whole profession in India has been more, up until now, not corporatized. It is more kind of people dependent, and talent likes to go into something which is more organized, more corporatized and all of that. The same way that the government of India has now allowed law firms and accounting firms and all of them to come into India, I think there is a case for allowing corporate survey firms from all over the developed markets to also come in. So that would give a fillip. There is a lot of talent that can be a little bit of a stopgap between the time regulation takes place and now within the industry, which I mentioned, can be used. And I think once corporate, the survey firms become corporatized, there will be a lot of talent that they can attract right out of engineering colleges and B schools. And
I see at a personal level, Sushant, I think money is an issue. I think if you look at salaries at survey firms compared to what, say, happens in insurance companies, etc., the money is, personally, money is an issue. And I've had a number of very senior surveyors, also address at a very personal level that, please buy my company. I'm just done with this industry. And people that you would not think would feel that way. But so I personally do believe money is an issue, but I think we should think about it, because see, if it's like any other industry, if it's lucrative, you will have, I think people just are getting paid enough. This is what my experience has been, but I leave it up to the...
No, on that one, let me say, one, I'm happy to be corrected and understand really that is a constraint. But at least in Tata AIG, I am clear that we are not limiting ourselves to, the agreement or whatever, some framework which is there with the general insurance companies, or GIPSA or whatever, where we believe there is work to be done, and we are quite happy to actually pay for that work. So I'm sure a lot of our peer companies would be like that. So maybe there is a real problem, but then we need to, address that problem also.
If I just may add something out here. So once again, I speak from the lens of an insurtech rather than a pure play insurance player. The old survey you were speaking about yesterday, who brought the next young generation in, every surveyor who wants to survive right now is innovating. The surveyor we spoke to yesterday spoke about getting real-time images taken by drones, having AI create a basic report, and then, of course, the mind of the surveyor is always going to be required. While we were looking to integrate a surveyor for our AllRight platform, we spoke to some really creative, really innovative people who are doing the same things but just doing them so differently. They were providing glasses at one center in the smallest, remotest areas of India, where anyone could just go, wear those glasses, and check out a property, check out any damage, do the basic surveying work while hearing it in their ear, from the instructions from a surveyor saying, take a left, take a right, look up, look down, and then the survey report was created. The future of survey also lies in innovation, and that cannot take away the brain behind it, but with this innovation, which will inevitably lower costs, the future of surveying should be secure, in my opinion.
Thank you. Thank you for that great perspective. Moving on to the next question, I think the insurance industry has done a wonderful job, and Vishal spoke about it, on agricultural insurance. And millions of people are insured, tens of thousands of crores of capacity, global capacity is brought to the country. At the same time, I think we've all made a lot of attempt to see how we can use the same kind of coverage to help companies, corporate clients, manage supply chain, manage procurement risk, manage the risk that their raw material poses, and very relevantly. But I don't think we've had much success with that. So Niharika, or if there's anyone else, is there any, what do you think is the reason for that, and what do you think we can do on the agri side to really bring corporate India to using this product?
We have had a very good experience and a very long experience of handling crop insurance in India now. Corporates, we have not seen people coming in asking for help, because with the rich experience that insurers today have, they will be able to give solutions to corporates. That is my feeling.
Michelle, do you have a view on this?
Yeah, sure.
How can we get corporate India, to use this expertise that we have?
I think corporate India is very inspired looking at this product. There is genuinely a financial loss which their balance sheet is not able to pick up. And I think there is a long discussion that takes place. I think the challenge out here is the gestation period from the time we start discussing to the time we are able to stitch the RI and close it. It takes time. This is a customized offering to specifically a product line. Whether it is, I've been in discussion with a lending company covering their MFI segment, loss of EMIs because there is a flooding. Now, the entire thing takes some time to put the entire program together. But the people come together if the financial sense at the end of the day makes them to buy it. Interestingly, we did one program which I thought was very, very interesting. We actually insured a cattle farm because of excessive heat. If there is a low milk production, so then that comes in. There is an interest. I think it takes time, and in future I think more and more people will come. Maybe specialized companies. Maybe we will extend ourselves to dedicate more resources to do it. But I think there is a business model over there.
Fantastic. I think we'll move on to the last question, and we'll have some time for question and answers. I think as an industry, I think GI industry has done a great job on frequency claims. I mean, look at health insurance, look at marine cargo, look at car insurance. Look at the millions of claims that are settled so effortlessly. Now, I think we've been having discussions around delegation of authority on smaller claims to the broking industry, and this is again a technology issue that can really help us solve this. So, would love to see. Do you see that happening now, especially with EOM coming in? There's an interest for all participants to lower cost. So, how can we partner as an ecosystem, Sushant, to help lower the overall cost and bring in efficiency into the industry?
I think there's a very strong case for partnership over here, and you understand the risk that clients present and which you place, whether it's a retail risk, individual risk, or a corporate risk, and therefore you already have a good understanding of the risk, the coverage which is provided because you've helped to place it, and can you play a role at the time of settlement of claim? Definitely, the answer is yes. Going beyond the goal of more pricing efficiency and all of that, I think there is a role to play there. And it will need a little bit of, I think, regulation change, because today the regulation mandates and specifies that some core activities of the insurer have to be carried out by the insurer. This is one of those ones. So other than for health claims where a TPA is allowed to administer. So I think with that change, with the expense control and everything, the fact that you have awareness of the risk and the coverage, there's a good, strong case for brokers to come in. I would only call out over here that even in the area where this is allowed, we haven't seen, for instance, TPAs came in completely from the cold and set up shops to start administering health claims, right? No broking firm yet, as of now, has kind of made an effort to do that. So even where it is today permitted or allowed, it is something that firms have not ventured into. So I think that is something that you can probably look at closely. Why is it like that? And whatever answers come out from that inquiry will help to then, pave the way for faster inroads into other claims that broking firms can get.
Basically, why broking companies say haven't set up a TPA, for example.
Yeah.
No, I think, I think.
And all of you together or individually, whichever.
No, so I think there are some brokers who have set up, but the challenge I think that they have faced is that, other brokers feel uncomfortable placing client business with those CPAs. So that is a challenge. It's a competitive industry. So that has been one of the challenges. So it's not, I think, the idea is that the existing broking companies could have some sort of delegation of authority. That was the, any views, Nainoor, on this?
I think it's the perfect time in terms of, broker ensuring, because as Sushant also rightly mentioned, you are closest to the risk and you understand the risk better. Now, it is also at the time of loss that you do intervene and advise the clients in providing the right kind of information, right kind of documents, etc., for an insurer to settle the claims. So it's a natural progression, I would say, Pawan. Now, the regulations currently, as Sushant also rightly mentioned, doesn't allow to do that. But can we also look at a future where probably, rather than an individual entity working on its own, have more of a collaborative approach? And if you see, in markets which are much more developed than India, you will see loss adjuster firms working as brokers and brokers also working as loss adjuster firms. Now, it's a matter of regulation and probably eventually that will change. But I think it's the opportune time, and as the regulations change, we should look forward for it.
So any last words, Vishal?
I would actually, keep regulation aside. I think as of right now we can't do much, but one thing that we can do is we know that the regulator is quite active in making few amendments, so you don't know how quickly this could come through. I think delegation may not be the right word, but I think the authority needs to be passed on. And anywhere there an authority is passed on, the accountability and responsibility of the receiver also increases. Using technology, I think we will build the trust in order to do this. For an insurance company, it will be far more efficient, economical to manage this going forward. Lastly, if the ambition of the industry is to grow at 2047 with everybody having insurance, health, life and home insurance, I think each stakeholder will have to take a share of that pie and contribute towards the growth. And this could be one of the steps to involve and help us in our growth journey.
So thank you, very engaging panel discussion. Before I throw it open for questions, I'd just like to say, hoping to see by the end of this decade, hoping to see that brokers and insurers would have be able to integrate their IT systems. I'm envisaging a world where we come with a slip to you and we are able to freely exchange data on the kind of claims that happen in that industry. There's a wealth of data, as Niharika mentioned, that we're all sitting on. And if we can, find ways to bring more efficiency for the client, I think this is something that will really help transform the industry. And from 3 lakh crores, who knows where we will be at. So with that, I throw this open to the audience. If you can please, raise your hand and just let us know who you'd like to address the question to. If there are questions. Yes. Okay, I think with that, let's call it a day. Thank you very much, everybody.
So there's still one more session to go. But we call it a day for this panel discussion. Mr. Dhingre, if I can request you to kindly present a small token of our gratitude to all our speakers. Thank you once again, Mr. Dhingra. Thank you to the panelists. And we are going to be moving into the next session. We'll just set the stage towards the next session. So the last panel discussion, the topic insurance is sold, not bought, the retail saga. And as we all know, insurance has always been a push product. As was also mentioned by Mr. Devdutt Patnaik, it is still very difficult to convince people to write their will. So that is where you have to convince people, and as we are talking about insurance for all, for deeper penetration, especially targeting the farmers, the MSME, the low and medium income group people, convincing them to go for insurance. How do we come up with new innovations in terms of products, pricing and services, the change? We reflect on that with our speakers of the session. I invite the distinguished panelists, Mr. Inderjeet Singh, the Secretary General of General Insurance Council, Mr. Kunal Popat, the co-founder of IMT Care, Mr. Amrish Kher, the Chief Partnership Distribution Officer, Turtle Mint Insurance Broking Services Private Limited, Mr. Bhushan Sheth, Chief Risk Officer, Zopper Insurance Brokers Private Limited, Mr. Dhruv Sareen, the Chief Business Officer, Policy Bazaar Insurance Brokers, Ms. Aarti Mulek, Head Underwriting and Product Development, Universal Sompo General Insurance, and our session moderator, Dr. Sandeep Dadia, the CEO of Aditya Birla Insurance Brokers Limited and Director, IBI.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I thank IBI for giving me the opportunity to moderate this session. I hope there has been a very fruitful discussion so far, and this session also is going to be equally fruitful. Just to give you a snapshot, we are talking about the retail insurance and how insurance is going to be bought, and what is going to be the role of brokers and technology into this entire game. We have a list of very knowledgeable panelists who are actually going to share their insights as to what is it that each one of them, or what is it that the industry is doing to enhance the penetration. So I will direct my questions to them. I would request the panelists, in the interest of time, we'll be a little more brief than what we have to be. Reason being, we have already run out of time. So in the interest of time, we'll be more brief. Thank you in anticipation. So, yeah. So my first question going to Aarti Malik. How will principle-based regulation and helping in growing penetration, and how will it be better for rule-based regulation for increasing the penetration of the retail lines of insurance?
Very good afternoon to everyone, and on behalf of Universal Sompo, I would like to thank IBI and Dr. Dadia for inviting us to be a part of this panel. So since morning we have heard a lot about making insurance an ease and a pleasure journey for the customers. So do we achieve the penetration in what we are desiring as per the aligning with the vision of insurance for everybody by 2047. So if you really relate it with the vision, then the rule-based thing would definitely help the industry to have more penetration, to make it more easier and accessible.
So I think it's on the cards that the ease of doing business is definitely going to be there.
Surely.
And instead of having some 50-page of regulation and some 500
Making
circulars
it more
following
rigid, difficult to understand.
that, I think we are in the right move. Anybody else would like to add some comments on this? Okay, so my next question is going to Mr. Indrajit ji, and I mean other panelists also. Please feel free to add any further value to this. So, Mr. Indrajit, what is the best system to complement each other, the broker and the insurer, and the joint efforts to increase the penetration?
See, thank you to IBAI for giving this opportunity to be on this place and discuss very important question which sir has asked me, and I think I'll be able to do justice to what he has asked and to reply to the satisfaction of you people and to share some more details about it. So, I mean, before going into this, as sir is asking that brokers and insurers, how they can collaborate better. See, brokers and insurers, you can say they are the, two sides of a coin. They have never been separate, and the result is that in last 22 years, they just command 1/3 of the distribution setup which is there in this country. So that's the progress which they have made. And at one time, I remember I used to be at a small place in Lucknow and Kanpur where there never used to be brokers, though the number is still less, but then they have reached to those places also. And number of places they have opened offices. And the collaboration between the brokers and insurers has been excellent, let me tell you. And they have developed a team of professionals. In each broker, we find that they have a team of professionals who are actually collaborating with the insurers. Because I have worked with New India also and with GIC also. And now at the General Insurance Council also, I find that at all stages, you need the professionals. It could be the professionals who would have left many of the insurance companies only and gone to the brokers. No worry about that, because professionals are developed in this way only. Whether you are on this side or on the other side, if you have the talent, if you learn the market and you have the experience, you really develop the market. So it's a collaboration which is happening, and brokers with this set of professional people, they are able to approach many insurers and to get the best possible policies which are available suiting to the needs of the customer. See, customer needs are ever growing. In today's market, customer comes with anything they have, they want to insure it. So you really have to create the policies. Years ago, we would not have heard of liability, cyber, and all these things were not there. Nowadays, cyber policies and all have become very important. So this is what brokers are doing. They are giving us the lead and then asking us whether you can cover this, and it is putting the insurer also on the tenterhooks. We have to generate the products for them. We have to educate our people. We have to learn latest things, and we have to contact the reinsurers frequently that whether this kind of coverage is possible. If not in India, we have to approach the reinsurers abroad also. And let me tell you, anything which is not available with the insurers, reinsurers are available with us, and they are able to work out something. The surety bonds which were discussed in the previous panel, I think that is something which is coming very late to India. I have worked in a country called Kenya, which is a very small country with a $2 billion only insurance market. And I was giving surety bonds there to many of the companies. Only thing, we have to be very cautious. You don't get collateral, but then you have to be very cautious about it. While giving the bonds, you are giving to very important clients, and bonds are something which is a innovation for India. But in many countries of the world, they have been existing since long. So brokers are helping us to get all these things. They are bringing the innovation to us. They are helping us to develop the market. And then education awareness programs also. Insurers are collaborating with broker and setting up workshops. And then comes the claim settlement. At the time when there is a loss, each insurer feels whether the customer will be satisfied or not. That time broker is the channel which is helping us. So there again the collaboration comes between the insurer and the broker to satisfy the client. Because client expectations are always very, very high, but then the policy has its limitations, and we have to see that what is payable under the policy. There the role of broker comes. He has to convince and tell them that this is what is covered, this is not covered, you have to bear this part. So there the role comes. Then risk mitigation, another aspect. Brokers are there, our risk engineers are there. They have to collaborate with each other, analyze the risk, and then give a proper rating to that. And then suggest the measures which can be there to reduce the risk so that they are able to get the better rates. Then comes the research also, marketing research and all. So that is another place where the brokers are a channel, and with insurers, they collaborate and help us in getting the best possible market survey, that what the customer wants, what kind of service they want, and use of technology, which is coming up very, very fast now. AI is being used to settle the claims. Many of the companies are using that. So it is all app-based becoming now. So these are the things where I find that insurers and brokers, they really can collaborate with each other, and they can give a better experience to the customer, a really delightful experience for which the customer always aspires. So that is where I think I should end up now. Thank you so much.
So I think very well summarized. So, I mean, and it definitely means a lot when it is coming from the representation of GI Council, which is a body of all the general insurers. So it means a lot to the broking community also. So here, any further, I mean, there is lots to be added here.
Yeah, sure. Good evening, everybody. This is Bhushan here from Zoffer. Once again, thank you, everybody, for inviting us here. 2 points, sir. Actually, if you look at the core competencies, an insurance company's core competency is underwriting risk. And a broker's core competency is mediation. If we are able to act what we are supposed to act as an intermediary, and with deep specialization. We are not in the business of pricing and risk management. That is the insurer's job, and they are excellent at it. But there are 50 odd insurers in the country, and there are 500 plus brokers in the country. If both parties do their job perfectly, I think the collaboration will happen.
Very well said.
Right. That is the primary aspect. And already proven by the fact that, I mean, this is on a lighter note, at an IBA event, we have 4 or 5 insurers that are sponsors already. So the collaboration is there in place. So that is not a challenge. We have to only grow the size and the trust between each other. Rest of the things will follow.
So can I very bravely say that brokers and insurers do not compete with each other, but they complement each other? Any further views on this? I thought this will be the last point because everybody will have to say a lot on this.
Just to add to what you said, I think that brokers and manufacturers, they don't compete, but you know, they stand, they collaborate with each other. I think, but you know, to what Sir also mentioned, that the collaboration that exists today is more transactional than strategic. It's more about, you know, how do I say, it's more commercial in nature rather than strategic in nature. And when I say more strategic, it's basically, let's say, you know, Sir spoke about cyber. If, you know, if a manufacturer decides that, you know, I'll work with a couple of brokers or, you know, the broking fraternity and say, and, you know, any new product creation takes a lot of effort. It is not that, you know, the manufacturer creates a product, gives it to the, you know, 500, 600 brokers and the product will sell on its own, right? So there's a lot of strategic collaboration that is required to create new segments. And I think, you know, whether it is explicit/implicit data that's available, whether it's access to, for as simple as Vahan data, access to IAB data, I think which lies with the manufacturer but somehow does not lie with the brokers. I think more freely available access and strategic collaboration in creating new segments, I think that will help us, you know, kind of increase the penetration, I would say.
Yeah. No, very well said, Dhruv. And I think as we all rightly have realized, insurers are actually having multiple lines of technology and multiple maturity of technology, and where brokers are able to add a lot of value. Next question is to you, Kunal. What do you think is the role of broker in personal lines of business, especially in health, where, you know, how is it that, and all the retail lines put together forms nearly 70% of the insurance market, health and motor put together. So how do you think the technology will help the industry to further penetrate and achieve the customer satisfaction?
So, since morning, I think technology is the most important subject that is being discussed in this room. I think from next year, we'll have one more day entire for how technology will enable insurance in this industry, because the demand is growing higher and higher each year. And I'm one of the guys who has moved from broking to technology, you know, looking at the potential and looking at the desire to do something new in this space. So if you see the health market, retail health market particularly, it is around 7% where brokers are engaging into retail health insurance policy. And if you ever find out the reason why, because I have been an agent, I have went door to door and sold policies. So what a personal touch an agent can give, I don't see, a broker giving that personalized touch or effort to the customer. Sometimes the customers tell us कि आप cashless करवाने hospital आओगे क्या? अब broker के लिए तो ये next to impossible task है. Then we got these POSPs coming down in the industry. But again, the limitation of the sum insured, I think, brokers have the great power to enable because they are running huge ecosystem. They are having in-house underwriting. They are having in-house claims team. They are just running a mini insurance company, I feel, apart from paying claims or underwriting. They are doing everything by themselves. So if brokers can give the right set of training to these POSPs and these limits may be increased, I think brokers can do a lot much better as far as retail insurance, health insurance distribution space is concerned, because that is the only space where we are not, competing, because the personal touch is required in retail health insurance space that we are unable to give as brokers. That is my view on the retail health.
So my next question, this is open to all, but I would request Bhushan and Dhruv to contribute on this. There has been a burning question, though it is a dream of our chairman, and I do appreciate the dream of Bima Sugam, which is going to be the UPI moment for the insurance sector. However, the things sold there are going to be much different, because a currency does not have any add-ons, it does not have any exclusions, it does not have any warranties. But here, a product which is going to be sold on Bima Sugam has all three. And plus, a product A is going to be comparable to a product B and C and D. So how do you think the role of brokers is going to be enhanced in Bima Sugam? And what do you think should be the rule of the game? Bhushan.
Sure. So I think initially when the news for Bima Sugam came in, there was a lot of confusion, there was a lot of apprehension. A lot of that has now been eliminated as more and more understanding and information has been exchanged by the regulator. I think it's a fantastic move. I don't think we need to be really worried about it. I mean, I'll quote an example. Let's say if you look at one of the largest e-commerce companies in India, and the surprising answer to that actually is IRCTC. I mean, it's one of the platform on which there are lakhs of users who are transacting every single day. Majority of the Indian population buys its railway tickets from the IRCTC website. But I as a consumer, and this is not, I'm not advertising it, but I as a consumer prefer to buy railway tickets for my parents from Make My Trip. The fact that IRCTC exists does not mean that Make My Trip is not able to sell railway ticket policies, railway tickets. They still do. So I don't think as a fraternity or as brokers or as insurtech companies or as web aggregators, anybody needs to be, have any kind of apprehensions about the launch of Bima Sugam. Everybody is going to be able to participate on it. Everybody is going to be able to generate benefit out of it, receive benefit out of it. जो पटनायक साहब बोल रहे थे थोड़ा benefit देना पड़ेगा तो फिर benefit मिलेगा. That will definitely happen. A good consumer wants a very interesting consumer journey. His buying journey needs to be good. His claim experience, his operations, those aspects need to be good. Those things are things which are already developed very well by my friends sitting on this panel already, right? Those things are not going to be overnight standardized by Bima Sugam. So Bima Sugam is going to have its own strengths, and the brokers and the platforms and the web aggregators are going to have their own strengths. The educated customer will make his conscious choice and still allow every participant on Bima Sugam to get benefit out of it. I don't think the consumer in India has gone very deep in the sense about the warranties and the terms and conditions of the products. I mean, that's the reality. जो joke होता है market में कि लोग sign कर लेते हैं form without studying the terms and conditions. That is still true. That is the reality of the country. So I'm not really worried about how standard or variable the product is going to be. I think the difference maker is going to be the journey and what facilities we are able to provide as a platform to every customer that is coming onto the platform, whether Bima Sugam or our own platform.
Just an extension to this, this is for Dhruv and Amrish both, if you can answer. How do you think a customer is going to select an insurance company on the platform, or on Bima Sugam? Because there are going to be 35 brands currently, and there may be 350 in the future. So how do you think the customer now is overwhelmed with so many choices? What is going to be the choice of? I mean, is it going to be only price or services or what else?
Can I go first? Okay. I think let's reflect back on the topic itself, which is insurance is not bought, it's always sold. So I think let's keep that as fundamental because that is something which has prevailed over all these years. Technology enables insurance distribution. That's some of us, a lot of ecosystem players are actually today leveraging significantly to create that ease. And as my fellow panelists were mentioning, I think choice of products is clearly a great platform to have, but it is also about the user experience, the user interface that we are talking about, and the seller knowledge as well as the consumer knowledge. And that is all going to continue in a complex product like insurance, which is evolving as we were talking about pretty much on a day-on-day basis. So is insurance products commoditized today? Answer is no. There are more and more complicated, customized, simplistic, individualistic risks, individual underwriting-driven, metrics coming in. So to have a very, very standardized platform, of course, it will be complementary to the industry for creating scale and size and penetration. But again, there is going to be a lot more value add that players like us who bring to the table in terms of the platform experience, in terms of both distribution as well as the service element for the consumer.
So just to add on Bima Sugam, right? So, a lot of us are calling it the UPI moment for insurance, but if you look at the full form of UPI, it says Unified Payment Interface, right? It basically means a common architecture, tech architecture for the entire, that was for the banking space, this is for the insurance space. To add to, and just to add to what Amrish is saying, that if the Bima Sugam happens, right, the UPI moment for insurance happens, I think it's going to benefit all players, including the brokers, as long as they get access to it, obviously. Because then, and as Bhushan was also mentioning, it is then about the customer journeys. So the UPI moment is actually not the front end where the customer will have to, or the agent partner will have to select, which plan is most relevant for me. But I think the Bima Sugam / the UPI moment is about that interface or that API stack, which will be exposed to the brokers out there. And then it's about to them, how do they have their recommendation engines? How do they have built into their ecosystem? And it's the same as UPI today, if you look at, right? There are multiple players out there. And, somebody has a higher wallet share, somebody has a lower wallet share. It's about experience. But the framework, the intermediate API stack, I think, and trust me, if that happens for insurance, it's going to be, today we struggle to get data from different sources. I think there is one singular API stack from where, the manufacturers as well as the brokers get that data. I think it's going to be very, very beneficial for the industry.
Yeah. No, like I said, if every claim is going to be paid, then there is no need for a broker. Yes. And after 5 years, there'll not be any insurer also. So I think it's going to be a combination. I do agree. And brokers and insurers will complement each other. So, my next question to you, I'm leaving it to the open forum here. What is going to be the role of brokers and technology which it provides to reach the last mile reach of the customer? Because insurers are not able to reach, reinsurers are definitely not reaching out there. So what's going to be the role of the broker and the technology there?
I think as the space that we all of us operate in called the insurtech, I think is the new word now for the evolved broking entities from that perspective, because digital broking is the way forward. Clearly, we've discussed the role of the insurers. It will continue from a product manufacturing perspective. The risk underwriting perspective will continue to be the insurer's role. The broker's role from a technology perspective will be extremely high, ensuring penetration right deep down through their own network of POSPs, advisors, and the qualified people, as well as also enabling ecosystems today, which could mean ecosystems where embedded insurance could come in, and which is going to be a significant, again, driver of penetration in the country. Equally enabling ecosystem where there's a distribution reach, which is right there into the rural areas. And we at Turtlemint, in fact, have a partnership where we've enabled tech ecosystem for a very, very large distributed payment bank ecosystem, which has deep down penetration into rural areas of India. With a very curated product, which is a simple product which all of us have known, but the penetration of the same is very low, something like a personal accident product, which has managed to sell over 2.5 million policies right in the rural areas. So, it just gives us confidence that insurers will continue to play a risk underwriting role, a product curation role, while the insurtechs and the broking fraternity will have to enable digital distribution, claim servicing capability, as well as empowering knowledge. And that's going to be the role complementing each other, which will drive the innovation as well as the penetration.
I mean, thanks. I completely
Just
agree.
like to add one thing here. When we talk about the technology or a penetration, we think of the health products, but we need to look at one larger segment of MSMEs and SMEs, which are still uninsured in India. So I feel that broker fraternity can definitely, with the help of technology, reach out to these customers, and brokers and insurers collaborating together can really provide required covers, and there we can have a real penetration which will help the entire economy as a whole.
Yeah. Well said, Aarti. And overall, don't you feel that overall the market needs a common technology? Now, just imagine I as a broker, he as a broker, and I mean, everybody has to log into a separate insurance company's site to actually get a quote and then transact. When there is a common tech platform across the industry, like a Bima Sugam, or anything superseding that or, undermining that, I don't know what's going to happen in the future. But something which is commonly required by the industry is the need of the hour, right? Don't you feel that?
So definitely. So I look at it personally as Bima Sugam is a first stepping stone towards this journey. But as we grow in it and as we start using it, there would be many more such milestones which will be more robust and more technology friendly and more effective, which we will have it together in the coming future.
We have so many startups here, and I would not call them as startups because they are much more matured than a startup word. So, of course, when we identify the problem statement, we build a technology over it, we digitize it, we analyze it, and create a data over it, and world calls it as innovation. So, where do you think the Bima Sugam movement will actually help the brokers to grow? I mean, a journey before or an after.
So I think Bima Sugam is like Beam of UPI, like how Beam came up, but people are still using Google Pay or other platforms. So it's always the ease of use or convenience which really matters to a consumer. Like Bhushan said, he's comfortable with Make My Trip, so he uses Make My Trip. So I think as Bima Sugam, every broker and agent should have access to technology. Like you said, it should be a common platform from where everybody can integrate, then everybody can make their own front end, which, can appeal to their set of customers, because tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, everybody has different set of requirements. A single platform cannot serve everybody's purpose. So I think the last mile, the question which you were talking about, the last mile customer, brokers will need to adapt technology. If you see insurers 10 years back and today, they have changed a lot. They have adapted technology in each and every segment. Brokers, I know they are a lot busy today because they're having a lot of business, but the millennials, the Gen Zs who will be the spending power in the next 10 years, trust me, they will be only using technology to buy insurance like how we are buying grocery today. So we need to adapt it. There is no way to escape it, but that's the way in for the future. That's what I think. Thanks.
Can I actually summarize by what you have said? Is it going to be prioritizing technology and then perform through the technology, or perish?
No. I would not say perish. Nobody would perish because India is a country where offline and relationships matter the most. So I would not say perish, but I would say growth. If you are looking at growth, if you are looking at the future, I think adaptation to technology is must, because that's how you are not buying train tickets today going at the station. Nobody is doing that. So I think that's a norm. It's a common thing. A train ticket nahi leni hai station jaake. Even the worker or a blue collar, any guy is not buying train ticket offline today. So that's how things are working. So even in the insurance industry, this time will come Google Pay, building ke niche nariyal pani wala bolta hai cash mat do sir, Google Pay karo. So that's how things are changing. So I think InsurTech is the last in this line.
So the game of insurance is old, but the rules are new, and we have to master the rules of the new game. Any further comments on this? Or I would like to ask the audience also to have their own questions. I mean, we have such an eminent panelist on the dais. You may please feel free to get any further knowledge for yourself. Any further comments from this side? From the audience? I think it's the fag end of the day. Everybody's tired, and I think coffee shots are required. So we call it a day for this panel. I thank you, IBI, and thank you each one of the panelists for giving their valuable suggestions and opinions. It really is going to help us. Thank all the panelists where actually last 3 days we had multiple rounds of discussions, and they were so kind to actually accommodate all the time. Thank you so much for supporting IBI.
We also present the mementos, our special token of gratitude, appreciation to our panelists. So the photographer is ensuring that you're assuring satisfaction and joy to the panelist. Thank you to our panelists, as all have same view. Collaboration, technology, simplification are going to be the key enablers for the way forward, for earning the trust, the confidence, and the joy of the customer, of our client. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to wrap up. But before that, we connect the dots and what's going to be the way forward. And also to thank each and every one of you for your active participation. I invite the Vice President IBI, Mr. Narendra Bharinwal, to kindly propose a formal vote of thanks and his short concluding remarks.
Yeah, no problem. I'll try my best to keep it short. Distinguished guests, esteemed members of IBAI, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. It's my honor and pleasure to propose the vote of thanks. It has been an eventful and enriching day filled with insightful discussions, thought-provoking panels, and valuable networking opportunities. On behalf of IBAI Board and Organizing Committee, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you for your presence and active participation in the prestigious event. First and foremost, I would like to express a sincere appreciation to our esteemed chief guest, Mr. Debashish Panda, Chairman IRDAI, for his esteemed presence and gracing the occasion. We are truly honored to have him here and hear his insightful keynote address. We are thankful to him for assuring us that brokers will be given an opportunity to be participating with the lead insurers in state level, thereby helping insurance penetration and reaching the goal of insurance for all before 2047. We would also like to extend our gratitude to Ms. S.N. Rajeshwari, Member Distribution, for joining us today. Her presence and participation have added immense value to our discussions and deliberations. A special word of thanks goes to all the moderators, Mr. Shankar Gargipati, Mr. Pawanjit Singh Dhingra, Dr. Sandeep Dadia, for moderating thoughtful panel discussions. Thanks to all distinguished panelists, Mr. Sandeep Goradia, Mr. Atul Thakkar, Mr. Anush Raghavan, Mr. Rohit Boda, Mr. Neeraj Naik, Mr. Sushant Sareen, Mr. Nainur Desai, Mr. Aditya Dadia, Mr. Niharika Singh, Ms. Vishal Sikand, Ms. Aarti Malik, Mr. Indrajit Singh, Mr. Kunal Popat, Mr. Brijesh Merchant, Mr. Bhushan Seth, and Mr. Dhruv Sarin, who have shared their valuable knowledge and experience throughout the summit. Your expertise, thoughtful insights, and engaging discussions have truly enriched our understanding of the challenges and opportunities in the insurance sector. We are grateful for your contributions and commitment to the industry. Our sincere thanks goes to Mr. Devdutt Patnaik, our esteemed guest speaker, for delivering an enlightening and captivating session. Your profound understanding of mythology and its relevance to the business world has left us with deep insights. And the example that he cited, Lord Hanuman also could not, honor his assurance to Lord Ram. That's a learning for all broker members, that we have to really read the policy wording and advise our customers well. Last but not the least, we would like to acknowledge and express our heartfelt gratitude to all our sponsors from InsurTech space, Alright AI, CoverMe Technology, insurance companies ICICI Lombard, HDFC Ergo, New India Assurance, Liberty General Insurance, Bajaj Allianz, IFCO Tokyo, Tata AIG, Care Health, Future Generali, Universal Sompo, Star Health, Raheja QBE, Cholamandalam MS, SBI, GIC, broker members, Alliance Brokers, Zopper, Policy Bazaar, Turtle Melt, Mahindra, Prudent, JB Boda, KM Dastur and Goodex Insurance Brokers, whose generous support has made this event possible. Your commitment to the insurance brokerage industry and IBAI and your continuous support for our endeavors is deeply valued and appreciated. To all participants from various insurance companies, thank you for joining us and actively engaging in sessions and networking opportunities. A special mention goes to our event planner, 24 Carat, for their meticulous planning and execution. We would also like to extend our gratitude to our media partner, Veritas Reputation, represented by Mansi Seth, Tamali Nandi and Neha Sharma, for the invaluable support in spreading the word about this event and ensuring its visibility. Your partnership and commitment to promoting the insurance brokerage industry is highly appreciated. Last but not the least, I would like to express a heartfelt thanks to all members of media who have covered this event. Your presence has helped disseminate valuable information, insights to a wider audience, thereby contributing to the growth of development of insurance brokerage sector. Finally, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all board members for their participation and contribution. Before I conclude, I would like to express my deep appreciation to Taj Palace Hotel for their exceptional hospitality and excellent services. In closing, I would like to thank each one of you once again for your presence, participation and contribution to the IBA Annual Summit 2023. Your enthusiasm, insights and collaborations have made this event a resounding success. Look forward to the Annual Summit 2024. Thank you once all.
So thank you everyone, and we look forward to having you all in the next summit in 2024 and grow more and grow together. Thank you. He's not letting me take the mic. Okay. Please join us for high tea before we draw curtains here to the 2023 annual summit. Thank you.